alongside what's going on over there. And if our shooter goes along the road there and tilts up to the hills, the rolling hills behind, I can tell you the kind of things we've been seeing up there over the past couple of weeks, which is the Iraqi army. These are really poorly fed troops, according to Kurdish commanders. These are the military really front line of the Iraqi army, which is ahead of Mosul, defending Mosul, if you like. These are expected to crumble pretty quickly once the military pressure starts to come to this area of the theater of war. We did see overnight, several hours ago, the first airstrikes against Iraqi troop positions, targets in and around Mosul. We know there was anti-aircraft fire. We know we heard thuds of explosions in the distance. Mosul important because it's Iraq's second largest city, and obviously the psychological impact of attacking Mosul and perhaps seeing it fall to US-led coalition forces would have a tremendous impact on the Iraqi army as a whole. So these cities like Mosul, like Kirkuk, which you've heard a lot about over the past many months, Kirkuk of course at the center of the oil-rich area of northern Iraq, Kirkuk very, very important. And we're hearing some detonations, I think now possibly, certainly some thumps, I'm not quite sure what that was. But anyway, Kirkuk, of course, very important. Now, if we can pull down from those rolling hills, perhaps I can show you with the shooter here the bridge which crosses the Great Zab next to a village called Kalak. This is as close, really, as you get to the Iraqi front lines. We actually see the Iraqis on the hills, as I said. But this bridge, which is behind me, just to the right over here, has been very important for the Oil for Food program that's been running for many years since the end of the Gulf War. And we're hearing now aircraft actually overhead, and if I just try and see what's going on over here, certainly this is the kind of thing we saw overnight, where we heard aircraft, we saw some contrails, and we heard some explosions. So certainly it sounds like an attack is underway in this northern area. I can hear aircraft. I'm not seeing any vapor trails as yet, but certainly some explosions, aircraft getting louder, and I can see some Kurds over there gathering with their binoculars, looking to see what the Iraqi soldiers are doing on the other side. Perhaps, Christians, we can swing back to where you were and maybe see what those Iraqi soldiers are doing live here as what appears to be the start of a second wave of attacks against areas around Mosul. So if we can just see what those Iraqi troops are doing. Wow. Let me get my binoculars out over here and take a look inside there.
It is just an amazing thing.
You can still hear the aircraft, Aaron.
I'm sorry, it is just an amazing thing to sit here in Atlanta, Georgia, and look on one side of the screen, the left side of the screen, the barren desert of Iraq, that part of Iraq, and to see literally the American forces racing across that desert. And then on the right side of the screen, across the length of the country, at the other end of Iraq to the north, a totally different look. It's the first thing we've seen that was not khaki or brown in 2 hours, to see the green of the country and to see, far more importantly, Iraqi soldiers on live TV just before midnight in the United States of America, as if it were the most normal occurrence, kind of thing you do every day of your life. Trust me, you don't, and we haven't, and you probably never, not probably, I don't think ever in history has there been a shot, 2 shots like this. And you don't have to be a journalist to appreciate this moment. Those Iraqi, you wonder what those Iraqi soldiers, we were talking earlier, you know, about American soldiers, somebody watching CNN International tonight looking at that in Iraq going, oh my.
Well, I think they may be, I mean, you have to ask, what are they doing out there around a culvert? Normally with a culvert like that, you're looking to figure out how to blow it up and destroy the road. But I'm looking at the troops also, and I'm looking at them and I'm saying, okay, I don't see any weapons on them.
Nope.
I don't see any security around them. Looks like they're wearing maybe berets or there's some kind of a knit cap. I don't see any helmets. I don't see the kinds of good equipment that we have, and they're not paying any attention. So, you know, I'd say that's a sort of 1950s style army. That's not our kind of troops. And, you know, why have they sent so many people out there? What are they doing? Maybe they're looking for a way to escape and surrender.
You can hope.
This is not a military unit that's moving with a purpose. This is a military unit that was sent out on a detail, and it was told go out and do something. They say, hey, if I could just find another way to waste a couple more hours out here, then I won't have to do anything when I get back.
Diana Muriel is embedded with a Marine unit. If my memory is right, Diana's on the phone. We'll just keep these pictures up while you talk. Go ahead.
That's right, Darren. I'm lying on the embankment, the sand embankment that lies between Kuwait and Iraq. Just going past me now are Marines from the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. They are amongst the first in this land invasion, this Allied land invasion. They're crossing a bridge which has been laid by the combat engineers from a British squadron, that is the 26 Armoured Engineer Squadron, Royal Engineers. They have made 2 breaches in the Iraq-Kuwaiti sandbank, which marks the border. 2 huge breaches about 4 kilometers apart from each other. And on the far side of that breach, what I'm looking at now is a huge trench, which is approximately 12 meters in width. I can't see the depth of it, but it looks quite deep. They've laid across that a folding bridge and then laid central section allowing the tanks, you can hear another one coming past me now, allowing the tanks to cross from the Kuwaiti side to the Iraqi side. This operation began at 0300 GMT, and the 1st Marines started to cross this bridge around an hour ago, just under an hour ago. There are about 750 odd Marines crossing at this section and a further 750 odd crossing at the other gate. They are the 1st Marines, as I understand it, to cross into Kuwait. They are forming up with their tanks in a formation just ahead of the trench, and then they are starting to fan out into the desert scrub. It's actually quite green scrub, starting to fan out across in a phalanx. Straight ahead of us, right in front of this bridge, I'm looking at 5 what look like gas towers, gas installations. And I should tell you that in the skies overhead, there is thick black smoke. Soldiers who've been here before in the last Gulf War have told me that they believe that this is some sort of an oil installation which has been set fire to behind the gas installation to the north and to the west of it. That is the prevailing wind direction, and that's certainly where the majority of the smoke has been coming from. It's so thick that it's occluding the sun. It's now 5 o'clock GMT. That's 8 o'clock in the morning local time, and it should be quite sunny now, but it's not. It's still quite dull, although you can see very clearly. What's happening then is the Marines are starting to fan out. Last formation is coming up to join it. This bridge where I am will remain here to allow other crossings to take place during the course of today. The other Allied troops, including the Desert Rats, of which 26 Squadron are a small part, will be coming up to join the Marines on the other side and then fanning out to their targets. The other bridge will be taken back by the men of the 26 Squadron, and then they will move forward at a later date, maybe later today, it's unclear, into Iraq, and they'll be able to deploy that bridge as and when it's required by the Allied forces. Darren.
Diana, that's something. I just want to hang on a second. We're not done yet. I just want to orient viewers again as we're coming up on the hour, and we know that particularly now out on the West Coast, some viewers will be joining us. On the left side of your screen in the small box, that is a live picture from the South Iraqi desert of the 7th Cavalry making its way, and we'll talk more about that in a moment, but they are literally making their way toward Baghdad at about 40 miles or so an hour. They stopped a little while ago to refuel their helicopters, grab a bite to eat, and they're on the move again. The shot on the right is a shot in northern Iraq. These are Iraqi soldiers, we think perhaps officers, and to General Wesley Clark's eye, not an especially disciplined unit at that, going about some business, and perhaps as Brent Sadler, who's been reporting this from a distance, and I think he can still hear me, he thought perhaps they were laying or moving some barbed wire for for a defensive purpose or another. And then on the phone with us, Diana Muriel, who was with a British Marines unit. As they make their way, they are just starting their move across the border from Kuwait into Iraq. So there's a lot going on your screen. I sometimes worry that we hit you with too much information, and you're probably trying to read the crawl as well. But there's a lot going on your screen, and it is trying to keep you oriented as to what you're seeing. Walt Rogers, you're on the move again.
Yes, Aaron, the helicopters have refueled, and the 7th Cavalry is again answering the order to charge. We're moving across the southern Iraqi desert in an almost due northerly course. The speed's probably 30 miles an hour, sometimes upwards of 40. Huge clouds of dust being kicked up. Minimal opposition, although that was the anticipated game plan when General Buff Blount mapped out this course. He said that he was going to send his troops up through relatively uninhabited areas, and they did not expect any serious opposition from Iraqi forces for the first 150 or 200 kilometers. That being the case, the general was right, as generals always are, and we have had only minimal opposition on 1 or 2 occasions, first crossing the border and then perhaps 2 hours into southern Iraq. Whatever hostile fire there was dispersed and dispelled very, very quickly, and the 7th Cavalry continues its rolling movement forward. And I should point out that we are still probably some 16 hours ahead of schedule. I say that because the Army was not supposed to punch through the Iraqi border with Kuwait until midnight tonight. But then when the Iraqis, according to an Army source, when the Iraqis fired those ballistic tactical missiles, at least half a dozen of them, into Kuwait in the direction of the U.S. Army soldiers and the U.S. Marines, which are along that border, as well as the British soldiers along that border, a decision was made somewhere up the chain of command. We're not going to leave the men exposed to these tactical ballistic missile attacks, and we were hustled out of there very, very quickly. Every hour they moved the deadline for departure forward again and again, so we were literally scrambling to throw our gear on board. Aaron?
Walter, the excitement of the moment and the excitement in your voice and the descriptions that you offer are truly wonderful. We're pleased to have you. General, as he was talking about, earlier he said that they were angry that these missiles were tossed their way, and I wrote down on one of these cards in front of me, anger is no reason to change the plan. It really wasn't about anger, it was about danger and risk, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, there's no point in, when you've got the flexibility and the power to move like that, there's no point in keeping the troops there when they're in an impact zone. And it was a question of getting them out from under the fire and starting it out. So I think it sounds like we made the right decision. Looks like it's working out well.
Well, they certainly haven't encountered much. As these pictures play out, just a couple of other things for those of you perhaps out west who are just joining us. Some of it is what I guess would describe as interesting news, and some of it is truly the saddest kind of news to report, and we'll start with that. We'll just point point your way to the right here. Those are Iraqi troops there, and they seem to be moving sort of quickly there, and we don't know if that meant anything or not, but we'll keep an eye on that, and I expect you will too. Back to the business at hand, and it's not pleasant. U.S. Marine helicopter CH-46 crashed in Kuwait earlier tonight. There were 16 people on board. 4 of them were American Marines. The other 12 were British commandos. These, in the way I would at least calculate this, they are the first casualties of this war. There was an accident last week that claimed 4 lives before the war officially started. There is no indication that any of these men, or that there was hostile fire in this unfortunate accident. The CH-46, I recall, is that big 2 double-rotored helicopter. There are so many helicopters out there, and the conditions are very difficult to operate in, to be perfectly honest. I remember asking the commander of a unit out in the desert how much of a problem the sand and dust was. It's been very dusty, and this is not to suggest that that's the cause, because we don't know, but he said it just requires our maintenance people to be extra diligent, because it does take a lot of wear and tear on these, and 16 people died today. 12 of them British commandos, 4 of them U.S. Marines. No names, no hometowns yet. Next of kin are being notified, and when we do get their names and their hometowns, we will pass that along and honor them in a more appropriate way than we just did. But we report that. The second thing to tell you, there is reporting today, most principally from the Washington Post, and this will show up in your newspapers, I suspect, no matter what newspaper you subscribe to, that U.S. intelligence officials believe that that attack that started this all now 8 hours ago, whatever it is, U.S. intelligence officials believe, according to the Washington Post, that President Saddam Hussein and perhaps both of his powerful sons they may very well still have been inside that compound in the south part of Baghdad when the missiles hit it last night that started this. That has increased speculation on 2 points. One, did he survive it? That has been the subject of an enormous amount of discussion today. And the second thing, something General Clark, you talked about, it may explain why the battle plan is unfolding in the way it did, because if Saddam Hussein is badly injured, is dead, has lost control and command, then military planners have a very different situation on their hands.
They really do. They have an opportunity now if this has happened, it is the decapitating strike. And now you can deal with a different set of people in Baghdad who can say, look, we're glad he's gone, and come in here and help us. And you may be able to get the Iraqi military to lay down their arms. And certainly you'd like to be able to spare the Iraqi people the brunt of this assault that was going to take place. And as long as the situation is uncertain like this, and you can take the measures you're taking to keep your troops out of harm's way in the meantime, then it makes sense to exploit this situation and explore it.
Now, none of this is to say that he is in fact dead, and in fact our reporting, principally by David Ensor, that David reports a pretty stiff debate going on in the intelligence community. There are those who believe that the tapes we saw last night, and then yet again today, a different set of tapes of Saddam Hussein meeting with his some of his cabinet, I think would be the right word, whether in fact he is alive or not. There's the sense on the first tape, the talk he made on television last night after the attack is that was in fact Saddam Hussein. Doesn't mean he's alive. Could have been taped before. Certainly there were some indications in the tape itself of the date. He announced the date. Anyway, there was a sense that he was still alive, but the Post is reporting that planners believe he was in that bunker and he may have gotten out with his life and he may not, and that's what they're trying to figure out, and that may explain why the battle plan is playing out the way it is. Chris Burns has the duty at the White House tonight, or at least watching the White House. Chris, it's good to see you tonight. Can you add to this?
Yes, I can. Because earlier today, Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman, was asked about that. And the White House is being very, very cautious about the Saddam videotape that was shown by Iraqi television after that first airstrike. Ari Fleischer is saying that the White House is drawing, in their words, no conclusions from that videotape. Did that airstrike kill Saddam Hussein or injure him? Was that videotape done perhaps in advance? Was that actually Saddam Hussein? All these questions, the White House drawing no official conclusions about that, but also keep in mind that Ari Fleischer also issued another call for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq now. He could still get out with his life if he is indeed still alive. Aaron?
My favorite moment in all of this, and part of this debate over whether he's alive or not, one of the questions has been, well, we've never seen him wear those glasses before. Now, the story is that there are a number of people in Iraq who not only are his double, but who have had plastic surgery to make sure they look even more like him than they did before. You would think they thought, well, we ought to get the same glasses too, don't you? Anyway, everyone's trying to figure out whether he is alive or dead, and whether the glasses matter and the mole on the left side or the right side or whatever it is. But it is an intriguing possibility, and there's nothing funny about that, that very possibly planners are trying to figure out the implications of what may have gone down last night and how it may change and how dramatically it could change the course of not just the last day, but the next weeks and months, and how many lives it might alter. We'll just have to wait and see, General.
Well, it's a question that everybody's always asked. You know, for the last year, people have said, well, I mean, why don't you just go get rid of Saddam Hussein if you want to get rid of him? Why don't you just kill him? And of course, the standard answer is, well, you don't know where he is. And then people would say, well, you're going to have to go to war because you can't find this one guy. What an incredible thing it will have been if this is in fact what happened.
I think it was Kelly McGann last night when we were talking, who's one of the military guys who's been helping us out. One of the points he made in this was when it first became clear that they believed that the reason the attack went down the way it did is that they believed they had Saddam Hussein in their sights, is that must have been, and I don't know that it must have been, but Kelly certainly believed it must have been human intelligence that said, he is in this bunker right now, or will be for the next 3 hours. It's not like you can watch someone walk into one of these bunkers and then pop a cruise missile, and 5 minutes later it's over, right? I mean,
that's exactly right. It's not only where they are right then when the report came in, it's where they're going to be.
Yeah.
So it has to be some kind of human intelligence.
And Kelly's point last night, and it was an interesting point, I thought, is how shaken that would make you. You are this extremely, I don't mean this psychiatric sense, paranoid person. You are obsessed with your own security. You routinely have people killed just on a whim that you think they may be disloyal. We remember there was a shot the other day of Saddam Hussein in a military meeting, all surrounded by his generals. It was a wonderful shot. And one of the sons points down to one of the generals in the room who apparently wasn't taking notes well enough, as if to say, start writing, fella. And for that person to know that someone very possibly gave him up to the other side would be incredibly unsettling.
It would mean that he couldn't trust even his closest associates.
And you know, maybe there are 100 people around him in this universe that we talk about of Saddam Hussein who he trusts, who come from his part of Iraq, who've been in his Ba'athist party for a long time. You'd certainly like to know, of all the things you'd like to know right now, that's the number one thing. If he's alive, what is he thinking if he is alive? On the right, you see these pictures of southern Iraq as the 7th Cavalry makes its way through. Walt Rogers is with them. Walt.
Yes, Aaron, the charge across the Iraqi desert continues. The commander of that charge, at least the commander of the Apache troop, which is leading the charge, the tip of the spear, is Captain Clay Lyle. Originally Pampa, Texas, now Fort Stewart, Georgia. Before this charge began earlier, he gave a pep talk, very inspiring speech to his soldiers. They gathered around his Abrams tank as he stood there, and he began by saying, "We're just doing what's right." Then Captain Lyle went on to say, "This is a matter of them, the Iraqi people, him, Saddam Hussein, and us." And he said, what this campaign is all about is an effort to liberate the Iraqi people. He said, we are literally invading Iraq to liberate the Iraqi people from a dictatorial tyrant who has murdered his own people and used gas on them. He went on to suggest that the Iraqi people, when they see these tanks coming, are actually going to welcome them. Many of the U.S. soldiers in the 7th Cavalry do indeed believe that the Iraqi people are more than a little oppressed, and when the Iraqi people do see them, they will welcome them. It's payback time, Captain Lyle said, payback time, and we are here to open to reopen Iraq and liberate the people, those people who have suffered so much under the brutal dictator Saddam Hussein.
Walt, just hang on a second. I don't know if you can get to the captain or not. I don't know how close to Captain Lyle you are. But on the phone with me now is Stephanie Lyle, his wife. Miss Lyle, can you hear me? It's Aaron Brown.
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you right now?
I'm okay.
And as you watch this, are you able to see this?
Yes, I've been watching it all evening.
And just tell me what's been going through your mind.
Well, I'm glad to see that they're safe, and I'm proud of Clay's troop, and I'm proud of our entire squadron.
You must be. Tell me a little bit about your husband. How old is he?
He's 30 years old.
And do you have, I don't know where you are calling from. You want to tell me? If you do, go ahead, and if you don't, I understand that too.
I'm at Fort Stewart, Georgia.
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
Fort Stewart, Georgia.
Got it. And do you have kids at home?
Yes, we have one child.
And a young one? Pretty young?
Yes.
Okay, so
Two. 2 years old.
Well, I hope you have honestly, I hope you have a VCR running, or we'll get you a tape.
I've been taping it, as have many of the ladies
I
in
was
our
gonna
group.
say someday you'll sit down with your child and show them what Dad was doing
Absolutely.
in the middle of March in the year 2003.
Absolutely.
Are generally, hey, when did you last talk to Clay?
It's been a little over 2 weeks now.
It must seem like a long time.
It does, but we write one another, and you know.
I'm sorry?
We keep the letters going back and forth.
Yeah. Anything that you want to say about all of this as you've been watching it? Anything jump into your mind other than you must be incredibly proud of your husband and the people he works with?
I'm proud of 37 Cav and 3rd Infantry Division, and I just can't believe that we're able to see this on TV. This is great.
I'm with you on that. Mrs. Lyle, I don't want to intrude any more in your life than we already have. I'm glad that you were able to see it, and if we were really good at this, we'd figure out a way to get a phone to your husband.
Well, that's okay. He has a mission right now, and
He sure
I would
does.
rather him stay safe and stay focused.
Just stay with me for a second. General Wesley Clark is with us too, as you know.
Miss Lyle, Wes Clark here. How are the other families doing there in the unit?
Everyone is doing great.
The husband's been away for a long time, haven't they?
They've been away since the end of January.
Uh-huh. And do you hold regular meetings with them and keep them informed of what's going on?
Absolutely. We have a wonderful FRG in place, and everyone's doing great.
Are either of you, do you come from military families?
No, sir.
So this is not the experience of your growing up to see somebody go off for long periods of time.
No.
When you met your husband, did you know he was going to be an officer?
No, I didn't.
And when he told you, what'd you think?
I said, if that's what you want to do, go for it.
Well,
I think it's great.
This is just,
Well, thanks for what you're doing for those families there, Miss Lyle, because I know they're counting on you just like the men are counting on your husband. I think it's one of the great things in the Army today that we really look after the families, and congratulations to you and the team there for doing that, and thank you for doing it.
We certainly rely on one another.
We're very proud of you.
Now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Stephanie Lyle, whose husband, Clay, is out there in one of those tanks right now. And she and the other wives and family members down at Fort Stewart, Georgia, are watching this unfold, and what combination of emotions they must have. Enormous sense of pride, General, some anxiety, certainly, some wonderment that they're able to sit in their homes in Georgia and watch this all of that.
Well, you see this ride across the desert, this bumpy ride, and you're Walter talking, and you can hear the sort of adrenaline pumping that these guys are with. But as you know, we've talked already about CH-46. And I think the thing that you always have to realize is you're dealing with big, heavy pieces of equipment. You're on a battlefield. There are dangers out here. And this is a very special moment in time for the men and the families and for this country.
Some newspaper writer maybe tomorrow is going to say that what we did was just corny, and I'm going to beg to differ. I'm going to beg to differ. I think it was a little remarkable moment. Walt Rogers is out with the 7th Cavalry, out with Clay Lyle, and out with all of Clay Lyle's guys. Walt.
Hello, Aaron. The charge is accelerating across the desert. A while back there, we were going through some very soft sand. The Rocky Desert has hardened up now. We may be traveling as fast as 35, 40 miles an hour. Our support vehicles, the 7th Cavalry support vehicles, the fuel tankers, are probably racing to stay up with us. You should know that before each of these tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles launched forth, everyone was required to do a full inspection. Captain Lyle conducted. I watched him do a full inspection of his troops. You might find this interesting, that when the tanks are inspected, it's not unlike taking your car to a gas station. They have a dipstick that they put into the engine to check the oil levels. They check the water in the battery. And of course, Captain Lyle went around, make sure everything was shipshape, if you will. It was interesting. He has a slow Texas drawl, but that's very misleading. He's a very meticulous commander in all of this. One thing, as I say, we are literally racing across the desert now. The trucks are having a difficult time keeping up with us. The tanks, however, except for fuel, are completely self-contained. And I should say that we counted out the bottles of water that each tank carries with it. 4-man crew, 7 days rations of water. That's I think about 120 1.5-liter plastic bottles of water. Then they have the meals ready to eat, big boxes of those ready to go. Everything they have, they were packed to the gills. The Bradley fighting vehicles, which we saw, were packed, so packed with ammunition that you could scarcely crawl in the rear hatch of them. I was crawling around in the back of a Bradley as it was being inspected for before it moved to the line of departure. There were just stacks and stacks of 7.62 millimeter machine gun boxes, and then there were tow missiles along the racks. If you can see these soldiers in each of these vehicles, by the way, that one off to the right is an interesting vehicle. That's being driven not by the Army, but by the U.S. Air Force. That is a tactical coordination vehicle, such that if the Army runs into stiff opposition ahead from any Iraqi regimental units, and the Air Force is called in, that vehicle, which you're looking at now, has Air Force combat air controllers on board who can call in airstrikes and also warn pilots off, Air Force pilots off, striking any of the 7th Cavalry's units, which you see racing along now. But it's rather interesting to see the flyboys racing across a desert in an Army armored vehicle, but they have been keeping up the whole way. And of course, they're a godsend to these soldiers, because they're the ones who make sure that the Air Force does not bomb the wrong target, in this case, the 7th Cavalry. Back to you, Aaron.
Well, it's great to see the Air Force out there, and that's a big part of what we're doing here, Aaron, because this is an air-ground team, so you've not only got the helicopters out there doing the reconnaissance, but you've got the ability to get the Air Force, the fast movers, as we call them, in on targets if there's anything significant out there. And that's all part of the mission of the Cavalry Squadron Commander and the troop commanders.
I don't know that this is necessarily an example of this, but one of the things that Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld has tried to instill in, as he has tried to remake in some respects the military, is less rivalry and more cooperation, more sense of, well, less rivalry. It doesn't need much more amplification than that, I can't imagine. I think everyone understood it. I don't know that this is an example of that, but it's a point to make, that these different branches of the service interact with one another, complement each other, and ultimately protect each other. And there's an example of it out there.
That's exactly right. Now, this is actually a lesson we learned during World War II, and we've been working it ever since. The problem is the technology, and the technology's gotten better and better, because the Air Force and the Army don't use the same radios, and they don't have the same radio systems. and the Air Force radios tended to be bigger and they tended to be more fragile than the Army system. So the complaint was always, back in the 10, 20 years ago, is don't take us there because this jiggling around is going to break our radios. And we've gotten better Air Force radios down there. The Air Force has put more money and more emphasis into this liaison part of its job, and it's the little details like this that end up being able to make a huge difference in combat.
Was that a problem when you were, and I love to say this, General, the Supreme NATO Commander, was that a problem, these inter-service rivalries and disagreements and the rest?
It's always a problem, because when you grow up in a system and you learn all and everything about that system, you see things through the lenses of your experience. And then somebody comes from a different system with different concerns, and it's a slightly different language, a slightly different set of issues, and it's communication, but it's not that you're not speaking English. You're not coming at it from the same value set. What we discovered in the Kosovo campaign was that the folks who flew the Apache helicopters and the folks who did the A-10s really hadn't had the opportunity to work together enough to really understand how to integrate the force. And we had to put that together on the fly as they were sitting in Albania getting ready to go into Kosovo.
Are there places where Marines and Air Force colonels and Army colonels and Navy commanders get together and work on these issues, inter-service issues?
Absolutely. Again and again, it starts with your first military school. You're taught about the other services.
So it's not just an Army school, it is an inter-service school, all the services.
There are inter-service schools. There are also purely service schools. For example, in an Army school, you're going to be taught about the Air Force. You're going to be taught about the Marines. And the same in their schools. And then you do the exercises together. And we go out to the National Training Center at Fort Irwin, for example, on terrain that looks a lot like this in places. And we bring the Air Force in and they work with the Army. But it's a constant process, and the Army turns over, the Air Force turns over. And so you have to refresh those skills. You have to continually train and develop your leaders and your troops.
It's a very complicated piece of business, isn't it? I mean, it's a combination of equipment and tradition and ego, and we see it. It's not just something the services deal with. We all know that we talked a lot about the CIA and the FBI don't necessarily, or didn't, we hope they do better now, didn't necessarily talk to each other when they ought to talk to each other, and it's probably true that the Coast Guard doesn't talk to the Immigration Service, and and I don't necessarily talk to the guys who do the Connie Chung show. I mean, it probably exists in every walk of life, but in this walk of life, the one we're looking at, the stakes are a whole lot higher than what guest you booked for the program tonight. This is literally life and death.
It's fear out there that's one of the discriminators. It's fatigue, because these guys are tired out there day after day without getting proper rest. And it's dirt. And just the wear and tear of this on the equipment and on your body, and you say, I just want to get my hands clean sometime, and they don't.
Just for a second here, just to show how we do in fact talk to each other around here, we'll keep our eye on the Iraqi desert and the 7th Cavalry, but we'll ask our good friend and our colleague, and both things are true, Connie Chung, to join us to bring us up to date on the major events of what has been a long and extraordinary day.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening. Pentagon officials confirmed the first coalition casualties of Operation Iraqi Freedom. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter has crashed in northern Kuwait, killing all 16 soldiers on board. They included 4 Americans and 12 British soldiers. The CH-46 is mainly used to ferry troops to the battlefield. Preliminary reports say the crash was likely caused by mechanical problems. U.S. officials say a few more Iraqi soldiers have surrendered without a fight, but they didn't have exact numbers. 17 Iraqis surrendered Wednesday. They said they were following their leaders.
What caused me to flee? The officers are fleeing. So when I had a chance, I just fled. We had to flee because it was a chaos. This is a technology war, so we don't have equipment to fight back.
Meanwhile, U.S. satellites picked up plumes of smoke that appear to be coming from oil well fires in Iraq. Our Diana Mariel, who is embedded with British troops in southern Iraq, reports that thick smoke from the fires is making it hard to see in the area. We're getting an amazing look at the U.S. 7th Cavalry roaring across the desert toward Baghdad. The unit includes M1A1 Abrams tanks and helicopters. Meanwhile, outside Fort Campbell, Kentucky, some soldiers' wives marched in support of the U.S. troops in the Gulf. Fort Campbell is home to the 101st Airborne, which is deployed in northern Kuwait. By contrast, thousands of people took part in anti-war demonstrations around the U.S. In Portland, Oregon, protesters blocked bridges and main thoroughfares. In New York City, thousands of demonstrators blocked traffic in Times Square. More than 1,000 people were arrested during demonstrations in San Francisco, and there were several violent confrontations there. Our continuing coverage of Strike on Iraq continues right now with Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Connie, thank you very much. We saw those pictures coming out of San Francisco. I'm sorry, I've lost track of time, about 8 o'clock tonight. And we didn't know then precisely what caused that nastiness, but it certainly wasn't pleasant to see. Thank you, Connie Chung. Keeping track of a number of different strains of the story as the ground war is on. And one of the interesting, to us at least, one of the interesting questions, that's the 7th Cav. Look at that shot. I mean, I'm sorry, but go ahead and take that full for a second if you want. That's just the clearest, cleanest shot you can imagine. That's a video phone shot. These are, believe me, I don't understand the technology here, but that's coming from the middle of nowhere in the South Iraq desert, the 7th Cav on its way to Baghdad. One of the strains of the story that we've kept track of tonight is this intriguing report in the Washington Post today that U.S. intelligence well, today, technically, yes, now, Friday's Washington Post, that U.S. intelligence officials believe Saddam Hussein was, in fact, in the bunker when in South Baghdad when the missiles hit last night, when the war officially started. It's raised a lot of questions. Of course, the most obvious was is he alive or dead? The pictures that we saw of him, were they made before? Was that a double? All of that. And has this affected the war planning? Simon Henderson is with the Washington Institute, I think this is right, the Washington Institute of Near East Policy. Anyway, he's studied, his line of work is understanding Saddam Hussein. Everybody has to have a line of work, and that's Mr. Henderson's. And thank goodness for that, because we need someone who can help us on that point. Mr. Henderson, are you able to hear me? There you are. I see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just based on, thank you. I know you've been patiently waiting, and we apologize for that. Just to weigh in on this question in two respects. You've studied this man. You have some sense of how he might react in a situation. What would it mean to him if he became convinced that somebody close to him gave up his location?
Saddam Hussein has spent his whole life surviving threats. He's essentially paranoid. If it was as close as we think it was last night, that he was missed by inches or minutes, then he'll be even more paranoid. And furthermore, there's an additional point here. The people around him, the people who put their trust in him, those most loyal aides, will also know that Saddam Hussein is in the target of the United States, and if it wasn't last time, it might be next time.
And there's a kind of logical and therefore. What might that mean then? How does that change the game, if you will?
Well, although the United States is applying huge military pressure, the success in the end is a political result that Saddam is either killed or overthrown, and preferably killed by his own people. That would be a much more palatable political conclusion for the United States. And so if the regime can collapse and collapse in on itself, this is the best way from a military point of view that it can work for the Americans and the British.
Do these people around him, are they great believers in him, or are they practical people who say, this is a pretty good deal, I'm close to the president of Iraq?
You're right. The number of people who are there and who actually believe in him are probably just a mere 10% of the population. They partly believe in him out of ideology, and they partly believe in him because he has provided them with the extra benefits and privileges from being a member of the elite guard or the elite Ba'ath Party around about him. But they will be questioning him, questioning themselves at this time whether they actually want to die for him. Now, of course, there are people who are ready to die for him, but there are others as well who perhaps have a similar surviving instinct to Saddam himself and must well be considering the option now of running for it and defecting from his regime.
You said there are people around him who genuinely believe in what he believes in. One of the things that's never been especially clear to me is what it is that he believes in other than power.
Yes, well, power is the most dominant part of Saddam's ideology, but notionally the Ba'ath Party is a mishmash of socialism and Arabism. And Saddam sees himself as a great Arab leader and a great Iraqi leader. A very historical perspective, although he's not a particularly intellectual person at all. But he thinks he's head and shoulders above other Arab leaders at this time, and if only the rest of the Arab world would recognize his leadership. Of course, the rest of the Arab world considers Saddam rather cynically. They admire him for standing up to the United States, but at the same time, they would not vote to go and live in Iraq and live under his regime of terror and torture. And so Saddam is left with the quandary at the moment of does he make a run for it, which I think seems unlikely, or does he try and bluff it out? And if he can bluff it out, I think his logic is, if he can bluff it out for the next 2 or 3 days and survive and retain radio and television ways of communicating with the Iraqi people to show that he survived, he's rather hoping that international public opinion and demonstrations around the world and international diplomatic pressure from the many countries which are apprehensive about what the United States is doing might well force President Bush into a ceasefire. I think this is a bad calculation on behalf of Saddam Hussein. It's a wrong calculation, but I think that's what his mindset is at the moment.
And these two now almost 40-year-old sons, they're both a little bit under 40, one of whom is quite a bad actor. Are they great believers in anything, or do they just sort of recognize it's been a pretty good deal to be the son of Saddam Hussein to this point?
Well, he's always looked to his sons both to reflect his greater glory and also to succeed him. His eldest son, Uday, was badly injured in an assassination attempt several years ago, and since then doesn't appear to have been able to walk properly, if at all. He's also, quite frankly, psychotic, mad, an evil man, a rapist, a murderer, a torturer. And even as far as we can make out, Saddam thinks he's unstable as well. And so Saddam seems to have put most of his trust in his second son, Qusay, who's 34 or so, who's in charge of the Special Republican Guard, in charge of the security elite around Saddam himself. But Qusay he might not be as mad as his elder brother, but he's certainly as evil as his elder brother. Neither of them can be considered as options to replace Saddam and be acceptable from an American point of view. And frankly, then probably not acceptable from an Iraqi point of view. When Saddam goes, the whole edifice collapses, and his family and the elite of the Ba'ath Party will either be killed or will have to run a long, long way.
Is it the older son who was in charge? This is just one of the more sickening stories that I've ever heard. Who was in charge of the Olympic team in Iraq and is said to have built a torture chamber and would torture those athletes who performed badly by his view?
Yes, indeed, that's certainly the one. Saddam sees himself as a combination of a great leader, a great fighter, and a great communicator. And somehow he's divided this responsibility amongst his sons, inherited in the sense, with his eldest son Uday being the great communicator, and his younger son Qusay being the fighter. Uday, apart from owning a radio station, a television station, and a newspaper, also is in charge of the Olympic Committee, in charge of the Soccer Federation. He supposedly tortured members of the Iraqi soccer team after they failed badly in an Asia Cup several years ago. The international officials, when they heard of this, had to make some investigation, and they weren't able to clear Saddam, and frankly I think they decided that it was better for them politically not to press the inquiry too far. But the worst story about Uday, and it's a whole chapter of dreadful occasions, was that he slaughtered his father's bodyguard and food taster back in the more than 10 years ago, when he disliked this man because he had been procuring women for Saddam, and Uday felt this was an insult to his mother and Saddam's wife. Indeed it was, and at a party which was actually attended by President Mubarak of Egypt's wife, he attacked this man. It's not clear, either with a knife or with an electric carving knife or with some sort of sword. And Saddam was outraged by this, as well he should, and kicked Uday out into exile briefly. This exile in Switzerland didn't last very long because the Swiss were not very happy about this man turning up there, and Uday was pretty dreadful behavior in Geneva as well, and at one point pulled a knife on a Swiss policeman, and at which point the Swiss decided, please go home.
I was going to say, I don't mean to be flip, but actually I do in this case. Nice family. You got a lot of bad actors in the family. I'm just curious, you have no way to know more than any of the rest of us. Does your gut tell you he's alive or not?
I beg your pardon? If you...
I say, do you think Saddam is alive today or not?
I think it was him who appeared on television after the assassination attack on him last night. He certainly looked like him and sounded like him, although there's always a consideration that he could be using one of his doubles, or rather the survivors from his elite, if Saddam were dead or injured, could be using one of his doubles to portray it that he's still alive. We're into what is both a rough regime and a sophisticated regime. Saddam himself, when he appears on television, comes over as one of the worst television broadcasters. He never looks at the camera, he shuffles badly, he sits badly, he doesn't engage the audience, he drones on with his long speeches as though he's loved and appreciated. Just the sort of thing which wouldn't get you a job in television in any other part of the world. But at the same time, the people around him seem to have a degree of public relations nous. Yeah. It was a clever political move to get him on television, if it was him, so quickly after the attack. And since then, he's also been shown meeting his senior officials, including prominently Tariq Aziz, the man 2 or 3 days ago who was reported to have perhaps defected. And to show them as still acting as a coherent leadership is part of his game.
Mr. Henderson, again, thanks for your patience today. The last few hours didn't play out exactly as we planned it, but that's often the case with us, and we appreciate your time tonight. Simon Henderson, who's written a biography of Saddam Hussein, Instant Empire, Saddam Hussein's Ambition for Iraq. Doesn't sound like beach reading to me, but if you want to pick up a book, there's one for you, and we appreciate his time. Bob Franken is one of our embedded reporters, and he is in Kuwait. Bob, it's always good to see you.
We have to officially describe this, Aaron, as a base near the Iraqi border, but nobody is going to contradict what you just said. It is, in fact, a major air base, one that has been responsible for the southern no-fly zone for the last decade, but now, of course, is responsible for part of this war. And what's interesting about the Air Force, in fact, the air component of this war, is that it is starting to become a supplement to the ground war, and that was certainly the case, according to the commander, in the events of the last 24 hours. In that period of time, there were 141 sorties from this base, which was a huge spike, to use his words, from the amount of flights that had occurred in the previous 24 hours. Now, most of them were focused on the Basra area, and that, of course, is consistent with what is going on the ground. And most of them had to do with laying the groundwork, so to speak, for the advancing infantry troops, laying the groundwork, an awful lot of anti-tank planes going in and strafing, a lot of fighters, that type of thing, trying to take out command and control centers. And something else that was very interesting yesterday, there was a long series of MOP-4s, as they call them, which is to say alerts that, red alerts of the possibility of a chemical or gas attack of some sort. They say that that was the result of 4 missiles that were fired in the direction of coalition forces over the day. One of the jobs for the patrols here was to go out and seek out those missile sites, and although the commander would not talk about how successful their efforts had been in finding and destroying those sites, he did say, you'll notice that suddenly the number of alerts has gone down. So there is some indication that perhaps they have been able to get rid of the sites that had been responsible for those 4 missile attacks, which caused the tensions to rise so much here. As for the plans from here on out, Aaron, nobody seems to know. As a matter of fact, the captain says while they did have a battle plan, it changes with each day, which he says is what happens in war. Aaron?
Bob, briefly, was there a sense that something that was going to happen all of a sudden stopped down, that a plan literally stopped for a while and they're trying to figure out what to do? Was that a palpable sense that you had?
It's something that they talk very openly about, that there was some belief that by now things would be moving along in high gear, but things were stopped a little bit because of the change in emphasis from the Pentagon, which we've heard an awful lot about. But there had also been some belief that things could be accelerated if the missile attacks continued. So it's a very fluid situation, and the point that you bring up illustrates that.
Bob, thank you. Bob Franken, who's at an air base, and we won't say anything more about the location of the air base than that. It is often fascinating for me. General Clark and I have spent a good amount of time together today and over the weeks. We have been talking about the implications to the battle plan if Saddam Hussein was injured or killed in this attack, and that perhaps commanders and planners and their civilian bosses made a judgment to hold off, and that might be a good thing. But the coin always has 2 sides.
That's exactly right. Now, the other side of that coin, which we haven't speculated on, is this. Let's say Saddam Hussein was in there, and let's say he was shook up bad, but maybe he wasn't killed. Maybe he lost some of his key lieutenants. Now, we've given him a little breathing window. We've struck, but we haven't done the shock and awe. So now he's had time, perhaps, to try to regain command grip on his organization, reestablish alternate channels of communication, figure out who needs to be replaced, put other loyal people in position. And if it wasn't Saddam, if Saddam's gone, maybe somebody else is doing that right now. So there's a trade-off, and we can't see it.
That's calculus, essentially. You have to decide, okay, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, the risks of this, the risks of that.
You'd like to, and I believe that the people who are making these decisions do have sources of information obviously we don't have. And they've got some indicators to tell them whether it's a good trade-off or not, and how long to run this out before it's time to resume the original war plan.
You have a feel for how long that is?
I really don't. I think that let's continue the speculation. Let's say there is somebody in there that they're talking to. Let's say they're working this. They're going to want indicators. They're going to want some proof. They're going to want some bona fides, let's say, that show that he's who he says he is. He's got the authority he claims to have, and so forth. And if that doesn't play out, they're going to have to move ahead with the plan. It might be tonight. It might be another night soon, but it can't be a week.
Is that a General Franks decision, a General Myers decision, a Rumsfeld decision, a President Bush decision?
I think it's a President Bush decision.
So that's a commander-in-chief level decision.
Absolutely. This has huge implications because right now, if this works and you can take over this country and change the regime and get the weapons with virtually no civilian casualties, it's very, very positive in relation to what it would be if you had several thousand Iraqi civilians hurt.
And even, and we said this earlier, and it's just to point it out again, as smart as these weapons are, and they're pretty smart, someone, it may have been you, sir, said the other day or this afternoon, who remembers anymore, when asked how accurate these cruise missiles are, he said, which window? As accurate as they are machines. They can fail. They're simply technology. They're not all perfect, and that happens all the time. And when that happens in war, civilians often die, or innocents often die, and no one wants to see that. No one wants to see war, I suppose, but no one certainly wants to see innocents die along the way. It's a fascinating calculus that these guys have to work through, and I assume military planners have at this point, sort of two directions to go, and they're waiting for someone to say A or B.
There's probably 15 directions, and this is like the proverbial duck, you know, that's moving smoothly across the surface of the water, and underneath the feet are just paddling like mad as they're shuffling through all the combinations here and trying to get orders straight and trying to collect information and trying to keep people on the same sheet of music. This has got to be incredibly complicated behind the scenes.
I think so. Yes, sir. On the right side of your screen, you see the 7th Cavalry, and they've stopped down again. We have been watching this, and as wonderful and good, and particularly when they stop down, the pictures are pretty clear. The video phone itself has some limitations, obviously. I guess you figured that out too, huh? And we're trying to figure out, are they putting on chemical suits, or are they not? Is this anything other than routine? I don't, General, as you see this, I don't see any indication of that. Do you?
I don't see an indication of contact, and we don't know why they stopped, but this is the first time we've seen, this is a recovery vehicle. And it looks like it's got a tow bar hooked up, and it's pulling.
So maybe one broke down?
It's possible, or this could have happened earlier, but it shows you kind of the difficulties the units have, because this is a self-contained unit. You'd like to be able to take anything that breaks down with you, at least until you've gotten yourself in a different position where you can actually deliver it to a maintenance collection point. Because
so we leave no Humvee behind.
We don't want to leave that. We don't want to leave that armored personnel carrier and 3 or 4 guys back there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And even if someone's going to come along in 12 hours or 14 hours, you'd rather not leave them. So you've got some capacity to tow here. And
because if you left the vehicle there, given the way all these tanks and Bradleys are configured, there'd be no room for the crew members?
Oh, the crew would be there, and they'd have water, and they'd have food, and you might have to do this.
Stay with it?
Yeah, I mean, you might have to do this, but you'd rather not do it. If you can hold everything together and keep control of your organization rather than have it strung out over, if they really are going 100 miles or so, as Walter said, to have it strung out back there and have to send your first sergeant back there to check on that crew or coordinate, because there's so many moving pieces on this battlefield. Every unit is at full task saturation level. People with notebooks are getting 100 tasks an hour to do. Do this, check that, coordinate with him.
There's the one piece of vegetation in the desert, by the way. We found it. It wasn't easy. In Qatar right now, at Central Command, is there somebody, a lieutenant, somebody who knows that in the desert a vehicle just broke down?
No, that's not their problem. The problem is here in this cavalry troop. They know they've got a vehicle broken down, and what they've got it with them. Now, at some point, they will report to their next higher headquarters, which is a squadron, their combat-ready strength. Mm-hmm. But that's not a Bradley, and that's not a tank. So that's either an engineer vehicle, an aid vehicle of some type. You can't tell from here. Maybe it's a fire support vehicle. I can't quite see in the picture, but it's not one of the primary combat vehicles. they may go 2 days before anybody ever realizes that vehicle's broken down at a higher level. Someone's going to call back, and there's a mechanic. He's going to look at it. He's going to say it's the U-joints on the front drive in this thing that are broken. So do we have U-joints? Who's got them? Well, they're back somewhere, back 60 miles back, and now it's a matter of somebody has to get that part and deliver it so this vehicle can be fixed.
Somebody's cursing out there, though, aren't they?
They're not happy.
They're not happy.
They're not happy about that.
They're not happy either. It's about to say, I'm not sure why. We had a 45-second tight shot of scrub there, but we've come off it. We've been looking at this for coming up on 3 hours or so. Actually, we first saw these pictures in the nighttime through the green scope, the night scope, and I remember saying at about 8 o'clock last night, boy, when the sun comes up, this is going to be something to see. And it has been something to see. For those of you who've been with us a long time, I suppose it'll be hard to explain to your friends at work tomorrow that you sat and watched TV for a while of a bunch of tanks going through the sand. It doesn't quite give it the full dimension of what you in fact have been watching and what we have been watching with you, and that's a lot what we've been doing. Walt Rogers has got the best seat in the house as far as this whole moment is concerned, because he's with the 7th Cav. Can you explain, General Clark have it pretty much right that one of the vehicles broke down, they're trying to figure out what to do?
No, that's not exactly correct. That's the reason we're stopped here is we're on a ROM, which is a refuel on the move. We just have to refuel at this point. We were moving so fast and so far ahead that our 5,000-gallon tankers are behind us. Let me add a little more detail to the story that we've been following since we first crossed the border from Kuwait. You'll recall, Aaron, at that time I was saying that, you'll recall when I was standing there on camera and there was this big loud boom off to the left. And I thought it was artillery. It turns out, according to Army sources, it was a tactical ballistic missile which was fired in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. Now, it went over the head of the tank commander with whom I was just speaking. He said he thinks it landed about 10 kilometers or 6 miles off to the left. Again, no one was injured in that, but a tactical ballistic missile was fired earlier in the evening as the 7th Cavalry crossed the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. Then the other engagement, which I reported, the hostile encounter, about 2 hours into southern Iraq, I saw some what were explosions off to the right. What the Army discovered was that they had what they believed was a small anti-aircraft unit which was being turned on. In this part of the world, in the Arab world, you often see 50 caliber machine guns mounted on the back of pickup trucks. They weren't exactly sure what the target was, but someone was firing in the direction, sort of like a freelance cowboy, in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The main battle tank, the M1A1 Abrams, was dispatched along with several Bradley fighting vehicles. Silence that when I asked the tank commander, well, did you get it? He just grinned and said it isn't there anymore. So what we're stopping for at this point is a ROM, a refuel on the move. We've been traveling a long while. By the way, these tanks can go about 8 hours without refueling. The main battle tanks, the Bradleys, can go even further and longer without refueling. The helicopters have the shortest or the least stamina, about every 3 hours. The Kiowa helicopters have to refuel, and as I said, this unit has been moving so fast. 7th Cavalry Apache troop moving so fast, as has the Bone Crusher and the Crazy Horse troop, that they now just have to wait for the tankers to catch up with them.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I haven't eaten. I can't remember the last time I had anything to eat.
Okay.
I haven't had breakfast.
Well, grab yourself an MRE and keep the pictures up for a bit. Again, for those of you who this is one of the helicopters, obviously, that Walt was talking about. They do the reconnaissance. They fly ahead of the units and of the tanks and the Bradleys and the rest. And they're small. They fly very, very low. sometimes 50 feet off the deck, and that's tough work too, particularly as it gets hot out in the desert. It's not terribly hot right now at this early in the morning out there, but as it gets hot out there, that is tough and difficult work as well. General, just again, explain a bit of the roles of both the cavalry and then what comes in behind the cavalry. The cavalry is there to what?
This unit's going out to find and fix the enemy. It's going to develop the situation. It's going to clear the path for the division if it can. If it can't, it's going to find the enemy force and determine what its size, disposition, intent is. It's going to provide a base of fire on which the rest of the division is going to take action. So it is well out in front. It may have some specific tasks beyond that. Walter may know what those are. He probably can't tell us without giving us information he's not supposed to disclose, but that would be the doctrinal purpose of this force. Behind it would be one or more of the brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division.
And just give me another paragraph on, you see one of the, so I can't help but thinking that somewhere at Fort Stewart, right? Fort Stewart, Georgia, as that soldier walked by, one of the wives or girlfriends said, "That's my guy," because we know literally we know that they are watching down there. Give me a paragraph on the infantry. Their role will be what? To do the hand-to-hand, if that's what it is?
Behind this organization going to be, there are 3 brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division. They're a combination of tanks and mechanized infantry. The tanks each battalion has 3 tank companies, 14 tanks in a tank company, plus a couple in the headquarters, so 44 tanks in the battalion, 3 Bradley companies in a Bradley battalion. They normally cross-attach, so they're moving as task forces. So that brigade behind probably has 88 tanks, let's say, and 44 Bradleys, plus it's got artillery with it and other things. That's the real combat punch of the division, along with its Apaches. Now, they will either conduct a mounted assault, or they could conduct a dismounted assault. But in this kind of a force, generally we're going to do as much mounted as we can. We're going to dismount our infantrymen only when we have to clear some objective, or in the case where we might be in a defense to, let's say, put some infantrymen out in a defensive area. Springtime in the desert, even in Iraq.
Even in Iraq. There aren't many pretty things in moments like this, but that's one of them. You know, sort of nice to see it. We'll do some refueling for you too here. Those of you who may just be joining us, we want to get you up to date on the major events that have gone on in a long day because of the overlap in time zones. As we end up talking about 2 days events each day. Connie Chung has been handling that duty for us, and she will now update you. Connie.
Aaron, thank you. Good evening. 4 American Marines and a dozen British commandos flying in a Marine CH-46 helicopter are the first coalition fatalities in the Operation Iraqi Freedom. The chopper went down in Kuwait and there were no survivors. The Pentagon says mechanical problems may have caused it to crash. Inside Iraqi territory, miles inside enemy territory, the 7th Cavalry stopped for refueling, then will continue barreling north toward Baghdad at up to 40 miles an hour, the spear tip of a larger invasion force. This is a live picture you're looking at. There have been clashes, though, with Iraqi forces. The unit paused a little over an hour ago, too, but it will get going again, the journey moving forward unopposed. Reconnaissance helicopters flying low above the desert have been scouting ahead of the ground advance. The 1st Marine Regiment is also advancing through southern Iraq. On its way, it passed blazing Iraqi oil fields. This satellite image you're about to see from 520 miles up shows plumes of smoke that were also seen on the ground by a Reuters News Service reporter with the regiment. U.S. officials say the plumes are consistent with past oil fires, and the location matches up with the site of known Iraqi oil wells. Coalition ground forces also include Australian special forces operating inside Iraq, where they're gathering intelligence on potential targets. The U.S. and U.K. in the last few hours have bombed sites ranging from Mosul, one of Iraq's northernmost cities, to Baghdad, the capital, and Basra, just 40 miles from Kuwait. Not far south of the Kuwaiti border, the 101st Airborne is preparing to join the ranks of soldiers moving north into Iraq. It seems like a long time ago, but there is news about that first strike on Baghdad over 24 hours ago. The Washington Post is quoting U.S. sources who say Iraqi President Saddam Hussein may have been in the compound when it was hit and may have required medical attention. Continuing coverage of strike on Iraq continues right now with Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Connie, thank you very much. I'm just looking through some of the newspaper headlines around the country that will make their way. I'm going to make my director really unhappy here for a second, but the first one I saw is the San Bernardino County newspaper. This is what will, in San Bernardino, California, this is, which camera do you want me to work to here? Doesn't matter because it's so bold. America Strikes is the headline there. And let me just, while I'm in the mood here, show you one more, and then I want to go to Darren Kagan, who's in Kuwait, and is probably saying, hurry up already. U.S. jolts Baghdad, starts a ground war. That is the Detroit Free Press. And the Detroit News, in fairness, we ought to, there you go, and one of those night scope photos that we all saw, proof, I guess, the land war is on. That's the Free Press. Let me give you the other paper from Detroit, the Detroit News. Very stark, clean headline, besieged, the Detroit News, and they've added a 20-page insert or special report or whatever they call it on the war, and we'll do a couple of more of those along the way. Darren Kagan is in Kuwait City. And again, it's been a tough and difficult 24, 36 hours there with sirens going on and off, missiles flying in and out. Darren, join us.
Aaron, hello, greetings from Kuwait City. Right now, just past 9 o'clock in the morning, so we are well into Thursday here. It was a very rough night, but it ended up being a safe night. We have 3 new pieces of video in to us here that I wanted to show to our viewers back home to give them a sense of not just what's happening here in Kuwait City, but also north of the border. We're going to start just across the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border on the way to Basra, and this coming into us from Reuters television, a number of fireballs seen near Iraq's southern oil fields. The fireballs we hear appear to be a mixture of artillery fire and bombing from warplanes. One eyewitness there describing that they saw about 30 fireballs on the horizon, and keep in mind that's a pretty flat horizon. This is a very flat part of the world. The noise that you are hearing in the tape and the bombing appears to be an effort to flatten the horizon, also to rid that area of landmines. That whole area, both on the Kuwaiti side of the border and the Iraqi side, had a large number of landmines. Those landmines have been cleared from the Kuwaiti side. What was in store on the Iraqi side, not exactly sure, so the military having to go in there first, clear out the landmines so it's safer for other members of the coalition forces to head there. Then we also want to show you this is coming to us from APTN. This is a video of American and British combat units as they're actually rumbling their way across the border, going into the desert, into Iraq. Early Thursday, and explosions from that artillery fire could be seen inside the country from this side of the border in Kuwait. And then finally, our last piece of video is more about the sound, and I think this tells the story better than even the pictures. This is what we heard at least 3 times last night. Let's listen to this. Of the sirens that you would hear throughout Kuwait City. As I said, about 3 times we were awakened last night. There's supposed to be 3 signals: danger coming, danger here, and then all clear. It seems like the Kuwaitis have gone right to danger here. That's what wakes you up and sends you down to a shelter area with all your gear as you wait for the all clear. The good news is they all did end in all clear, and Kuwait City not hit last night, but not a lot of people in Kuwait City getting a lot of sleep last night, Aaron.
There are a couple of English language newspapers in Kuwait City. If you can get your hands on one, I'd be very interested to see
what. Do that.
Thank you. To see what the headline is in one of those 2 papers. Thank you. It'd be hard to
get the Arab Times. Thank
you. It would be hard to overstate, wouldn't it? The scars left behind the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. It was in the hotels in Kuwait, in many of the buildings in Kuwait, you will see pictures of what the Iraqis did when they came in, of the destruction they wrought. the signs are everywhere, but in some respects, at least people will tell you that the emotional scars of it, this kind of innocent, simple country so rich with oil, don't forget that, but with almost no other industry at all, was changed dramatically by the events of 12 years ago, which very much set the table for the events we're watching today and the pictures that you're seeing right now in southern Iraq. Darren, you're good. You found a newspaper, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. You asked, we deliver. This is the Arab Times. This is one of the English papers here in Kuwait. I think you can see it well there. America invades Iraq. And then also the kind of sub-headlines, soldiers, civilians bunker as sirens wail. We just talked about that. And then several Iraqi troops surrender. I thought it's been interesting, even with everything that's going on here in this country. This has been the case every day. Now, this is, you have to think, one of the hugest days in the history of this country. And of course, you have a huge headline, and you have this. But as has been the case every day, sports still making the top half of the paper. Your soccer scores on page 31, if you need them.
I was going to say, is it soccer or cricket? But it's soccer.
No, it is soccer.
Yeah.
It is soccer.
Well, life goes on. You're a big sports fan, as you know. Much of the country, I think, is with one eye watching the events a world away in Iraq, and here, much of the country with another eye is trying to keep track of the NCAA basketball tournament, which rolled out today. Yes, to Thursday. Let's do it that way.
Not a lot of time to fill out brackets from here in Kuwait City, Aaron.
Pardon?
There hasn't been a lot of time to fill out my brackets from here in Kuwait City, so I guess I'll just have to stick with the soccer scores in the Arab Times.
Thank you. Nice job on the papers, too. Thank you very much. Darren Kagan in Kuwait. I hope the day is safer and more quiet. No, I don't think any reporter wants a totally quiet day, but given the circumstances they're in. Is Becky Diamond available? Okay. Becky Diamond is one of the embedded correspondents. She's out on the USS Milius, as I remember it from last night. Becky, it's good to see you again. What can you report?
Well, Aaron, right now the sailors on board the Milius are keeping a very vigilant watch on the skies above them. This ship, in addition to being a Tomahawk launching first strike ship, which it launched missiles yesterday, is also tasked with maintaining air security for the Persian Gulf, for all of the naval assets in the Gulf. And there are about 80 U.S. Navy ships right here right now and about 60 coalition ships. That's a big job. And the level of anxiety in the Combat Information Center rose pretty dramatically yesterday and also this morning when Iraq launched some missiles into Kuwait. Now, there are Patriot missile batteries, of course, in Kuwait, but there are none floating in the Persian Gulf. So it's up to ships like the Milius to track incoming missiles and destroy them if need be. Aaron?
Has it been a busy and active day, a quiet, was it a quiet Thursday after the heavy activity of the night before?
Well, it's fascinating. I sit in the Combat Information Center, which is basically the pulse, the heartbeat of this ship, and it's where the missiles would be launched from if they're going to be launched. And almost the busier it gets in the air, the calmer people are here on the ship. It's vigilant. People are determined. They're calm, but they are watching, and they're nervous. There's some level of anxiety, especially with chem bio. Aaron?
Are they aware? Well, let me ask you more directly. How much do they know about what's going on? How much do you know? How much do they know about what's going on in the world away from them over in Iraq?
Well, it's fascinating. It's often a race between CNN and the Navy, and we go often one for one. Who knows what first? So often CNN reports that a Scud has launched or missiles launched from Iraq, and then the sailors find out, or it goes vice versa. Of course, there's a confirmation process that goes into play, but quite often the sailors get their news from CNN or other news gathering organizations.
Now,
Aaron?
People now, Becky, are going to think that was a setup question that we're going to use in some promotional announcement. General Clark, I remember you saying to me once, and it may have been 3 hours ago, that it was not unusual for you guys to look up and get and see on CNN and see on the television networks what was going on out there, and then trying to figure out what it meant in a sense.
Well, I have to tell you that I got my first battle damage assessments always off CNN when we struck the oil refineries and the other targets there in Belgrade in 1999. The first indication we'd been successful was not from the pilots, wasn't up through the chain of command, it was on CNN.
Was that in any sense I mean, I have a lot of confidence in the work we do, but seriously, was it in any sense disconcerting that that's how you had to find out, by turning on the television?
Well, actually, it was very helpful.
Okay. Well, good. I'm proud. Becky, thanks a lot. Becky Diamond on the USS Milius, one of the embedded reporters, and found herself with a little piece of the history of this the other night. On the right-hand side of the screen, if you just joined us, I apologize to the rest of you. This is the southern Iraqi desert. This is the 7th Cavalry. As they make their way to Baghdad, they've stopped down. They're doing some refueling. They seem still to be stopped. Walt Rogers is with him. We'll get to him in just a second. General, one of the interesting things, frankly, about working with a general is he thinks like a general. Do you want to talk about what's on the other side of the page?
Well, I'm interested in what's going on that we're not seeing here.
Here, let me set you up in a more decent way, because I get paid to do that. What we're able to present to you is essentially a narrow view. We have reporters, and they can report. They are free to report. Walt Rogers, who you've heard a lot from tonight, is free to report the activity of the 7th Cavalry within the rules of the embedding process, which is not, most specifically in today's case, don't give away the exact location of where they are in this vast desert. But we know that other things are going on. That is to say, we know that the Marines crossed the border earlier on Thursday. We know that there are key and important missions that are in play, and what we don't know, because those reporters have not yet been able to file for reasons that there's no point speculating on, but they haven't been able to file, and a couple of them are critical. How's that for a setup?
Well, it's a good setup on two cases. Number one is we know that there are other forces that have crossed. We can speculate on what the objectives might be. There's the second largest city in Iraq there, and we know that there are forces there. We've seen pictures of this artillery bombardment that occurred overnight, and so we assume that there's combat action taking place there. Now, we're not picking up any of that. As far as I know, there's really nothing in the press to help us do this, and I would say in that case it must be because it's appropriate, because the people who are working it and watching it don't want that information released at that point. On the other hand, here's something that we can see and can report. But in terms of keeping up total situational awareness, the thing we're asking ourselves is how do you keep the pressure on the Iraqis, make sure they get the message, advance the war plan, and at the same time go through this calculation of who's in charge in Baghdad and what's the best way to send them a message. And so it looks like that on the one hand we've withheld the shock and awe strike, but on the other hand we haven't withheld the move to bust out of Kuwait and to go after, perhaps we're going after the second largest city. We're saying we're there, we mean it. If Saddam Hussein thought that Americans and British wouldn't risk their soldiers from taking casualties and doing a ground fight, well, he was wrong, because that's what it looks like is shaping up here. So we're sending a message both ways.
All right, the last thing on your note, just read what that says. What's happening now?
What's happening now? Well, you know, it's hard. It's hard to give up the experience of 34 years and being at inside a military organization where you do get reports. And so what's happening now? There's probably a fight going on somewhere. Somewhere.
And the dimensions of that fight we don't know, and it probably, though, it will tell us something about the willingness of at least one Iraqi unit to stand and fight, and it will tell us something about the kind of equipment that still works. It's a pretty degraded army the Iraqis have, and we don't know.
This is the odd thing, you know, when you're dealing with a force like this, even if they've got no command and control at the top, you may have individual units who don't get the word, and they're still fighting because there's an officer there who's stubborn or loyal or just
Or believes he should.
Believes he should.
Yeah. On the subject of what's happening now, I guess, in Al Jazeera, the Arab language news channel, is reporting that there will be a news conference within the hour. And I wouldn't necessarily put a lot of money on the fact that it's going to happen within the hour, okay? Within the hour, Iraqi government officials, the content, the subject of that we do not know, but they are reporting that, and I assume that we will make our best effort to carry that and translate it if that in fact happens tonight. You may recall yesterday, at a very different circumstance in fairness, that we were promised that Saddam Hussein's statement about 8 times that it would be in the next 10 minutes, and the next 10 minutes, and the next 10 minutes. In any case, Al Jazeera says this will happen in the next hour. As I look now back at the screen, Walt Rogers, we've known each other a long time. Just to describe what we see and what's going on out there in the desert. You're still stopped.
That's true. This is what is called in the Army a RAM, a refuel on the move. The engines of the armored vehicles are running, but they have to be refueled. And one of the things they have to do is wait for the big tanker trucks to catch up with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. The reason they have to catch up is because the tanks can move so much faster and farther than the tanker trucks which fuel them. The tanks can run about 8 hours on a full tank of fuel. The Bradleys can go even longer, perhaps 10 to 12. The helicopters have a very much shorter flight time, about 3 hours before they have to be refueled. This is the time, of course, when a tank unit, a cavalry column like this is most vulnerable to an enemy attack. But of course, the Kiowa helicopters are out there flying the perimeter constantly, making sure no hostile forces approach this cavalry unit at this time. So there's nothing wrong in the game plan. Indeed, the game plan is on track, and as soon as refueling is completed, the 7th will start moving again. By the way, no one should have any illusions, despite the fact that the 7th has had relatively easy going in the first stages of the ground campaign on the push toward Baghdad. Every soldier in this unit has been briefed and knows that as they get closer to Baghdad, the Special Republican Guard units up there are expected to put on a very stiff fight, and they know that the most difficult part of this operation lies far ahead and way up the road to the north. Aaron?
So they were told before they set out, it was a while ago, you talked about the pep talk they got from Captain Clay, Aaron, I hate when you forget a last, thank you.
Lyle.
Thank you.
Clay Lyle.
It's amazing. I got his first name, forgot his last name. Anyway, he gave a pep talk. They knew that the first part of this road to Baghdad, it's about 350 miles from the border of Kuwait, the Kuwait-Iraqi border to Baghdad. They knew that the first part of that road would be relatively easy going, and if it was going to get nasty, it was going to get nasty down the road. They're not surprised by what's happened.
Well, indeed, they do know it's going to get nasty because they know that Saddam Hussein has kept his best troops to protect Baghdad. That does not deter these soldiers because as a land force, they're extraordinarily powerful. And again, remember, the 7th Cavalry is going to be out front, the tip of the spear, probing Saddam's defenses around Baghdad. But what really is important after that is the follow-on force, the big 3rd Infantry Division. That's a mechanized infantry division, several hundred tanks, and it has its own Bradleys. So the Iraqi Defense Ministry is looking down the barrel of one of the greatest tank armadas in history.
Well, let me just stop you for a second. You can see on your screen, the lower part of your screen, we're hearing warning sirens in Kuwait. If we can pot the sound up.
I don't know if there's anybody else there.
And I'm not sure if Darren can talk to us or not, if they have to get into a bunker at this moment. city's only about, if I remember this correctly, it's only, from our trip there, it's only 40 miles, a little more than that or so from the border itself. It's not very far away. It takes a while to drive up there, and these days you can't actually drive all the way to the border. It's restricted. But as it's now approaching 9:30 Friday morning in Kuwait, we were asked any number of times when we were there what these towers are. The one in the foreground, the one you see, it's very much like the Space Needle in Seattle, I think. These are other, on the right side of your screen, you're also seeing some neighborhood shots in Kuwait. I was saying that those towers on the left, there's a restaurant up there and an observation deck up there. The other tower, the one behind it's a water tower of one sort or another. Anyway, you pay a couple bucks and you can go up and look out, and there's an amusement park around there. The sirens have stopped, but they were loud, and you can see that there's not a lot of traffic 9:30 in the morning. It's a pretty bustling city under normal circumstances, and driving in the city is an experience. I will tell you, not quite Rome, but it's an experience, and it is generally speaking, let me say this differently, in our experience of a week there, I think that's fair and more honest, quite a lot more crowded than what you see on the right side of your screen. Shot on your left side of the screen, just so that you know, I'm certain is coming off a hotel balcony where we have a broadcast position, a stationary position. Obviously, we've left a cameraman up there, and we have a large staff there, as you can imagine, and we are always mindful of the risks that they are taking, and mindful of the risks that the citizens of Kuwait have been living under now for the last days and weeks, and the experience they had during the invasion and the rest. But we worry about the cameraman who's doing his job. We don't see any indication that anything has happened in this, particularly the shot on the right, which is the wider of the two shots. We might take that full for a second, just if you can. But again, it looks to be very quiet, a very quiet Friday morning in Kuwait. It's coming up on 9:30 there, 9:30 in the morning. Kuwait City is a very bustling city in many, many respects. It is new in a lot of places. A lot of it had to be rebuilt after the invasion. All of the hotels have been, all the major hotels have been rebuilt. They were terribly damaged by, in that, vandalized is a much better word, vandalized by the Iraqis when they came in. This kind of wanton destruction that the Iraqis did. When they came in, they stole everything from the faucets and the toilet seats to take back with them when they left, and torched the oil fields 40 miles to the north along the way. There are also parts of the city that are quite old and feel quite Arab, quite Persian, if you will. There's bustling markets, but it's also very Western in many respects. And it's a place that seems to be trying to figure out exactly whether it's going to be a conservative Islamic country or a moderate, or how conservative Islamic country it might be. Darren Kagan is living through it, and she's on the phone and not on the balcony, and we're glad to hear that. Darren?
Yes. Hi, Aaron. I've left my post on the balcony on the 5th floor of the hotel where we're staying. I've come down into the basement. The sirens are going off again here in Kuwait City. It's the long kind of whining siren that goes, and it started probably about a minute or two ago. We were just starting to think that things might be calming down here in Kuwait City. The last alarm that we had was just about 7 hours ago, which was a nice long gap. But we hear that, grab our stuff, and come down to the basement where we are with pretty...
Well, it sounds like we lost the phone for a second, and we'll see if we get it back. I don't know if Darren's able to hear us at all, but Darren, we were able to hear quite clearly and quite loudly those sirens going, and had a much better sense of why it wakes you and everybody else up when it goes off. that is the green in Kuwait, what you're looking at. There are a couple little pocket parks here and there. There's just not much. It is, as we were saying, a kind of a complicated political place. It's a place trying to figure out how democratic it's going to be. The Sabah family, the royal family. There is a parliament. It's an elected parliament. It has limited powers. The court, the justice system, pretty much controlled by the royal family. There were lots of promises made after the first Gulf War that they would become a more democratic society, and they have become somewhat more democratic. But interestingly enough, as they have become somewhat more democratic, they have also become somewhat more conservative in the Islamic sense of the term, because the conservative Islamic political groups were better organized, ran better campaigns presumably, and got more votes and ended up with more seats in the parliament, which comes back into business. And so, in fact, in the post-Gulf War period, the country of Kuwait itself has become a more conservative Islamic country. It's not unusual to see on the streets of Kuwait women in burqas, covered, totally covered, walking next to women in the most high fashion of London and Paris and New York City. It is two cultures in many respects living side by side. I described it once to someone as it reminded me of a teenager. It wasn't sure precisely who it was or what it wanted to be yet, and it seems the country trying to figure it out. What it wants to be most now at 9:30 on a Friday morning on the 21st day of March is safe. I think is what it wants most. Safe to go about its business, safe to not stop worrying about the Iraqis next door who have posed a constant threat, safe to sell its considerable amount of oil in the world market and support a lifestyle which for many Kuwaitis, there are about 800,000 Kuwaitis. Darren is back with us. There are about 800,000 Kuwaitis and about 2 million people in the country. The rest are foreign workers who do a lot of the service work, some of the unpleasant work, and they're paid by Kuwaiti citizens. Darren?
Yes, Aaron?
Yes.
Yes.
You have not heard an all clear.
We don't. I think we're just getting the sign for all clear. I don't know how much you heard of my report before I got cut off. Cell phone service gets a little spotty once the sirens go off because everyone heads for their phones. But that was the latest siren. I think we had about a 7.5-hour gap from the last one. And we all did the drill that we've been doing into a shelter. And we're getting all clear. You know what? I'm going to go head back up to our post.
Well, I would hope so. I think we must have a rule that once the all clear sounds, correspondents in Kuwait have to be back on the 5th floor in 30 seconds or less. Darren, thank you. Darren Kagan has been doing terrific work there. These are, as I'm sure you can imagine, it's a lot easier to sit here in Atlanta in an air-conditioned studio than to sit out there and be awakened all night long by sirens and to worry about all the bad things that can happen to you. And a lot of bad things can happen to you there. We're at about 1:30, 1:32 in the morning. Those of you just joining us will give you, or even not, all of you who are watching in any case, Connie Chung is here to give you an overview of what's going on a very busy day. Connie?
Good evening. Thank you, Aaron. Operation Iraqi Freedom has claimed its first coalition casualties. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter crashed in northern Kuwait, killing all 16 troops on board, 4 Americans and 12 British soldiers. The CH-46 is mainly used to ferry troops to the battlefield. There is no indication that hostile fire was responsible for the crash, and preliminary reports say the problem was most likely mechanical. Abu Dhabi television showed pictures of Basra under attack in southern Iraq. Iraqi television reported the bombing of the city earlier Thursday. The attack on Basra came shortly after coalition forces bombed Mosul in the northern area of Iraq. The world got to see the U.S. 7th Cavalry in action today as it roared from Kuwait toward Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the 7th Cav, and he reports the unit has met marginal resistance as it moved northward in the desert. Last word from Walter, it had stopped for refueling. The CAV includes M1A1 Abrams tanks, and it's supported by Kiowa helicopters. The cavalry is reaching speeds of as much as 40 miles an hour as it advances towards Iraq's capital. Back in the United States, thousands of people took part in anti-war demonstrations. In Portland, Oregon, protesters blocked bridges and main thoroughfares. In San Francisco, more than 1,000 protesters were arrested. Police in Chicago were forced to close part of Lakeshore Drive when demonstrators blocked the street. Police on foot and horseback controlled the crowd. As many as 2,500 soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division are being readied for deployment. The 10th is based in Fort Drum, New York. Among the units awaiting orders are several infantry regiments and bomb squads. Continuing coverage of Strike on Iraq continues now with Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Connie, thanks. I was taking the opportunity. Thank you very much. You two have been very patient in what has been not exactly the night we imagined. It became, you know, we try and plan what we can plan, and it all changed when we took a look at these extraordinary pictures from southern Iraq that Walt Rogers and his group have been providing us of the 7th Cavalry moving through, and it became irresistible in many respects to just stay with him, to talk to him, to talk to General Clark, who has probably has to join the television union now. You've been on TV so much today. But it just has been an extraordinary chance to see this thing literally play out. We know, and we saw the Abu Dhabi pictures, that something is going on in Basra. You talked about that, General Clark, a moment ago. This is a key and important place. In any case, Connie's been very patient also to wait for us to get to her. If you guys have a minute, there's a couple of other headlines. I assume if you're watching, you have a minute. I'm really talking to the control room. Dallas Morning News headlines. You guys tell me a camera there. You want it over there? Okay. Dallas Morning News, the second wave is the headline there. This is the one I wanted to get to, actually. The Cincinnati Enquirer, the big headline, ground troops roar into Iraq. But down below, you want me over here? Sure, I can do that too, sort of. Rumsfeld hints talks delaying massive assault. And this is a story written by the AP, David Espo of the AP, suggesting that there is some business, General Clark, going on. You've talked about that what we may be seeing is a sense that something happened in Iraq when those cruise missiles hit the other night that changed in a dramatic way what may unfold over the next day, 2, 3. Right?
That's certainly the implication. There must be something to it beyond the initial intelligence that we had that he was there. And we know we can reach inside this country. We've heard lots of discussion about it in open source material. So you have to believe something's
What
going
is
on.
open source?
It's the kind of thing you see published.
The stuff that we can read.
The stuff that we all read now.
And we've been reading
I'm
a
not
lot
reading the classified stuff anymore either.
Right. You know, I read where generals can get in trouble if they, you know, you got to be careful with that.
That's right.
Even retired generals. Did we lose the picture from the desert? Have we lost that, or is that still out there for them? Pardon? Okay, we still have the picture. They have stopped down, they're refueling, and there was a point about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, General, where they were just screaming, it seemed to me, across the desert. These tanks go, what, 40 miles an hour or something?
They could on that kind of terrain.
I mean, if you put the pedal
to the metal.
Pedal to the metal. Just again, there are these tanks, and these are the, give me the numbers.
M1A1 Abrams tanks.
And, you know, we've been talking about them all night. David, I don't know if you have the graphics that you can easily call up, but we can show people a pretty good descriptor of what these tanks are and what they do and what their capabilities are along of the tanks in the field. And there's Bradleys out there also, and then there are supporting vehicles as well. Anyway, they're refueling out there. We've lost Walt Rogers, who is our correspondent with them and has done yeoman's work today. Walt has covered lots of bad things in his time. And here's a look at the M1A Abrams. for those people not conversant in matters military, a 120 millimeter cannon, 3 machine guns have pretty good power.
Oh, it's a very powerful tank. We started, someone asked me the other day, said, what's the number about? And why do you name it like that? We started over, when we designed this tank, it was going to be so different after the Vietnam War that we started over by calling it a Model 1. And then, and it had a 105 millimeter gun, and we moved that up to a larger caliber gun. A 120 millimeter gun would have better penetrating power through the Soviet tank frontal armor. And that's where it picked up the A1 designation.
And that was I mean, when they were designing these weapons, they looked at what the Soviets could do in the Cold War.
That's
they
right.
Looked at the Soviets could do, and they said this will take out a Soviet fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Who's Abrams?
Abrams, Creighton Abrams was a great World War II tank commander. He was part of Patton's army, led the charge in to relieve the soldiers at the Battle of the Bulge, later became the Army's chief of staff. He also commanded U.S. Army forces in Vietnam. He was incredibly well thought of, a great Army family.
I knew you'd know it. I figure if I knew the answer to that, you'd know it. You know.
Well, I know the family, great people.
Is that right? Yeah. So there's your look at the tank that's out there. I'm sorry? Okay. Darren Kagan has made her way back up to the balcony on the 5th floor. In Kuwait, there was at 9:24, 9:23. Memory goes after a while. 9:23 in the morning in Kuwait City, the alarms went off, and Darren and her team scampered downstairs, but she's back now. It's all calm and quiet.
Yeah.
I noticed, and just tell me if there's some reason other than war, that sounds silly, that it just seems a whole lot more quiet on the streets at 9:30 in the morning than I saw it a month ago.
Well, it could be. Keep in mind, this is the weekend.
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday being the weekend here in Kuwait. So it is quiet, but I would imagine that a lot of people stayed in and had kind of a rough night. As I mentioned, 3 times overnight, there were these kind of alarms that we just experienced. That the last one you mentioned just a few minutes ago, just as we signed off with you, Aaron. 8 times we've done that in less than the last 24 hours. So it's kind of becoming a familiar drill. That's what we hear. That means danger's coming. You can hear that in different amounts around Kuwait City. Unfortunately, where we are here, we're not on the outskirts of town, but we're not in the center of town, so we don't hear that strongly. So one thing that we've done, we keep Kuwaiti television up, and they actually have something, and I think we have video of this that we can show you, what it looks like on Kuwaiti television when there is an alarm going off. So if you think you hear something, you check on the television screen, and sure enough, if that icon is there, you grab your stuff and you head to the shelter. And our drill here, since we're such a large group of CNNers, take roll call to make sure everyone is accounted for, either here in the basement, out in the field, or of course our large number of embedded correspondents and crew as well.
Did they, a couple quick questions, did they invoke martial law?
Have they invoked martial law here in Kuwait City?
Uh-huh.
Is that the question? No, and in fact, I mean, you would be surprised how casual many Kuwaitis are about this, given especially they remember only too well what happened back in '91. But I was out last night. We were going, trying to get past some checkpoints, trying to get to some of the sites where some of the missiles might have landed in the desert. And whereas we weren't able to get there because of checkpoints, there were still a large number of civilian cars out and about.
I asked that in part because when we were there, that was a major topic of debate, whether the government would invoke martial law. The other question I had is the airport out in Kuwait still open? Are planes, commercial flights still coming in and going out?
Yeah, now you can't, it's not so easy to get in and out, but we've actually had some members of our CNN crew make it in as late as last night. It's not so easy to make it from places like many of us flew in through Amsterdam or Rome or Frankfurt, but Jonathan Scher, one of our photographers, was just telling me this morning he had to go to Dubai. He was hanging out there for about 9 hours, flew in. He was about halfway in when the pilot was told to turn around, instead chose just to circle, and then eventually did make it into Kuwait City. So you can get here, but it certainly is not that easy.
Yeah, even a month ago, the airline that we flew in would overnight planes in Kuwait, and it stopped doing that out of, and I suspect its insurance company suggested perhaps that might be a good idea. But in any case, they would overnight in one of the other Emirates in the Gulf and then bring the flight in. There has been this, this long-running concern about safety. Is there any sense that Kuwaitis, and the truth is, Kuwaitis who could afford to back during the invasion, many of them fled in considerable numbers to London and to Saudi Arabia, other parts of the Gulf, to get away from it all. Is there any indication that there has been an out-migration of Kuwaitis in the last few days?
Of Kuwaitis, of people who are naturalized citizens who live here.
Yes, and who are trying to get out because they're afraid.
Right. My sense is no, that people have chosen to stay, that they don't have the same fear and concern, that people feel very secure with a large number of U.S. and British troops that have been right here, stationed in Kuwait, have a very strong sense of confidence because of that. Now, when the first siren went off yesterday, I was also out in the city. The flow of traffic changed considerably very quickly. At that point, you did get a sense that people were trying to get out of Kuwait City, but at no point have we ever seen a sense of panic or a large number of people trying to get out of here quickly. People, I think, instead choosing just to stay home.
Again, just for people who are not conversant, who didn't take Kuwait 101 in high school or college, about an extraordinarily high number of Kuwaitis are in fact paid by the government. They work for the government, they get paid by the government, and the Kuwaiti nationals live very well. Oil has been very good to the residents of Kuwait. As Darren, you can look down on the boulevards in Kuwait, and you see as many Mercedes as you'll see anywhere in the world, and fancy cars of all sorts. They live very well, and they travel a lot. Many of them are the young Kuwaitis, are educated abroad here in the States, many of them. The men mostly, the women not so much, but the men do, but the women work. It's not conservative in that sense. And so they have the money to leave if they want to. And they did 12 years ago under quite different circumstances, of course, but it's interesting to note, at least now, that they've not. Darren, don't go away from us yet.
All right.
We are hearing reports. This is the trickiest stuff for us. We're getting some reports that are floating around out there, and we're working really hard to confirm them. So just consider that this is unconfirmed material at this point, and sort of park it in that part of your brain where unconfirmed material lives, that one or two Iraqi units, divisions, okay, we'll get some definitions here, have surrendered. And we're trying to confirm that, but those reports are out there. General Clark just defined division for us.
Probably about 10,000 troops commanded by probably a brigadier general.
So that's a big deal. If one or two go down, what would be the mechanics of that? How would that happen?
Would have communicated to probably the Iraqi resistance or special forces officers, or maybe even some guy would have waved a white flag as we were approaching. These, if I were speculating on it, I'd say it probably happened on the outskirts of Basra, that these are probably second-class divisions, third-class divisions. These are mostly conscripts. These are maybe the same kind of divisions that surrendered,
yes,
or the soldiers ran away when we fought.
So don't read. Actually, we should talk about that. For two reasons, I guess. Don't read a whole lot into it. It's not insignificant. You take 10,000, 20,000 people off the battlefield. That's hardly insignificant. These units these units that are not either the Special Republican Guard or the Republican Guard are often made up of conscripts. And conscripts for a government, for a president they, in many cases, hate.
Right.
Doesn't generally make a great soldier, does it?
Doesn't make a great soldier, and these were the units that most people discounted. We didn't expect them to fight. And so if that's what this was and they've surrendered, good. That's right on course. That's what we expected. Hopefully they didn't put up any resistance. Now the question is going to be, what do you do with them?
And that's actually there's law that has to, well, there's a difference between, isn't there, between a soldier who surrenders and a soldier who is captured? Do you have to deal with them differently?
Well, in both cases, we're going to have to take them and separate them, take their weapons away somehow, and guard them and figure out how to either interrogate them, take information out, separate the bad guys from the good guys. Got to feed them.
So you're still, whether they surrender or they are taken prisoner, you're still responsible for them.
Exactly.
And that's part of the logistical problem. Actually, I'm telling you something you don't know. I don't mean to say it that way. One of the theories was that was part of the Iraqi strategy, was to try and burden the American forces. This is kind of a wacky strategy, if you ask me, but I'm not a military guy. You try and burden the American forces with 10, 20, 30,000 POWs that they have to be responsible for, because it slows down their ability to move.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe that could ever be a deliberate strategy, but the impact is clear that if we have prisoners, it does impact what we can do. And you want to be able to handle them with the minimum impact on your own force, but you do have responsibilities. And this area around Basra has seen a lot of fighting. So if these are people who were serving for Saddam and they were from another part of Iraq, they could well have been the target for local armed groups. So you don't want that to get started either. So this is a situation that has to be handled correctly. It has to be handled promptly. It takes command attention to do this. And so it's good if we've avoided a big fight there and they've surrendered. And now let's get to work and wrestle with the rest of the problem.
It's fascinating because we've talked a lot in the last few weeks about the mosaic that is this country we call Iraq, this complicated ethnic, mostly ethnic, but to some degree religious divisions that exist there, the Kurds of the north and these different Islamic sects that exist and sometimes and for a long time have not liked each other. It all is part of why people would say that the war itself is not really the hard part. The hard part is what comes after the war, the recreating of Iraq and getting these disparate groups to work together, to live together peacefully. In some cases, they've been waiting to kill each other, honestly, for hundreds of years. And one of the advantages of dictatorship, we saw this, it's a crazy thing to say too, but it's the truth. And we saw this in Yugoslavia, is a strong dictator like Tito was in Yugoslavia and like Saddam has been in Iraq, can keep these warring factions from, can keep a country from breaking out in civil war. And you know better than anyone in this room and better than most people in America today what happens when these countries do break apart, because that's what you had to deal with in Kosovo.
Well, that's exactly right. And, it's funny, before, in 1990, when we looked at Yugoslavia, we really had a hard time believing it was going to break apart. It just seemed inconceivable. Now we look at Iraq and we realize we've got on our hands, by the same cultural, political dynamics, you've got a Middle Eastern Yugoslavia there. Now, if we work it right, maybe we'll be all right on this thing. But this is going to be a significant challenge. It's got all kinds of fractionating tendencies, and it's got long borders with anxious neighbors, and the Turks are worried about their concerns, and the Iranians are pulling at it, and of course the Saudis are going to be pulling at it too.
And even you talk to the north, you've got this this whole large Kurdish population. And they would like their own country. They'd like it to be autonomous. That scares the dickens out of the Turks across the border. Part of this negotiation with Turkey is involved whether Turkish soldiers could come in. That was still as current as alive. That issue was alive as recently as 2 or 3 days ago. It is of the many, many challenges, but those are challenges down the road, because the road itself still has a fair number of potholes in it, if you will. Coming up close to the top of the hour, we do expect some sort of news conference out of Iraq. Whether that is in fact a news conference of government officials or a statement from government officials, honestly, I can't. I don't know the answer to that, but it's 7 minutes. We'll wait and see what happens at 2 o'clock. That's coming up, and so you want to stay around for that. Are you I'm curious, as you've sat here for a long time with me, thank you very much, by the way. Your list of questions that you'd like answered, what you want to know, I mean, you looked at this whole thing, not surprisingly, as a military guy, you want to know how well it has gone in all those places we haven't seen.
Well, that's right. I mean, you want to fill out the sheet. You know, we've seen a little snapshot of northern Iraq. We heard that Mosul was bombed. Well, what did we go after in Mosul, and what are we doing in northern Iraq, and how do the Kurds feel about this now? And there's bits and snatches of news in the press that the Turks actually have already moved into northern Iraq, and but we haven't seen any of that. We know there were reports that Turkey's forces were moving to eastern Turkey to get ready to go in. So there's lots of this puzzle that hasn't been filled out yet, and you can't capture it all just with the magic of the television camera.
General, I think you are now officially a member of the Anchorman's Club. I apologize for that. It's not a very distinguished group, but we're proud to have you in it. I can't thank you enough for all of your insights and what, for me at least, was just one of the most interesting nights, professional nights I've ever had. Thank you, sir.
Well, it's been really great to be with you, and it's been really great to see these great soldiers in the United States Army out there working.
It has indeed. Thank you. Our embeds have, our correspondents have been filing all day long. They have seen extraordinary things. We leave you this hour with their reporting, and after that, this coverage continues with Anderson Cooper and Carol Costello. We'll see you again later today, we suspect. Thanks for being with us tonight. And here is how the day was reported by correspondents at war.
I'm standing on the USS Ilias, a destroyer in the northern Persian Gulf, thousands of miles from where you are on a video phone. This morning, about 9:02 Eastern Time, 5:02 local time, this ship launched 8 Tomahawk missiles. One didn't make it too far. Its booster fell not too far from me in the water, right beside me, but 7 others launched successfully, reaching targets, which of course we don't know. Now the ship has an unknown number of Tomahawk missiles. It does have more. The ship is waiting for its orders, and we'll have to see what's next. 7 aircraft did drop bombs over Iraq. Where exactly they dropped bombs, I can't tell you, but I can confirm that so far all the strike fighters on their way back after performing missions have all dropped their ordnance. I can tell you what they're doing exactly right now is conducting DCA, which is defensive counter-air. They're looking for air-to-air targets, in other words, Iraqi aircraft in the air that may be coming at coalition aircraft.
About 10:30 local time was the first time we saw anything, and what we saw at that time was a very quickly moving object in the sky. It looked like a missile. It was fast and it was loud, about 300 feet in the air. It appeared to be traveling from north to south, and then we were all told to bunker, 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 and gas, gas, gas. That basically means to get into the bunkers and put on your gas mask. We certainly did that right away. Shortly after that, we heard a boom coming from the south, again from the south, somewhere between us and Kuwait City.
That's just walking a few meters from here. I heard the explosions in the distance, 3, 4, perhaps 5. My initial thought was that I was listening to incoming artillery, but again, we're a good distance away. It sounded like artillery, and then all of a sudden, the captain of our Apache troop, Captain Clay Lyle, ran out and said, "Everyone, get in your hard-skinned vehicles." He thought he would be taking incoming artillery. Moments after that, every soldier here started yelling, "Mop 4, Mop 4." That is the chemical warfare condition by which you are instructed to put on your boots, your trousers, your parka, your gas mask, and your gloves.
Earlier, about an hour and a half ago, while it was still light here, I saw a couple of multi-launcher rocket system missiles crossing the sky from west to east, basically across the northern tip of Kuwait.
I've just been witnessing an extraordinary artillery bombardment by the United States and British forces into Iraq, and an aerial bombardment as well. And it's just extraordinary. I mean, it feels like an earthquake, and just the rumble and the noise. It's shaking the windows. It's shaking buildings, and this has been going on all evening.
A U.S. Army source has told CNN that the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has had its first hostile contact with the Iraqi forces on the other side of the border. They are describing it as relatively low-key, according to reports which we're receiving now, and these reports are somewhat conflicting. A number of Iraqi vehicles were taken out, including perhaps a number of tanks. That has slowed the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry's progress across the border into Iraq. We just heard an income. What the hell? No, I don't know what it is. Can you hear me? Atlanta, we just heard something shooting.
Dramatic developments this morning. Aaron Brown has retired for now, but he will be back, never fear. We want to take a look at the latest news at this hour. Dramatic pictures from southern Iraq as the 7th Cavalry race through the desert, heading north in the direction of Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers, you've been seeing him all night long. He's embedded with the unit. He reports they have met with minimal resistance. Sirens sounded in Kuwait City again just around a half hour ago. The all clear was given just a few minutes after the first alert. It was the 7th such alert in the Kuwaiti capital since the U.S. began its campaign against Iraq. Pentagon officials confirmed the first coalition casualties of Operation Iraqi Freedom. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter crashed in northern Kuwait, killing all 16 aboard. They included 4 American crew members and 12 British troops. The CH-46 is mainly used to ferry troops to the battlefield. Preliminary reports say the crash may have been caused by mechanical problems. Iraqi TV reported the bombing of Basra in southern Iraq earlier on Thursday. Abu Dhabi television later showed pictures of Basra under attack. You see it here. The bombing in Basra came shortly after coalition forces bombed Mosul in northern Iraq. And Iraqi soldiers milled about near the city of Kalkak in northern Iraq. The Iraqis dressed in green uniforms. You see them there on the hill. Well, they were watched closely by Kurdish fighters in the hills. Kurds said the soldiers had replaced Iraqi guards who had indicated a desire to surrender. In the meantime, aircraft were heard overhead, with many thuds heard in the distance. And the Washington Post is reporting there is evidence that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was injured during the first strike. In Friday's edition, an administration official says medical attention was urgently summoned on his behalf, Saddam's behalf, following the strike on targets around Baghdad.
Amazing pictures as U.S. troops push into Iraq. Tanks with the 7th Cavalry roll virtually unopposed deep into the Iraqi desert. Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, March 21st. From CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta, I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello. It's 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 10 a.m. in Iraq. We're at this early hour, at this momentous moment. The strike on Iraq continues. The 7th Cavalry, as Anderson just said, is racing through the desert. The target, the regime of Saddam Hussein, at least we think so. And of course, Saddam Hussein's status at this hour still much the topic of debate. With U.S. forces in the field, we will be here all morning long, taking you live to the battlefield.
That's right, and we are going to go live at this moment to Christian Amanpour, who is somewhere near the Kuwait-Iraqi border. Christian, what's the latest? Where are you?
Anderson, we're here at British Divisional Field Headquarters in northern Iraq, and let's bring you up to date with what they are trying to do, both U.S. and British forces, in terms of consolidating presence in southern Iraq. Now, what we're being told by military spokesmen is that last night the U.S. Marine Corps launched across the border for the Ramallah oil fields. They are trying to go there and take them and make sure that they can keep them intact, because of course that is the wealth of Iraq in terms of those oil fields. Some 60% of Iraqi oil comes from those oil fields, and they are determined to keep those and try to get them intact. Now, there have been reports of some wells, perhaps minimal numbers, on fire, and certainly we've seen smoke over here, and there are reports from our people who are embedded and further forward that they have seen significant smoke in that sort of area. But moving on, they're also with UK Royal Marines. The British Royal Marines yesterday launched across onto the Four Peninsula. Again, that being very important strategically to get that. That is where all the oil goes out, and then it is pumped into the sea and put onto tankers and taken out. They want to do as much as possible to preserve all of Iraq's economic riches and economic strategic resources here, because of course if those are damaged, it takes an enormous amount of time and effort to regenerate those. So we're told that the land push for the Four Peninsula is still underway. It's going well. It was supported by aerial bombardment, artillery, and also, we're told, naval gunships. Now, we're also being told here that the objective in all of these military operations is to give the Iraqis as much time and as much room as possible to surrender. So far yesterday, of course, we noticed here, those who were here at this position, that they did not take that opportunity as much as officers would have liked to have seen. Of course, we heard many reports about how here they had missiles lobbed into these regions. Although they didn't cause any damage or casualties, it did send the soldiers and the journalists up here running to the bunkers, and that happened also about an hour ago here. There was a scud alert. Everybody had to don their protective gear, or rather their respirators, and get into the trenches. So as I say, they're encountering minimal resistance so far. We're being told that major urban centers such as Basra, for instance, are not necessarily targets. What they're hoping to do is to be able to neutralize any resistance around those urban centers and to wait for any capitulation of forces, or indeed to see whether the people are going to welcome them before moving in. We're told that the next likely target will be Qasr, which is Iraq's biggest commercial port, and that is basically just across the border from northern Kuwait into Iraq. And that, they say, is important because that is where they will bring all the humanitarian aid that they need in through that port. So that, we understand, is the next objective here in this region. Anderson?
And just a couple of questions for you. Are you seeing, or are the troops there seeing any smoke from any oil fires in the distance?
Basically what they were doing, they were going up to...
Well, what we're seeing here, we did early this morning, a wind has come up now, so it's dispersed somewhat, but it was a big black cloud over here, which certainly looked man-made rather than from rain above. And what we've been hearing from some of our people who are embedded with troops further forward, that they are also seeing significant smoke. But when we ask military officials here, they're saying that the number of wells or the amount of oil wells on fire, we're being told, is minimal at this point.
This is obviously a British operation. You're with the British forces. How are they integrated into the overall U.S. command? Are there U.S. troops with them? You also mentioned the artillery air support. Is that British artillery, British air support, or is that American? I'm interested in the integration.
Overnight, very much a British one. Royal Marine Commandos going...
Okay, there's several different locations. The Al-Four Peninsula was taken by UK, British Royal Marines, we're told, with British artillery and naval gunship support. But when it comes to the Ramallah oil fields, those are the US Marines who are launching across there to try to secure those oil fields, which are quite near Basra. So that's a US operation. And then the next likely target, we're told, is Qasr, which again is that port, Iraq's biggest commercial port, and that, we understand, is going to be an operation by the US Marines, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. So they're very much integrated to an extent, certainly in some locations mixed, but they have their own strategic objectives that they're going for.
Question, Christian, I know you're busy. Obviously, we've had the report of the first casualties in this conflict, 4 Americans, 12 British commandos downed in a helicopter. It seems it was an accident, not the result of any enemy fire. Any reaction from the British troops you are with to the death of their comrades?
Well, obviously sadness, but you know, the rules are somewhat different. We are actually not being told officially by the military spokespeople over here that that has happened, because they don't release those details until each and every family member has been identified. So they are still holding back on that information, but of course, as you know, that has been confirmed by the Pentagon and sources in Washington.
All right. Christian Amanpour, thanks very much. Carol?
Well, Anderson, we know there's been a lot of action in southern Iraq with the 7th Cavalry rolling north, maybe towards Baghdad. We're just not sure, and even if we were, we wouldn't want to give that away for the safety of the troops' sake. We want to head to northern Iraq now to check in with Brent Sadler to see what action he's seeing. Good morning to you, Brent.
Good morning, Carol. It's not quite what we're seeing in terms of the drama of the 7th Cavalry charge in the south, but what we are seeing here are some pretty extraordinary scenes. This is an area controlled by Kurdish forces. It's their front line. If we swing the camera to the bridge behind me there, if I were to walk across that bridge, several minutes walk to the far end, I'd walk straight into Iraqi soldiers and would probably not come back. They have been occupying that side of the bridge, the Kurds on our side of the bridge, for the past many, many months, if not years. And what we have here is two sides, neither side showing any hostile intent. This situation of no gunfire between these two forces really continuing, even though there have been 2 US airstrikes against Iraqi troop concentrations around Mosul, 2 airstrikes in the past 5 hours, one just before dawn, the second one just about 3 hours ago in the early part of daybreak. Now, if I can take you round the front Iraqi lines behind me, behind the bridge in those rolling hills, you'll see Iraqi troops. A lot of activity over the past few hours. We're not really quite sure what we're doing, but there was enough activity there to spark the interest of senior Kurdish commanders who just left here a few moments ago, and they were using their field glasses to try and work out what the Iraqis are doing. They may be laying some explosives in that road which leads up to the hills behind me. They may well have been checking on the morale of their men. There was the report from the Kurdish side that a unit had indicated to the Kurds that they were preparing to surrender. The Kurds say that unit, which was guarding the other side of the bridge, has been replaced. An activity which we've seen going on over there over the past few hours indicates there have been some changes. But it is extraordinary to stand here, the only place we can see Saddam Hussein's loyalists, if you like, going about their military business, while we've had 2 airstrikes and no hostile fire between the two sides when they can really eyeball each other. Quite extraordinary situation here. Carol.
Boy, you really have that right. It is extraordinary. We saw one lone soldier guarding the bridge on your side of the bridge. Of course, that picture is probably misleading. What does it look like on your side?
Well, on my side, I don't know if we can get these shots. Let's try with the shooter. If you can come back, Christian, to where I am. At this side, this is the Kurdish side. And you'll see here, this is the guard post of the Kurdish Democratic Party. And, you know, there's a couple of shy Kurdish guards there, not particularly happy with us taking a picture of them, but pretty relaxed. And other guys, 1 or 2 journalists just really hanging around here. There was some interest when about 20 Peshmerga, that's the name of the local guerrilla force, Peshmerga means those who face death, when their commanders came along and took their field glasses out and looked, there was a lot of interest. I've only heard 1 shot in the last 6 or 7 hours, a gunshot, not a hostile shot. As I say, aside from the 2 very brief airstrikes, just really nothing very dramatic happening here, apart from the fact these 2 sides, the Kurds and the Iraqi army, Saddam Hussein's men, can eyeball each other. One other point that's worth mentioning, this might all change, of course, now that the Turkish government in Ankara has given the green light for US forces to use Turkish airspace, we may see a deployment in the next day or 2 of US forces into this region. If that happens, if there are aggressive movements by the Kurds under the coordination of the United States, any aggressive moves in conjunction with airstrikes against Mosul and Kirkuk, and these are the 2 cities behind those hills behind me, then you could see the situation change dramatically here. But at the moment, the Iraqis are holding their territory, the Kurds are holding theirs, and no hostile intent shown towards each other at this stage. Carol.
You know, I know, Brent, a little earlier, the Kurds were worried that Turkish troops would come in and complicate things. Is there still that worry?
Absolutely. Great concern that the Turks, which the parliament in Ankara has given the go-ahead for the Turks to deploy military forces just across the border, primarily to come into Iraqi Kurdistan, as it's known here. Now, the Kurdish political leadership and the military leadership here amongst the Kurds have made it abundantly clear if the Turks come in, that could lead to bloodshed. So if the Americans come in here to try and coordinate action to move south towards Baghdad, to take Kirkuk and Mosul at the same time as the Turks come in from the north, you could basically have two fronts, Kurds fighting Turks and Kurds fighting Iraqi soldiers loyal to Saddam Hussein. But there is an expectation here, there has been communication, I'm told, between Kurdish intelligence and Iraqi intelligence that we may see surrenders here. There's only been a handful, as we know, before the invasion got underway in the southern end of Iraq. But here they're expecting surrenders too. It happened back in 1991. I was here then during the March uprising by the Kurds. I saw this area, tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers giving themselves up. But you have this very tense situation that the Turkish army comes in, the Kurds will resist. Of course, they can't stop the Turks. The Turks are too powerful for that. It is a NATO army after all. But certainly you would have a very disturbing, distracting situation with the potential for Kurdish-Turkish hostilities at the same time as you might have Kurdish-Saddam Hussein force hostilities. Very complicated, very complex. It seems pretty quiet and under control at the moment, almost routine, you might say. But there is a sense that that will change sooner or later as this invasion takes shape, moves on. Carol.
You stay safe. Brent Sadler bringing us extraordinary pictures, and beside him you can see that picture of Baghdad looking peaceful. It's about 10:14 a.m. in Baghdad. And of course, the bombing for now has stopped. Anderson?
It's so strange when you see these pictures where everything looks calm and we see that live picture of Baghdad
and
at
traffic.
that moment. It seems as if everything is going on as normal, and yet you realize that elsewhere in the country things are happening. Things, it's away from where the cameras are. We can't necessarily see them, but we know they're going on. We hear accounts of, some over 100 air sorties in the last 24 hours. That came from Bob Franken. We know, Walt Rogers is with the 7th Cavalry moving very rapidly across or heading toward Baghdad. We know other elements of the U.S. military elsewhere in the country, as well as the British Christian Amanpour. So it's odd to look at that picture and yet to know there is a lot going on at this moment.
Well, and things are terribly tense in Baghdad because they're waiting for the next wave of bombing, which will certainly come. And of course, they're also waiting for that big shock and awe campaign that we've heard so much about that has not come as of yet for many reasons. And we're going to talk to our military experts about that a little later. But keep in mind, Baghdad has a population of, 5 million people? So the traffic you see is very sparse in comparison to normal times.
That's right.
We're also going to go live to Baghdad a little later in this hour.
Right now, let's check in with Darren Kagan, who has been in Kuwait City now for a couple days. Darren, a lot of activity in the last 24 hours or so, even a lot of activity in the last hour or so. I remember hearing a siren just, I think, about an hour ago. What's the status now, Darren?
Yeah. Well, the status is for right now, things are calm. Anderson, that last siren came almost about 45 minutes ago. We'll talk about the sirens in just a moment. First, I want to pick up on something that Christian Amanpour was talking about, and that is the potential or the possibility that there are some oil fires, and we haven't confirmed this, but it's possible that there are some oil fires in southern Iraq near Basra. In fact, the Kuwaiti National Guard is saying that 15 oil wells are on fire there. I want to show you the skyline of Kuwait City, and we can take this other picture here. Now you can see the haze. It has been hazy here for the last 3 days, but that was because of a sandstorm, and that haze was a very different color. I'm not sure if you can tell from your television screen there. This has a more blackish, dark tinge to it. Now, we're not able to confirm that that would be from oil fires in southern Iraq, but as we said, the Kuwaiti National Guard is saying that there are some oil wells on fire in near Basra, and we are not that far away. We're about 50 miles away from the Iraqi border. Also wanted to share with you the morning papers. It is 10:15 in the morning here in Kuwait City. This one is the Arab Times. These are the two English papers that we get here in Kuwait City. This one, the headline reads, "America invades Iraq." And I'll show you the full picture here. The caption on this is, "The first Tomahawk missile to be fired into Iraq launched from the USS Bunker Hill." That's this paper. And then this one's a bolder, perhaps a more celebratory headline from the Kuwait Times. It says, "It's war at last. Tomahawks hit Baghdad, Iraq retaliates, Basra oil well blazes." So this paper also reporting that there might be some oil wells on fire near Basra. And just one other note I wanted to make about both these papers. Here it is, a significant day in the history of this country, both making space at the top of their paper, still to mention sports. The Kuwait Times mentioning cricket, and the Arab Times mentioning soccer. So interesting times here in Kuwait City, Anderson.
It certainly is. In the last 24 hours or so, in the last 12 hours, let's say, how many air raid warnings have there been? I mean, were you woken up throughout the night?
Yeah, let's see. I think in the less than the last 24 hours, there have been 7 or 8 warnings. First one happened probably around just about 24 hours ago, daylight like this. And then as we got into nighttime, they almost started coming hourly at midnight, at 1 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock. And each time you're either woken up by the siren, or we have a pretty good system here where we're staying with the big CNN group of how we alert each other. And sometimes it's just a big pounding on your door or a call of your cell phone. But no matter what it is, you pick up your things and we head to the basement and you wait for the next siren, and that is the all clear siren, and then you're free to go. The first one's disconcerting. By the 8th time, you have to take all of them seriously, but you kind of get more into the drill, Anderson.
All right. The abnormal, I suppose, becomes normal in a sense. Darren Kagan, thanks very much.
Does.
Live from Kuwait City. Carol?
Yeah, you heard Darren Kagan and Christiane Amanpour talking about the oil wells set on fire. Just word from CNN Wires, and we get information from all over the place. Sometimes they don't have the same access that we do because we have an amazing look at our resources out there.
Yeah.
Just truly amazing. But this is from CNN Wires. It says Iraqi troops set fire to 15 oil wells in southern Iraq, believed to be deliberate acts. That's according to the Kuwaiti National Guard. Now, of course, you may remember that yesterday, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said 3 to 4 oil wells were set on fire. Let's go live to the Pentagon right now and check in with Chris Plant to see if there's any update from the Pentagon on that. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Carol. The headline from here, sadly, is the first U.S. and British casualties in this conflict. The crash of a U.S. Marine Corps helicopter, a CH-46 Sea Knight helicopter, crashed inside of Kuwait, south of the town of Qasr. Everyone aboard killed. These are the first, as I said, Allied casualties. Certainly casualties have been sustained on the Iraqi side before this incident. And in the meantime, it appears that the plan is moving ahead with ground troops, as we've seen from Walt Rogers and other reporters in the field, darting across major sections of the desert in Iraq toward targets unknown. But the shock and awe, which I heard you discussing a couple of minutes ago, air campaign is still expected at some point. We don't know exactly when. Predictably, it happens after nightfall. We don't know whether it will be after nightfall tonight or the day after or the day after that. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has said that he's still hopeful that there may be some way to topple the regime without having to go to all-out war with Iraqi forces and without having to seize the city of Baghdad to topple the regime. He suggested that communications are taking place with Iraqi forces and leaders on all levels through all modes, somewhat cryptically. But as of now, the ground campaign is off and running, and we're standing by for whatever happens next. One thing is for sure, and that's that we can expect a lot of surprises before all is said and done.
Yeah, we've had a lot of surprises so far. Chris, let me ask you this. Has the method of war changed? Because there is word that Saddam Hussein may be injured, you know, in that first initial attack of Baghdad, and that because he is injured, kind of the battle plans are in disarray in Iraq, and it might not be necessary to go to that shock and awe campaign.
Well, I wouldn't say disarray. I'd say that the plan certainly has changed a number of times from the initial plan that General Tommy Franks, who commands the forces in the region, brought to the Pentagon some time ago. Initially, they had planned, of course, to put the 4th Infantry Division in Turkey and move into northern Iraq, creating a pincer move on the city of Baghdad. That fell apart when the Turkish parliament didn't okay it. The CIA, as we now know, came up with a situation yesterday, day before yesterday, depending on where you are, where they thought they knew the location of Saddam Hussein and a number of his senior leaders. They took a chance, launched cruise missiles and a couple of stealth fighters at the targets, and that once again changed the situation. Iraqi forces in the south started firing ballistic missiles and artillery at Allied positions inside of Kuwait, and that surely prompted some alteration again in the plan. So it is a fluid situation. It is evolving still. We are assured that shock and awe is on the agenda if the regime does not collapse before that becomes necessary. But surely surprises ahead. Carol?
Chris Plant reporting live from the Pentagon, and just to make sure everyone understood, I did not mean to say the United States military plan was in disarray, but that Saddam Hussein's military plan is now in disarray.
And that is, of course, the question at this hour, which according to a variety of sources, the U.S. government is still trying to figure out, is Saddam Hussein dead or alive? There's no confirmed word either way.
In that strange videotape, we should talk about that, and we will talk about that in the coming hours, but that strange videotape, apparently they did voice matches.
Right.
And they think it's Saddam Hussein, but according to the Washington Post, they also got one of Saddam Hussein's mistresses to look at the tape, and she says it's not Saddam Hussein.
Which is a very odd method of identification, but apparently, according to this article in the Washington Post, she has in the past been able to rather successfully pick out
more than once
who is a body double and who is actually Saddam Hussein. So again, there is also the question, well, even if it was Saddam Hussein in that video, according to the Washington Post, that he had pre-recorded several messages, and so there's the very distinct possibility that that was a pre-recorded message. You know, it did mention dawn, it had mentioned an attack before dawn or around dawn, but then again, that is a very general statement. And
well, the other thing is the way he looked. He looked to be in poor health. He didn't look like the guy smoking the cigar in previous press conferences. There was nothing calm about him at all. He was referring to his notes, which was also unusual. So we are reporting that there was a call for medical help for Saddam Hussein. In fact, we intercepted that information somehow. So they think that he may have been injured, and that's why his appearance looks as it does.
Right, and of course the significance of all this, beyond just it's interesting to talk about, beyond just it's something people will be discussing for days perhaps to come, is that clearly there seems to be some alteration in the U.S. military plan in the last 24 hours. This shock and awe, which we had heard so much about, which we had been told to sort of anticipate, to look for, has clearly not begun, may not begin, depending on what planners decide is the current status of the Iraqi leadership. Is it in complete disarray? Is Saddam Hussein alive? Is he dead? Is he injured? Is he able to call the shots still? Or is he in fact irrelevant, even if he is alive?
Well, and the thing is it would be great if the United States military did not go to this shock and awe campaign, because it would certainly cut down on casualties, and world opinion would be much more positive about the United States.
Obviously, something we will be watching in the coming hours right here on CNN. We're going to go right now to Kevin Seitz, who is in northern Iraq, has been for quite some time now. Kevin, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Anderson, I'm still in Sham Shamal at the border point here. This is the last Kurdish-controlled city between Sulaymaniyah and the Iraqi-controlled city of Kirkuk. In fact, the road behind me leads to Kirkuk, and there have been reports that this will be a major battleground. It's an oil-rich city. Now, this morning we're hearing some small arms fire, possibly some mortar fire. In fact, just about a minute ago, we heard what sounded like a mortar, and we saw a puff of smoke come up from a village of Kufri, which is just about 3 kilometers away from where I'm standing. That's a Kurdish-controlled city. We don't know if it was a mortar. We don't know if it was actually hitting that city, but it looked like the puff of smoke emanated from there shortly after the concussion of the mortar. This is also the New Year's here in Kurdistan. People are celebrating. There's firecrackers going on every once in a while. People are burning tires. But there has been mortar fire yesterday. The Iraqi position here, which is just 2 kilometers away from us, they're dug into the hill. They fired an artillery round and 3 mortars. We looked around. We couldn't tell whether they hit any population centers. There's no reports of them hitting a population center. We checked with the mayor of Sham Shamal yesterday. No reports of casualties there or any damage. It may just have been harassment fire. There were a lot of media in the area, and they may not have been comfortable with them being so close. At one point, we were only about 1 kilometer away. Now, there have been reports this morning that the city of Kirkuk is being bombed by Allied forces. We can't confirm that. We're 40 kilometers away from Kirkuk. We can't hear any bombing. And also, we had some of our Kurdish sources call their family members in Kirkuk this morning, and they said they couldn't confirm that there was bombing going on there. They may have been far away from it, or again, they may have been afraid to talk. Our Kurdish sources say that those phone lines are tapped, that Iraqis can listen in on them, and perhaps they were just afraid to talk. But so far, we can't tell if there is bombing in Kirkuk or not. We don't have a confirmation. Now, the road to Kirkuk here, reports are that PUK people are telling us that the road has been mined. So although there have been talks about Iraqi capitulating once the bombing begins, we really can't tell at this point because right now it looks like they're digging in on this hill. Anderson?
Kevin, we have reports, just to clarify with our audience, we do have reports of bombing in Mosul, which is obviously in the north, and Basra in the south. We're looking into the information on Kirkuk, have not heard anything on that at this point from our end. What is the mood among the Kurdish fighters who you are with? Do they want more to happen sooner, or are they pleased with the pace of things?
Well, Anderson, it's very similar to Afghanistan. In some ways, I was with the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan, and they were very anxious for U.S. bombing to begin. The same situation here with the Peshmerga. That is what the Kurds call their fighters, Peshmerga, those who face death. These are hardened fighters. They've been in a struggle with Saddam Hussein for a long, long time. They're anxious to see his regime go by the wayside. The more bombing, the better. Now, added to that, many people have family in Kirkuk. Many people still have homes in Kirkuk. They want to get back to those homes, so they want to see U.S. bombing beginning in earnest so they can actually make that trip back and reclaim their homes. Anderson?
All right, Kevin Seitz live in northern Iraq. Thanks very much. It is 2:30 here on the east coast of the United States. Over the last several hours, we have been showing you a video taken by Walt Rogers and his crew traveling with the 7th Cavalry, traveling at a great rate of speed heading toward Baghdad, we can say. Pentagon officials have been watching these tapes along really with the rest of the world. It is an extraordinary vision of the battlefield. It is probably the first time we have seen these kind of pictures in any conflict the U.S. has been involved with. Let's take a look at some of what Walt Rogers has been reporting for the last several hours.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal. These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the deserts in southern Iraq. They will, it'll be days before they get to Baghdad, but you've never seen battlefield pictures like these before. Immediately in front of our cameras, an M1A1 Abrams tank. We're sitting about 30 meters, now about 40 meters off the back of that tank. A short while ago, perhaps 30 minutes ago, this unit took some incoming fire, never came within more than half a kilometer of the 7th Cavalry, but there you can see these tanks rolling along. The Army says these are the most lethal killing machines on the earth, and when you see those 120 millimeter guns go off, there's no doubt about it. As you look at the soldiers atop the tank, the one nearest us on the left side of the tank is the loader. He is responsible for loading the 120 millimeter gun shells into the tank when it engages in hostile combat. That has not occurred. That is, the tanks have not fired to the best of our knowledge so far today. The other soldier on the right side of the turret, his head sticking up too, is the commander of the tank. You have to realize they've been riding along, bouncing along in these tanks for probably 6 or more hours now. We should tell you that some of the squadron is now completely fanned out. This is the Apache troop. Earlier in the evening, when we crossed the border with Kuwait, we were in a single column. The reason being we stayed in a single column because there was concern about minefields. But now we are well past the danger of minefields. The entire Apache troop of the U.S. Army 7th Infantry, 7th Cavalry, is spread out in this giant fan across this desert plain. Earlier this evening, also, we think an unknown number of tanks were hit, no more than 3 or 4, but that was really little more than a skirmish. It held the 7th Cavalry up at the border briefly until the lane of passage through the border berm could be cleared. Once that border berm was cleared, they moved through very, very quickly. If you stay with us just a little longer, we're coming up on another skeleton of another war, another old Soviet vintage tank that the Iraqis would have used probably during the Gulf War. You can see it. You're just about to see it on the ground there. The turret is it would have been knocked out by Allied forces in the 1991 Gulf War. And look at that old Soviet tank, and then pan over and look at the M1A1 Abrams if you want to see how the history of mechanized warfare has in the last 15 years.
Oh, well, Pentagon, actually, Carol, go ahead.
We're sorry for that confusion. Well, we're going to get Walter Rogers up live in just a moment from southern Iraq following the 7th Cavalry. Right now, though, we want to update you at 2:33 Eastern Time. Pentagon officials confirmed the first coalition casualties of Operation Iraqi Freedom. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter crashed in northern Kuwait, killing all 16 aboard. They included 4 American crew members and 12 British troops. The CH-46 is mainly used to ferry troops to the battlefield. Preliminary reports say the crash may have been caused by mechanical problems. Coalition aircraft bombed cities in both northern and southern Iraq. In the north, the city of Mosul, and then south, Basra was bombed. In Mosul, anti-aircraft fire was followed by explosions on the ground. Mosul lies near the Kurdish-controlled territory in the north. Abu Dhabi television showed pictures of that assault on Basra. You're looking at them now. Iraqi TV also reported that the southern Iraqi city had been hit. Iraqi soldiers milled about near the city of Kalak in northern Iraq. The Iraqis dressed in green uniforms. You see them there on the hillside. Well, they were watched very closely by Kurdish fighters in the hills. Kurds said the soldiers had replaced Iraqi guards who had indicated a desire to surrender. In the meantime, aircraft were heard overhead with many thuds heard in the distance.
Well, as we were just showing you before, the 7th Cavalry is moving deep into Iraq, traveling fast through the desert. We go to the 7th Cavalry Live and our own Walt Rogers. Walt, what's the latest?
Hello, Anderson. The 7th Cavalry, 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry of the U.S. Army has just about finished its refueling stop. This maneuver is called a ROM, Refuel on the Move. It has taken a while, but there are many thirsty tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles out there and support vehicles which have to be refueled. The Army's main battle tank, the M1A1 Abrams, can run about 8 hours on a full tank of fuel, and the Bradleys can go even longer. The helicopters have shorter refueling cycles. The Kiowas need to refuel about every 3 hours, and remember, all 3 of these vehicles move forward. The helicopters out in front first, followed by the Bradleys, followed by the main battle tanks. But the refueling has just about concluded. This is, of course, a rather dangerous maneuver because the tanks are somewhat exposed and stationary, whereas mobility is the key to a cavalry's success. We do have a little additional detail on some of the hostile encounters that the 7th Cavalry found itself confronted with as it was waiting to cross the border last night from Kuwait to Iraq, about to begin the push into southern Iraq. We were sitting in a long column, and there was suddenly a big explosion off to the left. It's since been determined that that explosion was not incoming artillery. Rather, it was, according to one tank captain here, a tactical ballistic missile that the Iraqis fired at the tanks. We were given to believe that some of the tank commanders saw the missile coming in low and flat in a very tight trajectory and didn't miss the tanks by too very much. Some estimates are that it fell as much as 10 kilometers or 6 miles away, although I was just speaking with a Bradley fighting vehicle commander. He said it fell only 2 kilometers away, which is about 1.5 miles. So the first encounter with a tactical missile by the 7th Cavalry was a little closer than anyone would have liked. Then further, as the unit pushed into Iraq, about 2 hours into Iraq, the thermal imaging on some of the helicopters noted that over the horizon there was a suspicious vehicle. Again, another hostile encounter. They believe that it was an anti-aircraft vehicle of some sort, perhaps a heavy machine gun mounted on a pickup truck. The tanks were scrambled, as were the the Bradleys. They made contact with the vehicle, stood off, and literally destroyed it in a matter of minutes, and then rejoined the column, and the push continued until this point out in the Kuwaiti Desert, where, as I say, most of the vehicles, the Bradleys and the support vehicles, as well as the tanks in the 7th Cavalry, have just been refueled, and then the push will continue across the southern desert here. Anderson?
Walt, how does the push work? I understand from reading about this stuff that you are ahead of you or scout helicopters. Tell us just a little bit, and as much as you can, without giving anything away, about how does the 7th Cavalry operate? What is standard operating procedure?
Well, the 7th Cavalry is what is considered the eyes and the ears of the 3rd Infantry Division, of which it's a part, but the 3rd Infantry Division is a much larger unit, a heavy mechanized division following us considerably far back. The mission of the cavalry is to go out in front of the infantry division and go out and probe, conduct reconnaissance, conduct surveillance, try to locate possible Iraqi positions, and take out those positions so that the larger force can come through unimpeded. It's a very feisty, combative unit. Its mission is to find the hostile forces before the hostile forces can find the U.S. Army, which is pushing toward Baghdad. They are, I wouldn't say spoiling for a fight, but what they do battle for is they battle for information. They battle for the intelligence which is necessary for a battle plan to unfold. Anderson?
And the other necessary component, I imagine, is speed. I'm interested to know, in the few exchanges that you've had thus far, does your speed slow down, or do you keep barreling ahead right through, even when you encounter resistance?
Unless there's a hostile force suspected to be in the area, they're moving very quickly. The main battle tank, the M1A1 Abrams, I've clocked at 84 miles an hour, not on this day, but in previous embed with the 3rd Infantry Division, 84 kilometers an hour. That's about 54 miles an hour. They are very, very fast. And by the way, one of the interesting things about that tank is the faster it goes, the steadier its gun becomes, and it tends to become more accurate at higher speeds, according to the gunners with whom I've spoken aboard those tanks. Now, the average speed that we've seen coming across the desert is between 30 or 40 miles an hour, and that varies on the contour of the desert as well, because some of this desert is pretty hard packed, almost like gravel, in which case the armored vehicles can move very quickly. At other times, the sand is deep and like pumice, and the tanks don't bog down, but they don't kick up nearly as much speed as they would if it were a harder surface. Again, we're traveling through an area which is literally desert. There are almost no encampments. The only other human beings we've seen are 3 or 4 Bedouin encampments. Bedouins are Arab nomads who live out here and herd goats for a living, and they were just awed and dumbstruck as this huge armored force came rolling past them, kicking up big clouds of dust, but otherwise paying them no heed. Anderson?
So what sort of vehicles do you have with you? You've got the Abrams tank, you've got the Bradley fighting vehicle. Are you in one of those vehicles? Are you in another kind of vehicle? And what is it like for the troops in those vehicles? What sort of, I mean, how tight are the conditions? How tough have the last couple of hours been for them?
Well, CNN has its own vehicle, which we are using this entire time. It's a second-hand Humvee, reconditioned by the brilliant engineers at CNN, and they've got a satellite dish on the top and can make pictures fly through the air, a mystery I've never particularly understood. On the tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles, you can always see that the 4 soldiers aboard the tank are crammed in. Let me give you the configuration of the tank. The tank commander stands in the turret on the right, and he does not sit. He's riding the whole time, unless he gets into a chemical, biological climate, in which case he has to close the hatch. The other person standing in the turret is called the loader, and the loader is actually like the watch. He keeps an eye off to the left and to the rear of the tank, unless, of course, the tank is engaged in a pitched battle, in which case he's down below loading the 120 millimeter shells into the turret. Forward in the main battle tank is the driver, and that's a pretty good job because you get to lie down in a 2/3 reclining position most of the time. Probably the most cramped quarters aboard the main battle tank would be for the gunner, and the gunner really has to be almost rigid because there's no flex room, no room to stretch your legs, anything like that. Very similar conditions aboard the Bradley fighting vehicles. The reason being there, they have a 4 or even a 5-man crew when they travel in a cavalry unit like this, and it's even more crowded in there because each of these armored vehicles is carrying a 7-day supply of water and food and ammunition. So they're literally packed to the gills, and they have stacks and stacks of machine gun boxes around them, not to mention TOW anti-tank missiles packed into those things. So they are in extremely tight circumstances as well. Anderson?
We're watching, as you said, a refueling at this point. Is there ever a point where you get too far, or where the 7th Cavalry gets too far ahead of the units in behind and have to slow down in order for the rear units to come up?
Yes and no. If you consider the rear unit, the 3rd Infantry Division, we are moving at times as much as 12 or 24 hours ahead of them. But this is such a powerful, self-contained unit, the 7th Cavalry, that really isn't an issue, at least not on an Iraqi battlefield. If, on the other hand, you're asking, do the tanks and do the Bradley fighting vehicles outrun their own supplies, the answer is yes, which is why we've been sitting in the desert for a while and have had to wait for the tank trucks, and these are huge tank trucks driving across the desert, 5,000-gallon and 2,500-gallon tanks, bringing up the fuel. One thing you might find interesting about the fuel is that the helicopters, the tanks, the Bradleys, the Humvees all take the same fuel, that is JP8, Jet Petroleum 8, and so you don't have to carry different kinds of fuel for different combat vehicles. Even the helicopters fly on the same fuel, that the same octane fuel, the very same fuel that the tanks use. Anderson?
Yeah, Walt, I'm sure there are a couple people right now in the 3rd Infantry who would like to have some words with me for calling them being troops in the rear. Obviously, they are not rear echelon forces at this point. It looks like you're on the move again. Any sense? Well, I'm not going to ask you where you're headed, but is the people you're with, the troops you're with, are they clear of the mission immediately ahead of them?
Yes, and the interesting thing about this in-bed philosophy is, of course, that we've all been briefed on what what the objectives of the 7th Cavalry are. I didn't mean to suggest that the 3rd Infantry Division was a rear echelon division. It's just that the cavalry is so far out front of everyone else because their mission is to scout far ahead of that larger unit, the division which follows, because actually it's the 3rd Infantry Division which will be the 1-2 punch that really does the worst or the best or the most of the fighting when the serious contact begins with the Iraqi divisions around Baghdad. Anderson?
7th Cavalry, so they're completely self-contained. I mean, they have enough fuel to go for as long as necessary, and the helicopters as well?
Well, the tanks and the Bradley vehicles are entirely self-contained. They've got 7 days worth of ammunition. They've got 7 days worth of water and fuel on board. I was counting one tank had 120 bottles of water. There's 1.5 liter bottles of water to take them through the next week, as it were. In terms of self-contained, they're always limited, of course, by the amount of fuel they burn. That's just a simple fact of commuting. Anderson?
Walt, you are certainly one of the most experienced reporters CNN has. You've been in a lot of conflicts. Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever had access like this?
we've never had, well, you know, the Israelis weren't too bad. When they were tied down in South Lebanon, the Israelis gave the CNN bureau there, my crew there, Mike Schwartz and Izzy, and Yuda Hemmel, my friends in the Jerusalem bureau, they would take us up into South Lebanon. The Israelis gave us pretty good access. The problem, the difference here, of course, is the technology. The technology has moved so far in advance, and the Army, in this case, the Pentagon generally, has given the embeds access to our own vehicles, which give us the capacity to literally broadcast live on the road. If we were, for example, to stand in any position for any period of time, we would be able to throw up a satellite dish, and it would be just like local TV in the sense that here you are standing in front of a tank, and here you are on the road to Baghdad, and you would have very high resolution pictures. That isn't possible with when we're on the move with the 7th Cavalry. But when we get to any sort of standing position, if the cavalry ever stands, then indeed you would have an opportunity for broadcasting like you've never seen before. And indeed, that's what we had even with the video phone last night. I was just amazed at what we were seeing, an army in real time rolling across the desert at 40 or 50 miles an hour en route to its objective, or the first of several of objectives. By the way, this isn't all mapped out. That is, every one of these stops is on a grid. The refueling stop is on a grid. This is all predetermined well in advance. And you look at a map, and the map has a template of a grid, and the refueling stations or the refueling stops are on the grid, and everything so far is proceeding exactly as a textbook exercise in classic cavalry maneuver. Anderson?
Walt, you've also been spending a lot of time with these troops, gotten to know them personally. How much of a sense of the larger picture do they have in their own minds? I mean, you know, often on a battlefield, information is extraordinarily limited for the troops involved. Often they don't know much more than what is straight ahead of them. Is that the case now, or do they have a sense of where they fit into the overall picture?
I think it is as you initially described it. These soldiers have one objective, and that's to get home, and they know that the only way they can get home is to achieve their mission, and their prescribed mission, according to the President of the United States and the Pentagon, is to force a regime change in Baghdad. So starting in Kuwait, the road home lies north to Baghdad, and when these soldiers achieve their mission, which is to get to Baghdad and force a regime change to end the rule of Saddam Hussein, then they get to go home. And I can assure you that if you had to ask any of them how they felt about being pitched into battle or pitched into war, they were all feeling excited last night. And the reason they were feeling excited was not so much because of any bloodlust. They just simply want to go home. Anderson?
Walter, this is Carol Costello. I want to jump in here to ask you more about the troops and how long it's been since they've seen their families. I mean, these men and women have been over there a long time.
That's true. I spoke with one of the medics traveling with us, a sergeant, an E5 in the Medical Corps from Puerto Rico. He told me he hasn't seen his wife and children in a year and a half. Now, that's the extreme case, although some of the Air Force tactical units which are traveling with us, some of those personnel came directly to the Iraqi theater from Afghanistan, so they've been away months and months. Most of the soldiers in the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry have been here probably 2.5 to 3 months. Others, however, have been here since last September or October.
Unbelievable. And I know they're traveling with heavy weaponry, of course, but we've also heard reports they're traveling with things like candy in case they run into Iraqi children, wherever they're headed. If they, you know, overcome the city, there'll be a lot of civilians there and a lot of children there.
Well, if they have candy, it comes in the MREs, that is, the meals ready to eat, which are the old rations that the Army often travels with, and everybody's got their favorites. I can assure you that nobody is going to get none of the Iraqi children are going to get the M&Ms, but some of the lesser candy, the soldiers will be more than ready to give away. You always fight to see which packages of MREs have the best candy in them. By the way, you were mentioning family, Carol. Many of these soldiers ride with pictures of their families, snapshots posted up in these fighting vehicles or in their Humvees or whichever vehicle they're in. Home is never far from the minds of these soldiers. I recall almost in every conversation I've had with them, every one of these soldiers talks about home. It's amazing how homebound Americans are as a people. One soldier we noticed was writing a letter home, and many of these soldiers do indeed write letters home every single day to their wives and to their children.
Walt, this is Anderson. I'm sorry to jump in, and you can continue in a moment. Well, just so you know, our viewers on the side, not only are they looking at your pictures on one side of the screen, on the right side of the screen, on the left side, they are looking at some British pool video from the BBC, I believe. British forces, and what we're about to see are some Iraqi troops apparently surrendering to these British forces. So Walt, just keep that in mind as you're talking. That's on the left side of the screen. Just wanted to inform our viewers, but go ahead, Walt.
By contrast, I should tell you that the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry has not encountered any soldiers wanting to surrender, principally because we're working in an area which is so parched that it virtually has no human life, with the exception of 2 or 3 Bedouin encampments, which we have encountered earlier in the day. Bedouins, of course, live in the desert. They're nomadic Arab peoples, and they literally have a single culture, raising sheep and goats. Having said that, however, we haven't seen any soldiers ready to surrender.
Well, we're taking a look at these dramatic pictures. We see these 2 Iraqi people with a white flag. They're going to be prisoners of war. We don't know if they're part of the Iraqi military, but you can see what a frightening thing this is. As they approached British troops with a white flag, British troops had their guns drawn. Now they're making them lie on the floor. And of course, all of the troops, including American troops, trained to deal with people surrendering to the military.
And these are some of the first pictures, Walt, that we're getting of Iraqi forces. Clearly, we're looking at a picture now of 1 or 2 or 3 men who look clearly to be Iraqi military of some sort. We don't know if they're regular army or some other units. It's in southern Iraq, so these pictures were taken in southern Iraq, so it's probably safe to assume that they are regular Iraqi army forces. Walt, it looks like you've stopped again. Any sense of what that is for?
Yes, we're getting in line to get some petrol. I should say that the U.S. Army's procedure for prisoners of war is somewhat different. This unit, the 7th Cavalry, travels with military police, and if it were to encounter a large group of Iraqi soldiers wanting to surrender, this would not impede the forward movement of the 7th Cavalry. The prisoners would merely be turned over to the MPs, the military police, who are traveling with this unit. And as this army proceeds through southern Iraq, it's apt to encounter the greatest quantity of Iraqis willing to surrender. Remember, the southern Iraqis tend to be Shia Muslims. Saddam Hussein is a Sunni, and Saddam Hussein and his regime have treated the Shia Muslims in southern Iraq extraordinarily poorly, shabbily, giving them nothing but the short end of the stick year after year. So that is why the British probably are encountering those Muslims wanting to surrender the Iraqi army. We should also point out that the U.S. Army has briefed its people, yes?
Walter, I was just curious as to where they'll take the POWs, because if they get a lot of them, won't that complicate things for them?
No, because the Army takes that into account. And by the way, the U.S. Army has briefed all of its troops, to the lowliest soldiers, that the Iraqi people are not their enemies. The Iraqi people are a people who have been oppressed and murdered by a tyrannical leader. I'm quoting one of the officers who briefed his soldiers last night. The American Army here knows that these Iraqis have had a very, very difficult time. And the briefing, the attitude conveyed on most of the American soldiers is simply that the Iraqi people are going to probably welcome them, with some exceptions, of course, but most of the American soldiers believe the Iraqis are going to welcome them into Iraq.
They're going to be
Anderson?
They're going to be held in captivity, though. I just wonder how they'll be treated through all of this.
Well, we won't know that, of course, until it happens. But again, the philosophy in the American Army, and we've had this impressed on us from the 7th Cavalry Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Terry Farrell, on down through his junior officers, is always the same. The Iraqi people are not our enemies. We are the only fight we have is with the regime of Saddam Hussein. The American people are saying, or the American Army is saying, we're coming to liberate the Iraqi people. This is an invasion aimed at liberating a people who have been badly abused and oppressed by a rather venal leadership.
Should also point out that at this point, so much of the U.S. concern is also what happens post-Saddam Hussein and rebuilding, reconstructing Iraq along more democratic lines. And as part of that, obviously the Iraqi military is going to have to play some sort of a role in a future Iraq. So as much as it can be maintained without great loss of life, without destroying the infrastructure, I suppose that is all toward part of the battle plan. We've also been getting some reports, Walt, that that U.S. forces will be instructing any Iraqi forces who are surrendering to stay in their positions, to stay, and again, it's going to depend on the tactical situation, but in some cases we are hearing reports that the instructions will go out, stay in your barracks, there's no place we're going to take you at this point, it's going to be too much of a hassle, it's going to slow us down, we want you to stay in the barracks. Those barracks will be perhaps protected by U.S. forces to stop against any sort of population hostility against those forces. So it's unclear at this point exactly how it's all going to be handled. We're going to be really just waiting and seeing in the coming days and weeks how that's handled. You know, we all remember those pictures so very well from the first Gulf War, those large numbers of troops, and those are some of the pictures we're seeing now, just a handful of troops surrendering to British forces. Walt Rogers, I know you got to go. You got a lot of road ahead of you. We'll check back in with you shortly. Stay safe.
Yeah, we have to give him to our friends over at CNN International because he's providing such amazing pictures for us.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I mean, for anyone who's worked with the U.S. military in a combat situation, I mean, the level of access one normally is afforded is so much more limited. I worked with special forces a little bit in Afghanistan, also in Haiti, and it's extraordinary to see those pictures.
Yeah, and the weird thing about the pictures is not much is really happening in them. I mean, you see tanks in the desert, and sometimes they're moving, and sometimes they're not. But it's just so strange to see, and it is reality. You can't take your eyes off of those images.
Yeah, it's mesmerizing in a way. I mean, it's you know, they are just pictures of vehicles driving through a desert, but then you realize what is behind them, who is in those vehicles, what is their mission, where are they going, and the impact of it, I think, at least to me as a viewer, comes through.
Oh, absolutely, and Walt Rogers has been doing such a wonderful job.
He has been.
I mean, he has been out there for hours, and his photographer has been holding that camera literally for hours, and it's heavy. He's been holding it on his shoulders, bringing those images to you in the United States.
Let's talk a little bit about the 7th Cavalry, which Walt is traveling with that unit. Their equipment, the M1A1 Abrams, and I think we have some
baseball cards.
Some graphics.
Yeah, that's what we call them here, baseball cards.
All right,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Wasn't unaware of that terminology, but I don't know if we have the one of the M1A1 Abrams available. But that is the main battle tank. We're going to be putting that up on the screen.
And it's a very modern battle tank. In fact, it can shield crews from nuclear, biological, and chemical attacks. You may have heard Walt Rogers says that it's very cramped quarters in there. And they travel about 35, 40 miles per hour.
Right.
Also traveling with them are the Bradleys.
That's right. We're looking right now at the graphic of the Abrams. It's got a 120 millimeter cannon, 3 machine guns. Suffice to say, can do an awful lot of damage as well as protecting the crew, as Carol said, from a nuclear, biological, or chem attack. Let's take a look at the Bradley fighting vehicle.
And it looks a lot different because you can see the guns mounted on the turret, I guess, up there are quite different than the Abrams.
That's right. This has got a 25 millimeter cannon, machine guns, as well as a tow missile launcher. Same kind of cruising speed, about 35 miles an hour. The range about 300 miles, and we've been seeing with Walt, you know, that refueling, constant refueling necessary. Also, there are helicopters traveling with the 7th Cavalry. I believe it's
flying reconnaissance.
Yeah, flying reconnaissance ahead of, sort of literally scouting ahead. There's a scout helicopter. I think it's called the Kiowa, K-I-O-W-A. It's a scout helicopter, travels ahead of U.S. forces, as well as, of course, those Apaches, which are just absolute killing machines from the sky.
And they do that for obvious reasons. We've got to wrap up this hour right now. And you're going to bring us up to date with headlines.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's happening at this hour right now. Well, American ground forces are moving deeper into Iraq, traveling over 130 kilometers toward Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry roared out of Kuwait into southern Iraq hours ago, and it is still rolling northward, as we've been telling you. The regiment is led by M1A1 Abrams tanks, which we just showed you, supported by Kiowa helicopters. The crash of a U.S. Sea Knight helicopter claimed the first coalition casualties of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The CH-46, 12 troops aboard, 4 American, actually 16 troops aboard, 4 American, 12 British, apparently crashed due to mechanical problems. Now, earlier reports did have 16 people aboard the chopper, 4 American troops, and 8 British soldiers actually died when the helicopter went down in Kuwait. So let's be very clear about that. 12 casualties, 4 American, 8 British. The Washington Post says there is evidence that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was injured during the so-called decapitation strike. The Post quotes an administration official as saying medical attention was urgently summoned on the Iraqi leader's behalf following the Thursday night strike on Baghdad. Saddam Hussein's status unknown at this point. North Korea says the U.S. campaign against Iraq proves the United States is trying to dominate the world. It was Pyongyang's first reaction to the war since the start of Operation Iraqi Freedom. A statement also claimed the U.S. was planning a preemptive strike against nuclear targets in North Korea. Back in the United States, more anti-war demonstrations. Police arrested more than 1,000 protesters in San Francisco. Anti-war demonstrators turned ugly. Police stepped in, arresting more than 1,000 people. Not exactly sure what that fight was about. Just disturbing pictures. In Portland, Oregon, demonstrators burned flags, blocked traffic. Similar protests took place in other U.S. cities.
And it is 3 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. in Baghdad, where Operation Iraqi Freedom is now in its 30th hour and shifting into high gear on some fronts. But as the war clock ticked on, the consequences of a military conflict became a grim reality on both sides of the battle line.
Yeah, that's right. There's casualties, as we talked about just a little moment ago. 12 forces killed, 4 Americans, 8 British in a helicopter accident. Good morning, everyone, from our global headquarters in Atlanta. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And we want to head right to Kuwait and Christiane Amanpour, because she is standing by with British troops who are trying to take over the Fall Peninsula. This is very important because this is one of Iraq's major ports. Christiane, bring us up to date.
Carol, the strategic objectives in the south are to secure Iraq's economic resources, the big oil fields and the Fall Peninsula, and then to get other population centers on side, to make a combined picture that puts pressure on the leadership in Baghdad to understand that things are not going Baghdad's way when it comes down to the south. So to that end, we're being told here that ongoing operations continue in the Fall Peninsula with British Royal Marines who took and started their offensive there overnight. They have been supported by aerial and artillery bombardment and also by naval gunships. We also know from pictures that are coming from that area that British Marines have been taking the surrender of dozens and dozens of Iraqi soldiers that we're being told, and also U.S. Marines in that area as well are also taking the surrender of many Iraqi soldiers. They have been meeting very minimal resistance, we're being told by military spokesmen over here. Just to say again, these economic targets, for instance, the Fall Peninsula and the Ramallah oil fields, are the objects of these British and American security and military operations. In some, basically 60% of Iraq's oil comes from the southern oil fields, and they want to make sure that that is kept intact. There have also been reports of oil wells on fire. We can't get a good idea of just how extensive that is, although there are pictures, of course, of smoke coming from that region. What we're being told from here by British military spokespeople is that there may be some wells on fire, but they're trying to put that in context for us. What they're saying is that even if a few or maybe even a dozen wells may be on fire, the real catastrophic destruction comes when the actual oil and gas separation plants are set on fire, and that they do not believe has happened yet. They believe that putting oil wells out is not such a huge job as these other gas and oil separation plants, which then take a long time, perhaps up to about a year to regenerate. So that is going on there. We're told that the next likely target, and perhaps already underway, is the battle for Qasr, if indeed there is a battle. They're trying to get the big port there, Iraq's biggest commercial port, and that of course is the entry point for any kind of civilian and humanitarian supplies that they're going to need. And just to say that they're also, as I say, they're trying to get as many Iraqis to surrender and capitulate as possible, and they have as yet met very little resistance. And what we've been shown here is this piece of paper, which is the Articles of Capitulation, and basically it is for any time that coalition, either UK or US forces, come into contact with Iraqi officers or Iraqi soldiers. There they're trying to organize local ceasefires, and what they want is for the Iraqis to, quote, unconditionally surrender, to immediately cease activities and any hostile acts, to put down the Iraqi flag, to display white flags on all equipment as a flag of truce and peace, to show peaceful intent immediately by placing all vehicles in squares, in the open, side by side, in multiple rows. It's very, very detailed, and it goes on and on about how these Iraqi soldiers have to comply in order to be treated as non-combatants and as surrendering non-hostile soldiers. Then they'll say, okay, you're on side, okay, stay back while we move forward. What we're being told in terms of big picture is that it is the British who will maintain the security and the stability of the southern area as the Americans then peel off and go on towards An-Nasiriyah, big town in the middle of Iraq, and then on upward to Baghdad. Carol?
And Christian, just so our audience knows, only British troops are involved in this operation.
The British troops operate involved in certain operations, and Americans are involved in others. The British have been doing the Four Peninsula, which I mentioned, that area where the oil gets down, it's shipped off into the sea and then onto tankers. The Americans, the U.S. Marines, have gone up towards the Rumaila oil fields, this huge big oil field, and we understand that it's the American, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the U.S. Marines, who will be likely taking Qasr, the commercial port.
And again, just so we're very clear, what is the strategic significance of the Fall Peninsula? Why is this so very important?
It's all part of the oil economy. The Rumaila oil fields are the big oil fields here, the biggest oil fields in Iraq. They produce about 60% of Iraq's oil, the other 40% coming from the north, Kirkuk. And then this oil goes down to the Four Peninsula, and it is piped down there and then taken through the sea and then onto these tankers. So that's the sort of offloading point, if you like. This is basically the essence of Iraq's economic resources.
And just the fact that it's a major port in Iraq is important too strategically, isn't it?
Well, this is Qasr we're now talking about, that is the major commercial point, and that's what they're going to need in order to bring in humanitarian supplies and all the kinds of supplies they're going to need for the people of southern Iraq and maybe even beyond. But the whole idea is to be able to take and consolidate all these southern areas, both the areas of population and the economic targets, in order to not only have those, but order to also put pressure on Baghdad and for the leadership there to see just what's happened here and to give them again the incentive to basically what we're being told here, to step aside.
Understand. Thank you for making that so very clear. I was just curious as to what is in the background, what's behind you.
Well, as I say, we're in the field divisional headquarters of the British right here. So surrounding us are camouflage tents, they're trenches. We've had at least one Scud alert here this morning, and so we've gone not underground, but they've certainly dug a big trench and they've covered it with camouflage tenting. There are tents and all sorts of vehicles here that belong to the people who run this area, spokespeople and other people who are in this area. More of the division has gone further forward. and as you've seen pictures coming from more of the journalists who are closer to the Iraqi border and indeed inside southern Iraq, to some extent, some of those.
All right, Christiane Amanpour reporting live for us. We appreciate you making things so clear for us. She is with the British troops. And we just got this update from CNN Wires, and as I've told you before, we get information in here so very quickly because we have vast resources. Sometimes our correspondents in the field can't get the information as quickly because they're stationary for obvious reasons. We do understand now that British troops have secured Iraq's Fall Peninsula, and that is Iraq's only Persian Gulf coast, and that is according to Britain's Ministry of Defense. Again, British troops have secured Iraq's Fall Peninsula.
And so much is happening right now at this moment in Iraq, different parts of the country. We're trying to bring all those pieces to you. We just saw Christiane Amanpour in the Kuwait region near the border with Iraq. What you're looking at on the side of your screen is a picture, a live picture with the 7th Cavalry, Walt Rogers, riding in a Humvee embedded with the 7th Cavalry, moving very quickly through the Iraqi desert, target Baghdad. Walt, what's the latest? Looks like you're on the move again.
Anderson, that's the case. Most of the tanks, nearly all of the tanks and armored vehicles in the 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, have been refueled. You can see them starting to move across the desert. The pattern of movement here is a great fan-shaped movement. There are several advantages to that. Of course, they cover more ground, take more territory, clear more way for the 3rd Infantry Division, which will follow on in their path. Another reason, of course, is that the more widely spread out these vehicles are, the smaller the target they would be for a potential hostile force. As you look out over the horizon now, you can see the Bradley armored vehicles out there, probably 150 to 200 yards apart. There's another Bradley rolling closer to us there. That particular Bradley is a battlefield coordinator. That's not so much a scouting vehicle. Look at all the aerials on it. They do a lot of the coordination of the battle between the tanks and the fighting vehicles. There you can see other units racing forward. The 7th Cavalry, and with CNN in tow, is about to begin or resume its sprint toward Baghdad. Of course, it's going to be a ways yet because every 8 hours or so these cavalry columns have to refuel. But the ground is a little better now. The road's better now. Or at least I spoke too soon. Now it's a washboard, but you can see the armored tracked vehicles moving through the desert, kicking up those huge plumes of smoke. As I say, they are proceeding on to their first objective. Anderson?
Well, one of the fears, I guess, every soldier has fratricide for the dangers of friendly fire. I'm imagining when you are out in front, that danger increases. I don't know if you can say, are there ways that the 7th Cavalry protect themselves, or do they have a distinctive signature of some sort? I mean, how big a concern is friendly fire at this point? I mean, that far out in front.
Well, in the military, that's called blue on blue, and yes, they're always concerned about it, but they practice and they rehearse, and there's a vehicle over there. I think perhaps you can see it in the distance. It's got 4 or 5 antennas sticking up, and it is, although a cavalry vehicle, it has an all Air Force crew on board, and those are the Air Force ground coordinators traveling with the 7th Cavalry. Their goal, their mission is to stay in contact with any Air Force units which may be in the skies overhead, to make sure that none of those Air Force units strike at their own troops in the 7th Cavalry. There are even more basic precautions taken in the distance. For example, I can see the Bradley sitting out on the horizon. You'll see like a small orange tarpaulin over the back of them, and that's to illumine the vehicles, including the one we're traveling in, illumine those vehicles to pilots in the sky, so that if they see that orange banner on top of them, they know not to fire or unload bombs or other weaponry on those vehicles, because they're vehicles traveling with the U.S. military at this point. There are other also somewhat more secret elements on some of these Bradley fighting vehicles. That Bradley over there has, like you see, like louvered panels on them, almost like a Venetian blind on the side. That is an panel which makes the tank identifiable to to friendly aircraft in the skies above, signaling to that aircraft electronically that this is not a vehicle to be struck by the Allied Air Forces. Anderson?
Well, probably just my last question while we have you. We have heard a lot about the pamphlets, the PSYOPs, the psychological operations, the pamphlets that have been dropped throughout southern Iraq, telling troops, telling Iraqi forces, disobey your orders, do not fire, and for tank commanders, literally turn your turrets away from the forward position, indicating you are surrendering. Is that something these men in the 7th Cavalry look for? I mean, they are out in front. They will be the ones, I assume, to encounter these tanks first. Is that something that I guess that's something they got to stay mindful of?
They do have to stay mindful of, but they have to assume, their basic assumption is that any Iraqi force that they confront, which has not so obviously surrendered, is a hostile force and has to be, in the language of the commander of this unit, killed. If there's a clear indication on the part of the Iraqi units that they are going to surrender, as you point out, turning the turret backwards and pointing the gun to the ground, the cannon barrel to the ground, then of course it would indeed be recognized as friendly or not hostile, but and would of course be spared. One of the things that's important to remember is that all of the soldiers in this unit, the 3-7, the 3rd Squadron, 7th U.S. Army Cavalry, one of the important things to remember is that they have each of these soldiers has been briefed and trained and indoctrinated in the concept that the Iraqi people are not the enemy of the United States. Indeed, each of these soldiers has been indoctrinated to believe that he is coming to Iraq, albeit as an invader, but nonetheless as a liberator, to liberate the Iraqi people from the regime of Saddam Hussein. There's a lovely picture out there on the horizon now of the Bradley tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles and the M1A1 Abrams tanks. You can tell by the bounce that we're back on rolling desert again, and if you can see another main battle tank racing to the fore over there. The sprint forward is just about to take place. As a matter of fact, it's already underway. These tanks are pushing on to their first objective, and there are many objectives. This entire battle plan is mapped out on maps with grids, and even the refueling stops are predetermined in advance on these grids. Everything is planned out in the most scientific possible manner to reduce the opportunity for mishap or what Clausewitz once called the fog of war, botching things up. Anderson?
Well, just so I'm not confused by the fog of video right now, what is that we're looking at in the distance on the horizon that you are heading toward?
Well, let's see. What you're looking at now is a main battle tank. It's an M1A1 Abrams battle tank. It weighs about 69 tons. It consumes about 1,500 gallons of fuel. That gun on the front of it is a 120 millimeter gun. It carries perhaps more than 3 dozen big heavy shells inside. It is one lethal, imposing weapon, and according to the tankers, those tanks can take out in a ratio, one of them can kill 4 hostile tanks in any situation. During the Gulf War, there were 12 U.S. tanks, M1A1 Abrams, like you were just looking at, and they took out 60 or 70 Iraqi tanks. So they figure it's even odds when they're outnumbered 4-1. Anderson?
And as you will no doubt attest, the tanks are only as good as the men who operate them, and I imagine the 7th Cavalry is among the best in the world. Walt Rogers, we're going to stick with your pictures. We'll come back to you later on. We're going to continue showing the pictures that your cameraman is getting as you continue marching through the desert with the 7th Cavalry. We're going to go also, I think, Carol, where are we?
Yeah, we're going to go to Kuwait City now in Bill Hemmer, because as you know, yesterday there were at least 7 air raid sirens sounding. Today, I think there has been 1. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer now to see what's up in Kuwait. Good morning, Bill.
Heidi, good morning. Overnight, we had 3 different waves of air raid sirens. This morning, we did have 1, but shortly after that time, the all clear was given. We are being told here in Kuwait City through our sources within the military that the missiles fired on the Iraqi side could very well have been Chinese-made Silkworm missiles. The reason we point this out because it's described to us as a surface-to-ship missile that flies very low and very slow to the ground, which may give us reason to believe why Dr. Sanjay Gupta yesterday described these missiles as only 300 feet overhead of his position in northern Kuwait. We're told no damage, no fatalities, no injuries as a result. But again, Chinese-made Silkworm missiles with a range probably about 60 miles, we're told, most likely the source of those missiles from yesterday. Meanwhile, Heidi, I can tell you it's becoming quite evident right now that this process in the system put in place by the Pentagon excuse me, Carol, I apologize. Didn't realize the anchor changed there back in Atlanta. My regrets. The embed process that we're now hearing about from the Pentagon is giving us some amazing access, with some amazing access to information too. Absent of Walter Rogers now traveling with the 7th Cavalry up through northern Iraq, we would never know at this point how much progress they're making, or indeed yesterday from the information we're getting from our embedded journalists about what was happening inside these camps. To this point, the access has been incredible, and as a result of that, the information has been just downright fascinating from an inside perspective. Meanwhile, we do have Frank Buckley on board the USS Constellation floating out of the Persian Gulf, and by way of video phone, Frank can bring us up to date on what he is now seeing and hearing from there on the waters. Frank, hello. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Bill. We're getting some information from Rear Admiral Barry Costello about the involvement of now at least 2 United Kingdom warships in firing Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, into Iraq. He gave us information on the second wave of cruise missiles that went into Iraq following that first strike on yesterday. They came from 2 U.S. destroyers, 4 U.S. submarines, and 2 U.K. submarines. The destroyers, the Arleigh Burke and the John S. McCain, the U.S. submarines, the Augusta, the Key West, the Providence, and the Columbia, and the 2 British submarines, the Splendid and the Turbulent. Rear Admiral Costello also told us about 50-plus military airstrike sorties going into Iraq just from the USS Constellation, this aircraft carrier. They targeted communication facilities in the west of Iraq and also fielded forces in the south of Iraq in the vicinity of Basra. Also getting some fascinating insight today into that first strike into Iraq. You'll recall that yesterday that EA-6Bs, the radar jamming aircraft from the Constellation, 2 of them flew in support of the F-117 stealth aircraft that used the bunker-busting bombs. We talked to one of the naval flight officers who was on one of those aircraft. He asked us to use his call sign Dutch, and he told us that when he woke up yesterday that he wasn't, in fact, expecting to fly into Iraq on the first missions of the war. He was standing watch in another part of the ship when the call came for an EA-6B Prowler. Here's Dutch.
I was standing watch, got some word that needed a Prowler launched short notice, and a few minutes of confusion there and scrambling around trying to find an aircraft and some air crew, and our maintenance crews did a great job getting a jet ready to go. Grabbed some air crew who were available, briefed it quickly, and launched a short time thereafter.
You flew in support of the 117 stealth aircraft that dropped the bunker-busting bombs, as we're told. You flew into Iraq. You have flown into Iraq before. Can you give us a sense of, were you feeling any more nervous or anxious than you normally do? Give us a sense of the mood among the air crew as you were going in on this strike.
Honestly, a lot more nervous doing the interview right now, but not too much. Any anxiety was just due to the fact that it wasn't a planned out mission. And did most of the coordination airborne, and so just task at hand, doing what we needed to get ready for the mission, and really not a lot different than what we do day to day within Iraq. where we were in Iraq, it was fairly quiet. Not a lot going on. I don't think, we certainly didn't know it was coming, so I don't think anyone else did either.
So that is Dutch, his call sign. He is one of the ECMOs, that is the electronic countermeasures officers who flew on the EA-6B Prowler, the radar jamming aircraft that flew among the first missions into Iraq with the F-117 stealth aircraft. Also heard you talking earlier about some of the flyers that continue to be dropped. We got another copy today of some of the most recent flyers that have been dropped. These are near Iraqi naval forces, and there are in fact Iraqi naval forces. This is an English translation of the flyer. It says, in the event of a conflict, Iraqi naval units that do not immediately surrender will be destroyed by coalition ships and aircraft. And there's a picture of U.S. strike fighters dropping munitions there into naval vessels, and it gives some instructions on the back to the Iraqis on exactly how they can surrender if they choose to do so. So a great deal of naval activity going on here in addition to what you've been seeing on the ground. Anderson.
Frank, thanks. It's Bill Hemmer here in Kuwait City. Frank Buckley on board the USS Constellation, again floating yet again today in the Persian Gulf. One other note on this POWs, it's been pointed out to me that in some of that videotape you can actually see the Iraqi soldiers surrendering, holding those flyers that have been dropped by the U.S. and British planes for the past several months, holding them in their hands with specific instructions on how to surrender, where and how to hold your weapon, and letting the Iraqis know that if indeed they choose to surrender, a basket of food literally will be waiting for them on the other side. This was a similar scene from 12 years ago, similar instructions given at that time. I want to talk about the first casualties now of Operation Iraqi Freedom, as is being called by the Pentagon. A C-Knight, a CH-46 Marine-operated helicopter made a crash in northern Kuwait, killing 4 U.S. Marine crew members and 12 British soldiers on board. That reported early in the morning hours here, about 3:15 a.m. Local time. I was talking earlier today with a U.S. Army pilot who has extensive experience throughout the Persian Gulf region. Used to be a special ops pilot for the U.S. Army, talking and discussing about the difficulties pilots have going into the desert sands. They have worked on this and trained on this going back to 1980 in the Egyptian desert sands. He says they have tried to train pilots to a great degree on how to judge and gauge their altitude, especially when it comes to landing. These pilots come into areas, and immediately when that rotor starts spinning, the dust starts to fly. It clouds the area, makes it very difficult to judge how high or how low a pilot may be at any one time. The other thing he says that's very critical is that these helicopters fly at very low levels of altitude, sometimes 300 feet off the ground, and that's the point that it gets very difficult to make judgments about how high they are. There's no way of knowing what happened with this C-Knight. We're told it was not hostile enemy fire, but indeed it was a mechanical issue. But as we get more from the U.S. military, we'll keep you updated on what we're learning about what happened there in the early morning hours here in Kuwait. Much more to talk about. There is word again, the haze you see behind me, these dark clouds and smoke that may be a result these burning oil wells that we've been told by the Kuwaiti National Guard now burning west of Basra in southern Iraq. No confirmation as to whether or not this is a direct result of that, but something we're keeping a very close eye on here in Kuwait today. Much more a bit later. Now back to Carol at the CNN Center.
All right, thanks so much, Bill. Before you go, okay, we'll talk to Bill a little bit later. I just wondered about the mood in Kuwait. Since, you know, those air raid sirens go off so often. Yeah. Are people able to sleep there? How are they feeling? But we're going to find all that out from Bill Hemmer when we join him in our next half hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's take a look what's happening at this hour.
Operation Iraqi Freedom has seen its first coalition casualties in a helicopter crash in northern Kuwait. 4 Americans and 8 British soldiers died in the crash. The CH-46 C-Knight helicopter, similar to the one seen here, crashed due to apparent mechanical problems. The 7th Cavalry stormed into Iraq Friday morning from their positions in northern Kuwait. The regiment has been moving at about 30 miles per hour through the desert in the direction of Baghdad. You see these pictures here, exclusive to CNN. Our Walter Rogers, who is embedded with the 70th Cavalry, says the unit has met with minimal resistance. The 7th Cavalry, rather. In southern Iraq, British troops have taken control of the Fall Peninsula, the only Persian Gulf port in Iraq. Britain's Ministry of Defense says that some Iraqi troops were taken prisoner, but there is no word on any Iraqi casualties. And as feared, Iraqi troops have set fire to oil wells in southern Iraq. The Kuwaiti National Guard says as many as 15 wells are burning. Our Diana Muriel, who is embedded with British troops in southern Iraq, reports that thick smoke from fires making it hard to see in the area. And police dispersed anti-war demonstrators in Portland, Oregon after thousands of protesters blocked major roadways and bridges. Police donned riot gear before moving the crowd away. Tens of thousands across the United States took part in protests against the war with Iraq.
I want to talk just generally, often, there are bits and pieces which are coming in, every few minutes, and it's often hard to get a sort of a larger sense. Just want to talk for a few minutes about what we know kind of in the big picture. We know in Baghdad the status of Saddam Hussein simply unknown at this hour. Was he injured in that cruise missile attack some more than 24 hours ago? Was he killed? Was one of his sons killed? Is he still in control? Is he frankly irrelevant at this point?
We don't know. The interesting thing is there was to be a press conference from Iraqi officials through Al Jazeera television, but so far that has not happened, and we don't know why right now.
And frankly, that is something we've been told to get ready for really all evening long, going back into late yesterday, last night. Have yet to hear anything about that. Can we read anything into that? Unknown at this point. It's really, there's so much which is unknown. Also the 7th Cavalry. What we do know about the 7th Cavalry, we've been talking with Walt Rogers for a long time now. They are moving very quickly through the deserts of Iraq. And as Walt says, all the members of the 7th Cavalry know ultimately their ticket home goes through Baghdad.
And they're moving very quickly now. It's been stop and go to refuel. And of course, that helicopter is flying reconnaissance missions to see what's up ahead. At certain times they stop, depending on what those helicopter pilots tell them. But right now, it seems to be stopped again. So we'll check in with Brent Sadler a little later.
And we know that behind the 7th Cavalry, the 3rd Infantry Division also moving very fast up behind them. 7th Cavalry leading the way with helicopters, scout helicopters in advance of them. We have had the first casualties so far in this conflict. That report came out several hours ago. A helicopter went down. It was initially thought there were 16 troops injured. Now it's down to 12, 4 Americans, 8 British, and that helicopter, which all indications is at this point was an accident, no indication of...
Yeah, they think mechanical problems right now.
That occurred in Kuwait near the Iraqi border. Also in that region, we know the 1st Marine Division has crossed into into Iraq, crossed over from Kuwait. There were reports of, according to the New York Times, U.S. Marines clashed with Iraqis south of the Iraq-Kuwait border. 2 Iraqi APCs were destroyed, that according to the New York Times.
Oh, and also in southeastern Iraq, the Fall Peninsula. British troops have commandeered that. They've taken control of that. And at the same time, many Iraqi people, military people, civilian people, we don't know how many are turning themselves in.
Right, we saw those videos just a few moments ago, and that word on the British Fall Peninsula just coming in moments ago. Reports of oil wells on fire. There was also artillery fire from the Marines in advance of their movement into Iraq. There are also reports of explosions in the Basra area, up in Mosul, and of course some 60 cruise missiles have landed in Baghdad since this operation began. So
there's action going on in northern Iraq too, and we want to get there right now because that's where our Brent Sadler is. He's in Kalak. And Brent, you brought us some extraordinary pictures in the last hour.
Yes, indeed, Carol. Things are looking pretty quiet here compared to the drama of what's happening with that cavalry thrust north towards Baghdad. But I can tell you, in the past 6 hours, there have been 2 airstrikes against targets, we believe, Iraqi troop concentrations or artillery pieces in the area around Mosul. Now, that's Iraq's 2nd largest city. Mosul about 35, 40 miles behind me, behind those hills. We saw just before daybreak anti-aircraft fire, Iraqi anti-aircraft fire at the same time as we heard aircraft activity in the sky, and then just a couple of hours after daybreak, again more heavy explosions as a second airstrike went in. Now if we just take a look behind me, we have a situation, a static situation here. Those hills behind us are the territory of Saddam Hussein's loyalists, at least loyalists for now. Some of the troops have been changed round over the past few hours. According to the Kurds on the ground on my side, they say that some of those troops, earlier troops up there, have been passing on messages, secret messages to the Kurds that they wanted to give themselves up. Now the Kurds are saying some units were switched round, and there has been a lot of activity going on up on those ridge lines for the past several hours. Vehicles moving, front loaders changing barricades, also a suspicion that the Iraqis have been laying explosives along the road which leads to Mosul behind me up there. So a lot of interesting developments going on. But it's interesting, as you say, Carol, to make the note that there's no really hostile fire between the two sides. They're able to eyeball each other. The Kurds use binoculars, field glasses to watch the Iraqis watch the Kurds. There were some senior Kurdish commanders came down here several hours ago because the Iraqis behind me, Saddam Hussein's loyalists, were making so much unusual activity they thought something was going to happen. Indeed it did for a brief moment. There were two bursts of heavy machine gun fire, and the suspicion was that a group of journalists had got pretty close to the Iraqis, and a couple of warning shots from a heavy machine gun were fired, and there were echoes through the area here, and people ducked for several minutes. But for as long as there is no territorial move either from the Kurds towards the Iraqis or vice versa, then this situation is expected to remain. And it does seem rather surreal, does it not, that I'm talking to you here on this side of that bridge behind me. And if I were to walk several minutes down there, I would come across Saddam Hussein's soldiers, and I probably wouldn't be coming back to this Kurdish side of the line. So an extraordinary situation here, which for the moment does not seem likely to change unless, of course, there are any US-led coalition moves against Kirkuk, that vitally important oil-rich area, and of course Mosul, which is another producing area, two very important cities for the coalition, and possibly with Kurdish support to get their hands on those two cities. Back to you, Carol.
Brent, we were looking at an extraordinary contrast now. If your photographer could go back on those Iraqi troops, we have a split picture here. The contrast between the American military personnel and the Iraqi military personnel. And I must say, just at first glance, that the Iraqi military looks rather old-fashioned.
More than old-fashioned, it's not properly equipped. There's suspicion about how much ammunition they may have. There have been consistent reports over many months of my time moving around this northern Iraqi enclave controlled by two major political parties that not only are they under-equipped, they're underfed. There have been reports that the Iraqi soldiers you're seeing there have been buying local uniforms to throw their Iraqi army kit away so that they can melt and disappear if they have to, or to surrender. Many messages passed towards the Kurds. It's interesting to tell you, Carol, actually, that Kurdish intelligence has actually, according to my sources, tried to deter some of the senior Iraqi officers within Saddam Hussein's units up there not to defect too prematurely, because they want to have eyes and ears inside the Iraqi military. The Kurds relying a lot on intelligence reports, not only on what's happening with those Iraqi soldiers you're seeing live pictures of now here in northern Iraq, but more importantly, what's happening in the oil fields around Kirkuk, what's happening to Iraqi morale, the army morale inside the Kirkuk city itself, and of course Mosul. So some of those officers, it's said by the Kurds, have been told not to defect prematurely because they want to get intelligence reports still flowing from Saddam Hussein's military, from those who are prepared to use their knowledge against their leader, who we assume is still in power in Baghdad. So you have a very fascinating situation on the ground here. This is the closest that anyone is getting to Iraqi soldiers. There they are, looking pretty pretty low in terms of the kit they've got, and in terms of weaponry, I've only seen on the ridgeline behind me, you know, a 106 anti-tank piece, a couple of heavy machine guns, and really Iraq is just appearing to be waiting for the moment when they can just come down there and give themselves up. No real substantial change in their armaments or their displacements, and 2 days, 36, 40 hours into this invasion. Carol.
Yeah, you have to wonder if they really know what to expect. Brent Sadler reporting live for us. Many thanks to you from northern Iraq.
We've got a piece of new information in that is perhaps significant. Now, according to the British Defense Minister, Geoff Hoon, British forces, as we know, they've secured the Fall Peninsula, as we told you about, but they are apparently facing what is described as strong opposition, this at Qasr. Now, this is on the road to Basra. British forces had been hoping to move northward toward Basra, apparently facing strong opposition. Why is this significant? Well, because so much of the area around Basra, it's a Shiite territory, was believed there would not be much opposition there, was believed there would be scenes of troops just sort of rolling through the streets into Basra, being greeted by adoring crowds. A lot of people early on had said it was important to move into Basra quickly, in not only strategically, but also in a PR sense, to get a positive image for this operation, have those images be the first. This information coming in right now that British forces apparently facing strong opposition at Qasr as they press north toward Basra. The statement was made by the British Defense Minister just about 30 minutes ago on British television. He said also that the securing of the Fall Peninsula, he was saying that it had prevented a possible ecological disaster. That's his words, because of those oil fields that were alight. So very interesting information. Our Christian Amanpour is with British troops. We will go to her shortly to find out what she is hearing on the ground. For now, however, we go to Nick Robertson, who is live in Baghdad. Nick?
Anderson, we are getting some independent information from Kirkuk, the town about 150 miles north of Baghdad. Brent Sadler talking about that town just now, an oil-rich town that is under Iraqi control, but very, very close to that independent Kurdish area of northern Iraq. This is the first independent, non-Iraqi government information we have had from Kirkuk. What we understand from there, that overnight there were 4 heavy explosions that seem to come from the north of the city. The sources report no anti-aircraft gunfire and no planes seen in the area. The sirens over the city have sounded on several occasions. The streets in the city, we are told, are reasonably busy at this time, not as busy as they would be normally. People, we are told, are concerned about the possibility of fighting between Kurds and Turks. That's what they're afraid of. We're also told by our sources there that the 2 independent Kurdish television stations from that independent area in the north of Iraq, the Kurdish area, the KTV station and the KUP station, broadcasting into the Iraqi-controlled area, into Kirkuk, a message telling Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons and surrender. That is what the people of Kirkuk and the Iraqi soldiers in Kirkuk are hearing today, we are told. We are told they're hearing that they should lay down their weapons and surrender. That is not what the people in Baghdad are hearing. In Baghdad, the news on the television today, and it is a much clearer day here, it is a much sunnier day in the city. There are more people out on the streets, however many of the shops are still shut. There's more traffic on the roads this morning. One of the government buildings that was hit hit overnight is still smoldering. But what Iraqi people are hearing on their television this morning, and Iraqi television picking up one of the Arab satellite channels and replaying it. Iraqis in Baghdad are being told that thousands of people were arrested in the United States for protesting against the war. They're being told that 3 American helicopters have been destroyed. They're being told that 12 British soldiers and 4 American soldiers were killed. They're also being told about the international opposition to the war at this time. So that's the message that people are getting here. But the picture and what we see in Baghdad today is a city that it would be too much to say that it were returning to normal, but a few more people venturing out on the streets. And when we look across the road here at one of the gas stations here, there are no lines there, but there are a few people filling up their cars. Anderson?
Nick, CNN had been saying, there's a Wire story on CNN saying that Iraqi TV was claiming that the U.S. strike, the cruise missile strike against what Iraqi leadership believed to be Saddam Hussein, was a target against Saddam's wife and daughters. Have you heard that on Iraqi TV? Is that the way they are portraying it?
We have so far not picked up that particular broadcast on Iraqi television. We are monitoring it pretty much every minute. It is obviously possible that we may miss some of their broadcasts, but I believe that we're picking up most of their news broadcasts. The Iraqi officials yesterday obviously responded with surprising speed to try and put down rumors that President Saddam Hussein had been killed in that first round of strikes. It doesn't appear that they have tried so speedily to head off similar claims overnight that his compound, or he may have been targeted again. This is very much, it feels, one has the impression when watching Iraqi officials make their statements that we are in the midst of a very strong and heavy propaganda war, perhaps very different to what we've seen in the past. Immediate denials of such things. However, we see no denials so far today that the president may have been targeted again. Anderson?
Nick, as you no doubt know, it is a great topic of debate in the United States, probably throughout much of the world, about the status of Saddam Hussein. We saw that video that appeared on Iraqi television yesterday, the talk by Hussein. There was a report in the Washington Post saying that Saddam Hussein had actually pre-recorded several messages. Have Iraqi officials that you may be in contact with made any mention of that Washington Post report? Have they had any response to it?
So far, we haven't seen that. Typically, what Iraqi officials have said in the past about such accusations, they say it's part of a propaganda war, that they don't believe it, that there's a psychological war going on against Iraq, and they believe in the past that such articles have been part of that propaganda campaign against them. One of the interesting things about one of yesterday's meetings, President Saddam Hussein meeting with his Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Foreign Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, one of the interesting things about that meeting, normally it would have been attended as well by Izzat Ibrahim, often described as perhaps the second or third most powerful man in Iraq. He is the vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council. He also has been put in charge in military control of the northern region of Iraq, that area very close to the Kurdish-controlled areas in the north. So it was interesting that he was not seated around the table for that top-level meeting. He would, of course, normally have been there, along with Ali Hassan al-Majid, another of President Saddam Hussein's close confidants, who is in control of the south of Iraq. So possibly an indication there, Anderson, possibly that these pictures were taken recently, and possibly an indication that these particular commanders are now in those regions that they've been given control of. So should communications go down, that they can remain perhaps more in charge and in control of those regions that they've been put in control of by actually being there, Anderson.
Nick, you have covered this place more than anyone, I think. What in that video that we saw of Saddam Hussein addressing Iraqi people on Iraqi television and perhaps a world audience, how did you see it? I'm just sort of curious to know. I mean, what did you take away from it? What did you see? You know, there is so much debate going on here in the United States about the various, you know, the glasses he was wearing, is it Saddam, was it not Saddam, things like that. Just interesting, as you saw it, is there anything you can comment on about what you saw?
Well, my first indication, to be perfectly honest, when I first looked at it, I thought that isn't the man. His face did not seem to be as relaxed as he normally is. The glasses definitely made it hard to tell. The beret, of course, we just don't normally see him in the beret. We had only just begun to see him in his military fatigues. But on closer inspection and listening to him, the impression I was left with, this is very, very likely President Saddam Hussein. Obviously, one cannot be certain, and one cannot be certain when it was recorded. But I think my lasting impression is, looking closely and watching it played out a number of times here, again on Iraqi TV, that this very, very likely was the Iraqi leader. Unusual to see such large glasses. It did appear to be hastily prepared. He was reading from notes. The image that President Saddam Hussein likes to portray of being relaxed, of being in command, of being in control in his movements and in his gestures, something that CBS's Dan Rather commented on when he recently met him, and others comment on as well, that he likes to deport himself as being upright, as being strong, as being masterful, as being in control. What we saw yesterday was somebody who looked perhaps no less in control, but much, much more concerned about the situation and much less relaxed than he has done recently. One would have thought if he'd pre-recorded a message at a more relaxed moment, he might have chosen to look a little more relaxed. He might have chosen to do it perhaps without the heavy glasses. He might have chosen to do it a number of other ways. But again, these cannot be ways to definitely and precisely know whether or not it was the Iraqi leader.
Yeah, there is still so much unknown at this point. Nick Robertson live in Baghdad, appreciate it. And as we look at that live picture of Baghdad and we hear the call to prayer, that call which echoes out 5 times throughout much of the Muslim world, 5 times a day, it is in stark contrast to those other pictures we have been seeing of the 7th Cavalry, the Bradley fighting vehicles, the M1 Abrams tanks pushing fast through the deserts of Iraq, kicking up a storm of dust and clouds, moving toward a very clear target indeed. Carol?
Extraordinary pictures this morning. More extraordinary pictures out of southern Iraq, too, with members of the Iraqi military surrendering to British troops, and also civilians, it seems, with white flags. I want to show those pictures right now and bring in our military analyst, Kelly McCann, to talk more about the POWs, those people who will become prisoners of war, and how they might affect the military and what problems they may cause. Kelly, are you there? There you are.
I am.
All right. You saw those extraordinary pictures, did you not? Of Iraqis with white flags surrendering to armed British troops?
Well, basically, Carol, there's 2 really dangerous times in combat. One is when you re-enter friendly lines, if security patrols are out and your brother soldiers and Marines come back into friendly lines. Also taking prisoners, it's the same thing. The British troops are obviously going to be having to profile for concealed weapons. They're going to want to see hands. Even though an Iraqi may be very, very excited to be now in Allied forces custody, he has to be very careful that that excitement doesn't translate to what's called furtive movement. If you couple furtive movement with a misunderstanding of the English language and a hidden hand, it can quite possibly turn into a shooting. That's just the nature of the game.
I know that the military has been instructed on certain Arabic phrases that they need to pay attention to, but that's difficult, isn't it?
It's difficult when you're excited and you're that close to people who have been termed your enemy, and that you are questioning whether they can hurt you, and if they do have concealed weapons. There's been a lot of discussion about suicide attempts from people who were seated in some of these groups that may appear to surrender, and they could have explosives on them. So there's a tremendous control issue. Now, once you actually gain control, there are what we call the 5 S's, which we basically take control. You search everybody, of course. You want to segregate them so they can't talk among themselves, and also so that there's potentially not internal strife. In other words, if there are seated people in that group you take prisoner, some who are supporting Hussein, some who are not, our job then becomes to protect them from killing or hurting each other while in custody.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, too, is that the U.S. government has told the military that the Iraqi people are not the enemy. So will these prisoners be treated different than the normal prisoners of war?
Well, typically you want to establish control up front, Carol, and quite frankly, you are expected to handle them roughly initially, and that is to exert yourself as unquestionably in control of the situation and in control of the people. And then you can lighten up once you've gone through those 5 S's, segregate, speed, you've got to get them away from the battlefield. I heard earlier, as you and Anderson were reporting, they go first to a collection point, and then after that collection point, which is the initial point they're turned over to the MPs, they go back further to a holding area. And obviously, we always have to be concerned with their safety. So there's very, very entrenched processes involved here. Done badly, you can remember what happened at Mazar-e-Sharif in Afghanistan, when people were not searched, they were not segregated, and in fact, they were seeded with very fundamentalist and anti-U.S. elements that then took it into their hands to kill Michael Spann and create a revolt situation. So it's a very tense situation, and a manpower drain as well.
Well, as I was just going to say, they're expecting tens of thousands of Iraqis to turn themselves in. What problems might this pose for the troops over there?
Well, the way that it's being handled now is the attacking elements don't have time to get mired down in this. So the MPs and correctional personnel who are trained in these procedures extensively are following closely behind at those collection points so they can immediately establish them. The capturing unit would then immediately turn them over and continue forward. The MPs have then full control, and they would establish and hold that situation in control until, and that might become the holding area. In other words, we might not want to use the assets necessary to move them further to the rear. Other MPs would then continue forward with the attacking unit and so on, leapfrog through the process. But important to establish complete control up front.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about information they may get from these prisoners of war, because no doubt there's much questioning going on of these prisoners too.
Interrogator translator teams are used by the MPs once we've sorted out or they've sorted out through, you know, who they've got. Do they have anybody that's other than battlefield fodder? Are there officers? Is there perishable information that we'd like to get, etc.? They go through a whole process, not as detailed or at length as you'll find in Guantanamo, for example, but battlefield interrogation. And at that point, that information is passed to the S2, the intelligence officer, forwarded up to the Joint Intelligence Center if necessary, and acted on.
Let's talk about the invasion itself, because there has been minimal efforts at fighting back. Does that surprise you? I know we all expected that, but there has been virtually none.
Well, it depends on their operational order. You know, Carol, yesterday when we were starting to get the warnings all the time, where, you know, Sanjay, of course, was into his bunker several times, as Walt Rogers was, and all the reporters throughout in the field, that is doctrinally called harassment and interdiction fire. That was in the defensive plan by the Iraqis. It's in rocket doctrine to, over a period of time, continue to fire what appears to be just harassment rounds, which make you do something, and thereby making you fatigued, making you frustrated, and requiring you to not be able to get uninterrupted sleep, which means if you go into the attack at night, you're less than 100%. So that was a doctrinal approach. Likewise, the Iraqi Ministry of Defense had issued 2 months ago a statement that said, take the desert, there's nothing in it, we'll see you in the city. That was their battle plan going into this. And if you remember, 3 weeks ago, Saddam Hussein withdrew his troops into Baghdad, a significant amount of them. The original plan to set up concentric zones around the city to prevent that withdrawal then became obsolete. So it's not unusual that we're not seeing some resistance. We're running into pockets of resistance, detachments left in contact, meant to delay, disrupt, kind of disrupt the momentum. But we haven't seen this plan play out yet.
Yeah, and when the troops finally arrive in Baghdad, it may be a whole different story. We just don't know.
Exactly. That may be exactly the time when they do the shock and awe. If that's not going to be held in check, Carol, that may be the precise time when we ring Baghdad to actually engage that, and then thereby mitigating military operations in urban terrain, making even more surrender.
I understand. We're going to bring Anderson in. He has a question for you, Kelly.
Kelly, we just got word a few moments ago that from the British foreign minister that British troops are receiving some resistance, strong opposition, in fact, on their road to Basra around Qasr. Does that surprise you? I mean, so much talk ahead of this had been saying, you know, it was going to be kind of a cakewalk into Basra. They're going to be greeted with open arms. Does it concern you? Does it surprise you?
Good morning, Anderson. No, it doesn't surprise me, because this is a war, and we've got to expect that now in those autonomous... Remember, we've kind of broken up the command and control of the Iraqis to literally get current and consistent word out to the forward elements. Those troops that are resisting are acting on their last orders, undoubtedly, and may not have any information about the bigger picture, how deep we've penetrated into Iraq, the numbers of forces. And also, I mean, they are defending a fairly crucial area there. So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've yet to have any casualties. We've yet to inflict significant casualties. So I think there's more to come.
Kelly McCann, I'm sorry, we have to interrupt. Very great information from Kelly, and I know you've been sticking around all morning, but we must go to Bob Franken. He is at an air base in the Persian Gulf. That's as specific as we can get with his location. Bob Franken, what can you tell us?
Well, a teensy-weensy bit more specific. It is close to the Iraq border.
I can almost see Wolf Blitzer from here, but that's about as much as I'm going to tell you. In any case, it is also one of the main bases for much of the air war that's going to be conducted from ground-based aircraft. This is a base that uses fighter jets, the F-16, the F-A-18. It also uses the A-10, and that's an important one. And the wing commander held a news conference this morning to say that in the preceding 24 hours, there had been a huge spike in the number of sorties, which is their word for missions. There had been 141 as compared to the mid-30s the day before. Most of those, he said, this is an interesting part, were in support of the ground operation, an awful lot of the A-10, which is a very, very potent anti-tank weapon. Preparing the battlefield is the terminology they use. In other words, clearing the way for the opposition to be, the tanks to not be a factor as the U.S. troops advance. They also concentrated on the city of Basra, that area command and control center, certainly consistent with the ground war that is going on. That seems to be the main target of opportunity right now. The other thing that they did, which was so interesting, is that they went on a search in the flights that came from this base, a search for the locations of the portable missile sites that had fired 4 missiles, they say, at the forces friendly to the United States, 4 of them. Those missile firings had caused a huge rash of alerts, red alerts they call them, where in military parlance you had to go to MOP 4, that's mission-oriented protection. And MOP 4 is the highest level. That means an attack is imminent, if not already in progress. Well, the attacks turned out to be nothing of the sort, but before we would find that out each time, nearly a dozen times, everybody on the base would have to put on his gas masks and his entire chemical, biological protective gear, wait in a bunker or some sort of protective area until the all-clear was given just a little bit of time ago. But there's only been one since overnight, and that is attributed by the commander to the fact that they're on the chase for these portable missile sites and may have intimidated them or stopped them from firing the missiles. Anderson?
Understand. Bob Franken, Carol Costello here along with Anderson Cooper. Bob Franken reporting from an airbase somewhere in the Persian Gulf. Our next hour starts right now.
The 3rd Army's 7th Cavalry rolls toward Baghdad. You're seeing the picture right there. That tops our quick look this hour at the strike on Iraq. Walter Rogers is with the 7th Cavalry, CNN's Walter Rogers. He tells us overnight a tactical ballistic missile was fired at the unit as the troops crossed the Kuwaiti border into Iraq. The missile missed. He says the unit also destroyed several Iraqi army vehicles and is now rolling unimpeded toward the Iraqi capital. The battle for Basra has been going on the land and from the air. U.S. Air Force commanders tell CNN that most of the more than 140 sorties flown in the Iraqi operation thus far have been against targets in Basra. The first coalition casualties occurred today. The Pentagon says a U.S. Marine chopper crashed in Kuwait about 9 miles south of the border with Iraq. All 12 people, 8 British soldiers, 4 U.S. crew members, all 12 aboard the CH-46 transport chopper died. Initial reports had 12 British deaths. Those turned out to be incorrect, 8 British deaths. The military suspects mechanical problems caused the crash. And just a short while ago, British troops secured the beachhead on Iraq's Faw Peninsula, Iraq's only Persian Gulf coast. And Britain's Ministry of Defense says some Iraqi troops were taken prisoner. We saw those pictures, but it's not clear exactly how many. We also have a report that British troops are meeting some resistance on their way to Basra at Qasr. Overnight video here of Iraqi troops surrendering. There it is, surrendering near the Kuwait-Iraqi border. 17 Iraqi soldiers surrendered before the opening of the strike on Iraq. Our Christian Amanpour is with British troops in the region and tells us that dozens of Iraqi soldiers have walked across the border to surrender. And just within the last couple of hours, this video from northern Kuwait of Iraqi troops carrying white flags and surrendering to British Marines. And this is video. Coming up next, video from ground level of the first strikes to open Operation Iraqi Freedom. Iraqi TV reports 72 missiles were fired into the city on the first night. That is at odds with what the U.S. say. They say over 60. It reports 4 Iraqi fighters were killed in those strikes.
And good morning to you. I'm Carol Costello along with Anderson Cooper, and we've been showing people some amazing pictures this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot happening at this hour, a lot of fast-moving events. We are going to try to keep you up to date over the next hour.
Yeah, we have another picture that we want to show you that we just got in. This is from the Los Angeles Times. Take a look at that. These are the Marines of Alpha Company, 1st Battalion, the Regimental Combat Team 5. They were deployed sometime today in the area of an oil pumping station. We don't know exactly where, but we do know it's southern Iraq. But for family members, again, these are the Marines of Alpha Company, 1st Battalion, Regimental Combat Team 5. They were deployed early Friday morning in southern Iraq at an oil pumping station.
And this is one of those, military planners that you plan for things and you plan for things and you have a battle plan in place for weeks. We had been hearing reports about this major strike, surprise and awe. Clearly that shifted with the early attack on the Iraqi leadership, that cruise missile strikes. These oil fires are presenting another incidence of the battle plan perhaps having to shift. It's sort of an open question at this hour with those oil fires burning. Did things change on the battlefield tactically? Did operations have to shift in order to try to address those fires sooner rather than later?
And the word we have right now, at least 15 oil wells have been set on fire. We went ahead now live to Kuwait and Bill Hemmer for more about the oil well fires and also about the POWs. More and more Iraqis turning themselves into troops. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, Carol, hello again from Kuwait City. Let's show you the videotape we're getting just a few moments ago. This is daytime pictures right now of dozens of Iraqi soldiers surrendering to British and U.S. forces in Kuwait. We're told they literally crossed the border before they surrendered. Described again as dozens. Do not have a firm number, though, on the number of Iraqi soldiers now surrendering there a short time ago. Meanwhile, overnight video taken by the British troops by way of a night scope vision here. We can show you dozens more of Iraqi soldiers who have surrendered to British troops in this case. This was on the Iraqi side, we're told. We're also told that you can see in their hands quite clearly a number of leaflets that have been dropped over the past several months by U.S. troops flying overhead in southern Iraq, issuing orders on how to surrender to U.S. and British troops. We're told that there are instructions on how to hold their weapon, where to put their weapon, and also encouraged to give up peacefully, and there will be food, literally sometimes a basket of food waiting for them if indeed they choose. This was a similar operation to what we saw 12 years ago in the first Persian Gulf War. It seems at times that it's following suit to the pattern we saw 12 years ago. Meanwhile, you mentioned these oil fires. The Kuwaiti National Guard reporting that 15 different oil wells are on fire right now in southern Iraq, west of the city of Basra. Basra is in southeastern Iraq, about 40 miles on the other side of the Kuwaiti border. And we can see back here in Kuwait City already the after effects of this. I show you the rooftop camera here on top of our hotel. It looks like a pretty nice day. The sun is out, but in the distance, that normally is blue sky, but today it is dark. It is black at times. Earlier in the day it was darker, but it appears to be lifting at this time. Whether or not this continues in a pattern later today is something we'll wait and see. A lot of concerns right now health-wise. There can be visibility problems. There can be breathing problems. This stuff, the soot in the air, can get into your lungs. We're told that short-term health effects are almost a certainty for a number of people operating here, but all of that depends on how deep and how thick this smoke can be a bit later. We also know there are essentially go teams sent to Kuwait to counter these oil fires. We do know of at least 3 teams that are here on the ground from Houston, Texas, set to respond at any point once these fires break out. If you go back 12 years again, the oil fires that were set ablaze here in Kuwait, it took almost 8 months to extinguish them. It was a significant problem throughout Kuwait following the first Persian Gulf War. Meanwhile, here in Kuwait City, an update quickly, we did have an air raid siren about 2.5 hours ago. It's a little bit after noon local time right now. The all clear has been given. But this follows 3 other waves of air raid sirens that we got overnight here in Kuwait City. And of course, yesterday, Carolyn Anderson, if you were with us, it was a long series throughout the afternoon into the early evening hours as the detection systems here in Kuwait City did detect Iraqi missiles flying overhead, low off the ground, about 300 feet in many cases, coming into Kuwait City. Just to button that, though, no reports of injuries or casualties, and certainly that is a good thing. Again, just past noon today on Friday, the 21st day in March, and we are waiting now to see what unfolds today here in Kuwait. Carol, back to you now.
All right, Bill Hemmer reporting live from Kuwait. We'll check back with you many times in the following hours.
And for much of this morning, much of late last night, I think all of us have been transfixed by those images from Walter Rogers traveling with the 7th Cavalry, that CNN exclusive, just moving fast, moving furiously through the deserts of Iraq, target ultimately Baghdad, and as Walt Rogers has pointed out many times, all the troops in the 7th Cavalry want to get there as quickly as they can because
so they can go home.
Exactly. They know that is the route home. That is their ticket home. And, you know, of course, we wish them well. It is about midday right now in Iraq, and the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has been moving with all deliberate speed across southern Iraq, as we said, since before dawn. Walter Rogers, as we said, is traveling with them. He's actually asleep right now. I mean, this guy has been going with these troops, and the troops, as much as possible, in their badly fighting vehicles, in the Abrams tanks, are shifting around. They have to go on sort of a staggered shift. They try to get sleep when they can. Anyone who's been in the military will know that you develop very quickly the ability to take a cat nap whenever you can. Walt Rogers is taking a cat nap right now. We're going to take a look at some of the reporting he has done over the last several hours. Take a look.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal. These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the deserts in southern Iraq. They will, it'll be days before they get to Baghdad, but you've never seen battlefield pictures like these before. Immediately in front of our cameras, an M1A1 Abrams tank. We're sitting about 30 meters now about 40 meters off the back of that tank. A short while ago, perhaps 30 minutes ago, this unit took some incoming fire, never came within more than half a kilometer of the 7th Cavalry, but there you can see these tanks rolling along. The Army says these are the most lethal killing machines on the earth, and when you see those 120 millimeter guns go off, there's no doubt about it. As you look at the soldiers atop the tank, the one nearest us on the left side of the tank is the loader. He is responsible for loading the 120 millimeter gun shells into the tank when it engages in hostile combat. That has not occurred. That is, the tanks have not fired to the best of our knowledge so far today. The other soldier on the right side of the turret, his head sticking up too, is the commander of the tank. You have to realize they've been riding along, bouncing along in these tanks for probably 6 or more hours now. We should tell you that some of the squadron is now completely fanned out. This is the Apache troop. Earlier in the evening, when we crossed the border with Kuwait, we were in a single column. The reason being we stayed in a single column because there was concern about minefields. But now we are well past the danger of minefields. The entire Apache troop of the U.S. Army 7th Infantry, 7th Cavalry, is spread out in this giant fan across this desert plain. Earlier this evening, also, we think an unknown number of tanks were hit, no more than 3 or 4, but that was really little more than a skirmish. It held the 7th Cavalry up at the border briefly until the lane of passage through the border berm could be cleared. Once that border berm was cleared, they moved through very, very quickly. If you can stay with us just a little longer, we're coming up on another skeleton of another war, another old Soviet vintage tank that the Iraqis would have used probably during the Gulf War. You can see it, you're just about to see it on the ground there. The turret is it would have been knocked out by Allied forces in the 1991 Gulf War. And look at that old Soviet tank, and then pan over and look at the M1A1 Abrams if you want to see how the history of mechanized warfare has in the last 15 years. Captain Lyle held a pep talk of sorts, and he spoke to each of his soldiers in the Apache troop you now see rolling toward Iraq. He began by saying, and I'm quoting Captain Lyle here, "We're just doing what's right." This is a case of them, him, and us. Them being the Iraqi people, Captain Lyle said, him being Saddam Hussein, and us being the United States Army. Captain Lyle went on to say the Iraqi people have been gassed and murdered by this tyrant. He has to be removed. He said, we are marching, we are invading to liberate the people of Iraq. And, of course, they have their Army cheer whenever they hear something they approve of. And the Army cheer which Captain Lyle was given was, ooh-ha! Out on the horizon, you're seeing the Kiowa helicopters, and if you can see a small assortment of animals out there, those are probably Bedouin goats. The Bedouins live off those goats. There's a small shelter there in the foreground, and the Bedouin family lives there. This is about the third Bedouin encampment we've passed, and they just appear dumbstruck, awestruck by this huge mechanized unit which is rolling across the desert. These people don't have automobiles. Often they move by camels, and all of a sudden they're seeing camels like nothing they ever saw before with 120-millimeter guns sticking out. We've been traveling in this very broad pattern, a fan-like shape, for several hours now, and I would assume that one of the reasons we're stopping now is just to let the soldiers inside the tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles stretch their legs. We do not appear to be under any immediate threat, and the reason we can say that is because everyone's outside the tank now just stretching their legs and getting some air. Those tanks are extraordinarily cramped inside. I was sitting in the gunner seat, riding in a gunner seat last week, and I don't see how they can survive in there. You bounce around so much that you have to wear a helmet, or you're going to get your head smashed in with all the steel around you.
And we are showing you now a live picture with the 7th Cavalry. As we mentioned, Walt Rogers getting some much-needed shut-eye, but our live pictures continue. The 7th Cavalry perhaps refueling, perhaps just taking a short break, waiting for the 3rd Infantry Division, who are behind the 7th Cavalry, to catch up. The 7th Cavalry not wanting to get too far out in advance in the front. Now, one of the people watching the live pictures of the 7th Cavalry was the wife of the commanding officer. We contacted her by phone as she watched her husband leading the ground attack. Listen to what she had to say.
I'm proud of 3-7 Cav and 3rd Infantry Division, and I just can't believe that we're able to see this on TV. This is great.
Touching words as she watches her husband. She didn't want to talk to him because we tried to get him for him. Walt Rogers tried his best to get her husband, who was the captain.
And she very wisely said...
no, I want him to pay attention to what he's doing. That's much more important than me talking to him. We have breaking news to tell you about. The U.S. Marines have raised the Stars and Stripes flag over the UMM Qasr in Qasr, I'm sorry.
Yeah, now this is a Reuters story that just crossed on the newswire, but a few moments ago we had told you that the British Defense Secretary on British TV was saying that British Marines were encountering strong opposition, in his words, around Qasr. This, of course, on the road to Basra, that important major city in Iraq. But this, just crossing on the Reuters wire.
If there was heavy opposition, it did not last long.
Right.
I mean, literally within a span of a half hour, the U.S. Marines and British forces took control of Qasr and also the Fall Peninsula. And the important thing about this is that it's one of Iraq's major ports, and of course that's where the oil goes in and out.
Right.
And that means that now British troops and U.S. troops have control of a major chunk of Iraq's economy, and that's very important in this war effort.
And one can imagine, obviously, without giving anything away, obviously Basra is a major point of interest for U.S. and British forces at this point. We're going to go now to
Nick Robertson, who is in Baghdad. Nick, what can you tell us?
Well, very interesting. Today is the Muslim Holy Day, Friday, and as is normal on these days on Iraqi television, pictures of the mosque, pictures of people praying in the mosques. What we have seen over the last several months normally is some very virulent anti-American speaking during the sermons in these mosques. What we're seeing today is perhaps something a little different. It seems much more a tribute to the faithful, the imam sitting reading from the Quran, not standing up exhorting the faithful to resistance to the United States. So this is a little different. The fact that the if you will, the temperature of the particular prayers and rhetoric coming from the mosque today, at least what's being broadcast on the television here, the temperature a little bit down from normal. The city of Baghdad, returning to say to normal would give you the wrong impression. Returning a little bit towards a slightly busier life than yesterday when the streets were almost completely deserted. A little more traffic on the roads today. The shops, one or two open, but most of them still boarded up. Most of the traffic on the roads, a mixture of government vehicles and private vehicles and taxis. The city, however, still waiting in expectation for what it has been led to expect would be a bombing campaign that would shock and awe it. We do have independent information from the northern city of Kirkuk. Kirkuk, of course, bordering that Kurdish-controlled area in the north of Iraq. Kirkuk, also a large oil-rich city. We're told that overnight there were 4 heavy explosions there in the north of the city, that they have seen no anti-aircraft gunfire, no planes. The air raid sirens have gone off on several occasions. But what is interesting is that in the city of Kirkuk, Iraqi citizens are picking up broadcasts from the independent Kurdish area, broadcasts that are telling the Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons and surrender.
And that's not what you're hearing in Baghdad, though, right, Nick?
Not at all. The news broadcast here, broadcasting an Arab news channel here, telling Iraqis that 1,000 Americans have been arrested for anti-war protests, that 3 American helicopters have been down, that 16 coalition soldiers have been killed so far. Also highlighting the international protests and resistance to the war in Iraq at this time, talking about resistance in France and in China. There have been absolutely no pictures on Iraqi television, no pictures and no hint about what is going on in the south of Iraq. Those pictures that our audience has seen of Iraqi soldiers surrendering is not something that's being broadcast here, not something that people here are seeing at all or hearing about. They will, however, be able to hear about it to a degree on some of the shortwave radio, international radio broadcasts that people can pick up. Word of mouth here will likely spread those stories around the city, but this is not an image that's being portrayed in Baghdad at this time.
You know, we keep hearing that there's going to be a press conference held by Iraqi officials that's going to be broadcast on Al Jazeera television, and you have to wonder, if that occurs, what Iraqi officials might say.
Well, the message yesterday was one to show unity, to show strength, to show that the leadership was still in control. It will be a message that will be as much for the international audience as it will be for the Iraqi people, to show them that the leadership is still firmly in control. Now, until yesterday, Iraqi officials have been saying that any attack on Iraq would be met with stiff resistance, that it would not be easy. It would not be easy for the coalition soldiers, as they've been told. They were saying that the coalition soldiers had been lied to. And that was their position. So it will be interesting to see what they have to say today, to see how events are unfolding. But if the broadcast and the announcements are like yesterday, they will enunciate again the firmness of the leadership here, the resolve of the leadership, a call for the people to stand behind the leadership, and an effort to show that there are no chinks in the Iraqi armor at this time.
Before I let you go, Nick, I want to bring up the subject of damage in Baghdad because it was hit for a second time. Do you know the extent of damage in the city right now?
Certainly, one of the government buildings that we can see from here that was hit is still smoldering this morning. The flames that appeared to rip through it last night, from what we can see from the smoke-damaged exterior of the building does seem to be, from where we stand, we haven't been inside, but one would expect from looking at the blackening outside of the windows that inside it must be fairly extensively smoke-damaged and burn-damaged. The structure of the buildings does not seem to have been affected greatly. No parts of the building have collapsed. The explosions appear to take place at the base of the buildings. Now, in other areas of Baghdad, there were explosions to the perimeter of the city. We haven't been able to get an accurate assessment of what happened there. There were also a couple of other very large explosions within a mile of our position that we could see very, very clearly last night. No indication in daylight today to be able to see what buildings may have been hit and what may have been damaged there. Those buildings or those particular targets didn't appear to burn and smoke for very long last night.
Nick Robertson reporting live from Baghdad. And I don't know if you know this, but Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, the only U.S. correspondents in Baghdad right now. Our appreciation to you both.
And we are going to check in now with Jane Arraf, who is covering this region and has covered this region for years. She is in northern Iraq. Jane, what do you have at this hour?
Well, Anderson, we're expecting, and people here are expecting, to see more American troops in the region in northern Iraq. Now, there have been, for some time, a select group of U.S. special forces working with Kurdish forces, but the Turkish parliament, as you know, has approved U.S. overflights over Turkey, which means that they are expected to airlift troops quite possibly into an airbase near the Turkish border and send those troops for a northern assault. Not the one they had envisioned when they first asked for land-based troops in Turkey, but it does provide them the ability to put American troops here. Now, you can probably hear prayers behind me. It's Friday here, and actually an important holiday. It's Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Normally, people would be celebrating. It's a very festive day in this region. It's spring here. It's also the first day of spring. And we're at the foot of a mountain. Beyond that mountain is the city of Mosul, about 30 kilometers away, Iraqi government-controlled territory. Now, there are reports of bombings there, but so far here, along the line of control, it's quiet. Now, the city is deserted. As I say, it normally would be a holiday, people in the streets celebrating, but they've fled to the mountains. They're camped out on the mountainside where it's been very cold weather, very bad conditions. Authorities are appealing for them to come home here where they say it's safe, but they're saying they're safer away in the mountains. Anderson?
All right, Jane Arraf live in northern Iraq. Stay safe. Thanks very much, Jane. Carol?
Okay, just a clarification. U.S. Marines have raised the American flag over Qasr. That's in the port city of southeastern Iraq. It's between the Fars Peninsula and Basra. A Reuters reporter saw the Marines raising the United States flag above the port there. And of course, that's important because that means that Allied troops have control of Iraq's economy. And of course, that city on the way to Basra. Qasr is how you pronounce that.
And there had been prior, the sort of the significance, there had been prior reports just in the last hour stemming largely from the British Defense Secretary, who said on British television that British Marines were encountering strong opposition in that region. So seemingly conflicting reports, but apparently this witness has seen the flag being raised. So.
Apparently the resistance is over.
Apparently so. We're going to check in right now with Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Anderson, you're making the point last hour about how once a war begins, the plan can change almost on a dime. In television, we call this ad-libbing. It's quite possible the U.S. military is doing that, just that right now. We were told that Baghdad would be under siege, but listening to Nick Robertson again today, the bombing has stopped as of last evening. As to why this is happening, it's anybody's guess, but clearly something is changing within Baghdad, which has given the U.S. military pause at this point. North of Baghdad, though, in the northern part of the country, CNN's Brent Sadler has arrived at a position that is quite near where Iraqi soldiers are now positioned. When I pick up things with Brent right now to find out what he is hearing and seeing today from his location there. Brent, hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, Bill. Well, very interesting location here at Kalak. This is the edge of the Kurdish front line which controls this area. The road behind me is the main route into Mosul, about 35-40 miles from here. Overnight and just into the early hours of daybreak today, we saw 2 airstrikes, aircraft activity overhead, some anti-aircraft fire in the hours of darkness, clumps of explosions, and then again the same sort of thing happened in the first hours of daybreak. Expected that it was airstrikes against Iraqi troop concentrations in the Mosul theatre of war, if you like. Now, what we have here is an extraordinary situation, because here is where you can see with our own eyes, and we're going to use a special long lens now to go behind me and take you into the Iraqi front line position on the hill behind me. Now, as we zoom into that area up there, you'll see quite clearly a ridge line where you see the movements of Iraqi soldiers, not particularly well disciplined, it doesn't seem, not particularly well equipped. We don't see any heavy weapons up there, just a few machine guns and one 106 anti-tank weapon, which we can see on a part of that ridge line. And we've been watching them now for many weeks this year and for many weeks last year. And it seems that they are even on a lower state of alert than they were even a week or two ago. And having heard what Nick Robertson was saying a few minutes ago from Baghdad about Kurdish radio blasting the Iraqi side, Saddam Hussein's territory, with propaganda that units, soldiers should lay down their arms and surrender, I'm just wondering whether the kind of activity we are seeing up there, maybe soldiers just really milling around, talking to each other, walking very nonchalantly along that ridge line, and perhaps weighing up what they should be doing, because obviously they can pick up broadcasts up there which aren't just beamed from Baghdad. They're picking up broadcasts that they can hear from the Kurdish-controlled, the area which is free of Saddam Hussein's grip. So one can only guess that they may well be making the sort of calculations that perhaps they should surrender, given that it's on most news broadcasts around here that there have been surrenders in the southern part of Iraq. Now let's just take a look from that ridge line up there, pull back a bit to my position here, and take another look at this bridge on this main road to Mosul. Now if we can walk down that bridge, it would take me several minutes to get to the other end of it. And at the other end, you can now see an abandoned Iraqi guard post. A few hours ago, there were armed Iraqi soldiers in there. They have withdrawn. You can see a small berm, a barricade at the bottom there, and those empty guard positions. Now, the Iraqis' activity for the past many hours today even provoked the interest of one of the senior commanders who came along here with a pickup truck with binoculars to try and work out what on earth the Iraqis might be doing over there. Are they setting explosive charges at the end of the bridge? Are they working to try and block an expected advance sooner or later by coalition forces along this route into Mosul? Or are they perhaps considering whether they should surrender? It's just impossible to say. I'm only really telling you what we're hearing on the ground here and what we're seeing with our own eyes these past few hours and the many weeks we've been around here. There was, however, one moment of tension when a couple of rounds of heavy machine gun fire burst out in this area, and that's when there was a group of journalists, a large group of journalists had congregated on a fort which is not far behind me, and some big heavy anti-aircraft bursts came out and people started to get a little bit panicky, but then it went back to the situation we have now, which is fairly quiet, no activity and no tension here. Extraordinary situation given that both sides, the Iraqis loyal to Saddam Hussein for now at least, eyeballing the Kurds, and the Kurds eyeballing the Iraqi army. Back to you, Bill.
Fascinating indeed. Brent, thanks. Brent Sadler in northern Iraq. You might be able to hear in the background right now a fire alarm that's going off in our hotel. We are told that it's been malfunctioning lately. The reason we point this out because due to the security measures we're taking here at CNN in connection with the air raid sirens that go off in the city of Kuwait, we've also tried to synchronize the fire alarm in the hotel as well. That notifies everybody staying here and working here when you have to take cover. Nothing happening right now. They're just trying to test the system, make sure it works A-OK. As I say that, it dies down. So perhaps we have gotten that situation worked out. Much more from Kuwait City. A lot to talk about, including the U.S. Marine helicopter that went down the early morning hours here in Kuwait City. We'll update you that next time we talk. Back to Anderson and Carol now at the CNN Center.
Bill, thanks very much. Carol?
And let's start our next half hour. It starts right now. Here is what's happening at this hour. The Pentagon does confirm the first coalition fatalities. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter like this one crashed early today in Kuwait. All 12 aboard were killed. The victims include 4 U.S. crew members and 8 British troops. The helicopter crashed 9 miles south of Kuwait's border with Iraq. The Pentagon says it appears the chopper went down because of possible mechanical problems. Also, British troops secured the beachhead today on Iraq's Fall Peninsula, the country's only Persian Gulf coast. The pre-dawn assault put coalition forces in control of Iraq's main oil pipeline terminals. Britain's Ministry of Defense says some Iraqi troops surrendered, but it's not clear exactly how many were taken. You're seeing dramatic pictures of that right now. The U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry is advancing on Baghdad nearly unimpeded. Iraqi forces fired a tactical ballistic missile at the 7th Cavalry as it crossed into Iraq from Kuwait. A tank commander told CNN the missile landed harmlessly about 6 miles away. The cavalry apparently took out a small anti-aircraft unit that had fired at them. And the Kuwaiti National Guard says what you're seeing is smoke from at least 15 oil well fires in southern Iraq. A thick haze of dark smoke could be seen over Kuwait City's skyline this morning, apparently from the oil field fires. And tens of thousands of demonstrators took to the streets across the United States to protest the beginning of the war with Iraq. In Chicago, thousands gathered along Lakeshore Drive, stopping traffic. And in San Francisco, police arrested more than 1,000 protesters, mostly for blocking intersections, refusing to disperse, or resisting arrest.
Well, now to the first coalition casualties in the strike on Iraq, as Carol just mentioned. The Pentagon says there were no survivors of a U.S. helicopter crash in Kuwait. 12 U.S. and British forces were in the chopper when it went down 9 miles south of Kuwait's border with Iraq. Now, authorities say 8 British troops, 4 American crew members, all killed in the crash. Here's a look at the type of helicopter it was, the CH-46 Sea Knight. It's used to transport troops, supplies, and equipment. There's the graphic of it right there. The Pentagon says there was no indication of hostile fire. They say it appears the chopper went down because of some other problem, possibly mechanical. That is the graphic. Of course, the human side is the real story. Let's see what the Pentagon is saying about this chopper crash, and as well as the 7th Cavalry moving north. And let's start with the chopper crash and the first casualties for the U.S. allies. Our Chris Plant is there. Chris?
Hi, Anderson. That's right. The first casualties suffered by the coalition in this conflict, the crash of a CH-46, a U.S. Marine Corps transport helicopter used to transport troops and, as you said, equipment in and out of combat zones. It's the old workhorse of the Marine Corps, been in service since the early 1960s. As you said, there's no indication of any hostile fire. It appears that it was either a mechanical problem or perhaps a weather-related, possibly pilot error issue, but no hostile fire as of now, according to officials here. Initially, the reports were that 12 British commandos had been killed. That number has now been adjusted downward to 8. And meanwhile, British forces have seized the Al-Faw Peninsula in southern Iraq along the Persian Gulf and the border with Iran, between Iran and Kuwait. And as we've seen from Walt Rogers throughout the evening, the 7th Cavalry is moving northward, so far unchallenged by Iraqi troops, but it is not the case everywhere. U.S. and British forces have moved throughout areas of southern Iraq. There has been some resistance, not very heavy according to the reports that we're getting, but information is sketchy as it's coming in from the field. Also keep in mind that while we're watching the 7th Cavalry and we're seeing some of this fairly spectacular video here that we've been seeing all night, there are a number of units, U.S. and British units in Kuwait that were or are poised to go that we have not heard from. We don't know where they are. We don't know whether they are moving toward their objectives or not. Elements of the 3rd Infantry Division perhaps moving, perhaps still poised along the border. Elements of the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne. You need to keep in mind that we haven't heard from a number of units. While we're watching some of them move across the country, there may be surprises yet in store. Also, we're anticipating that the promised air campaign designed to induce shock and awe along with ground action is still on the docket, according to officials here. And we're told that we can expect that the air campaign will commence unless the regime of Saddam Hussein decides to step down from power and turn the country over peacefully. Anderson?
All right, Chris Plant live at the Pentagon. Thanks very much. Just want to give you an update of a story we've been telling you about a little bit in the last hour or so. This is coming from Reuters, from one of the Reuters embedded correspondents who is traveling with the Marines. U.S. Marines raised the Stars and Stripes flag over the new port of Qasr. This occurred after facing only light resistance, according to this report. This is from Reuters correspondent Adrian Croft. Now, we should point out that the old port of Qasr, which is about a mile away from the new port, has not yet been taken. Very significant, perhaps. We don't know. Croft said the U.S. aimed to use this port which is of course on the southern fringe of Iraq, as an entry point for humanitarian aid into the country. So it could be a quite significant port in the coming days. Again, this is the new port in Qasr, which according to Reuters has been taken by U.S. Marines, Stars and Stripes flag over the new port. The old port in Qasr not yet taken, and that is about 1 mile away. So that's the latest we have on the progress in Qasr. Carol?
Understand, and thanks for the update. Now to prisoners of war. A few Iraqi soldiers have already made the decision not to fight. If their experience is typical, many others might be expected to quit the battle before it begins.
What made us run away is the life we're leading. The army relies on charity and everything requires money. We're using obsolete equipment. Local government of Basra and Iraq are very rich. Iraq is the richest country with all the oil. What has the president given us? Nothing. My reasons for escaping here to Kurdistan are the same reasons shared by all Iraqis that are against the Iraqi government. And I tell you that all Iraqis wish they could come, and I hope they come so that this regime will fail.
And we have some extraordinary pictures from earlier this morning of Iraqi military men and also Iraqi civilians, or so it seems, surrendering to British troops. Some were carrying white flags. We're going to show those pictures to you momentarily. I want to bring in British military analyst Daniel Neep of the Royal United Services Institute. He joins me live from London. Good morning.
Good morning.
In seeing this is not so surprising that so many would be turning themselves in to British and American troops, is it?
No, most analysts have expected that there will be significant numbers of Iraqi defections, primarily based upon the experience in the Gulf War, which saw a lot of Iraqis laying down their arms, refusing to fight against the US-led coalition or to fight for the regime. Given the deterioration of the Iraqi army over the last 12 years since the Gulf War, in terms of capability, in terms of cash and morale, most people expect that a similar level of defections will take place. Against that, however, you must bear in mind that the Iraqi army has been downsized from its peak. It's now about a third of the size it was back then, which suggests it's a little bit more cohesive than it might have been before. All those whose loyalty was more suspect have been let go. So I think nevertheless we're still going to see significant levels of defections.
Having said that, you know, the pictures that we're looking at right now, it looks so peaceful, but this is a dangerous mission to take into custody these people who want to surrender, isn't it?
And this is true. Obviously, the question of what to do with these people is going to be increasingly important as the numbers ratchet up. And you also have to bear in mind that even though the regular army are quite likely to surrender at an early stage, the closer you get to Baghdad, the more firm resistance the forces are going to meet.
What kind of training do they receive to be able to do this sort of thing safely?
I'm sorry?
Training, as far as the military goes, for taking into custody these POWs?
Well, obviously this has been part of the training. There being the extensive training that's been going on in preparation for this campaign, sure.
I want to switch gears a little bit because I know that you have some information on Saddam Hussein and the videotape that was made available through Iraqi television. Many people wondering if indeed that was Saddam Hussein. What's your opinion?
And the general consensus seems to be that it was actually Saddam delivering the speech. The question is when exactly it was made. He does refer in the video to the attack taking place at dawn and gives the date, the Islamic date for when it began. Of course, that tape could have been made at any point in between the ultimatum being delivered by Bush and the beginning of the attacks.
Saddam's appearance appears strange to most of us. We're not used to seeing that way with, you know, the type of hat that he had on and the big, thick glasses. And frankly, he just didn't look well.
Well, that's entirely to be expected. I mean, you only need to look at Prime Minister Tony Blair and see how his appearance has changed since the beginning of this crisis to see what toll it can take. I mean, if it's having that effect on Tony Blair, imagine what it's having on Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, I know that the CIA here has done voice analysis, and they say that the voice on the tape matches that of the real Saddam Hussein. But according to the Washington Post, one of Saddam Hussein's mistresses looked at this videotape and she said, well, this is not the videotape in question, but you know what I'm talking about. She said that is not him.
Yeah, she's actually proved quite successful in the past at picking out doubles of Saddam. But as you say, the CIA have done voice analysis and also triangulation techniques on the face, and have determined that the facial features are indeed those of Saddam. As I say, the general consensus is that the tape is actually Saddam. The question is, when was it made?
Yeah,
was
and they supposedly brought in this mistress. How credible do they think that she is?
I think you have to bear in mind, not just with her, but with any defector, that to a certain extent they do tell you what they're expecting to, or what you're expecting to hear, and the credibility of any information given by defectors, given by people who have come over from Iraq, has to be looked at with some care and some. It must not be the sole basis upon which a decision is made. It can be corroborating evidence, but isn't enough in itself to sway things one way or another. In this case, they're taking the mistress's evidence on one side and corroborating that, or not in this case, with what the CIA analysts are saying.
And also, according to our David Ensor, apparently there was a request for medical attention for Saddam Hussein. Have you heard more about that?
I've not heard anything further on that, apart from the report that was given.
Okay, we're going to be talking much more about this, of course. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Daniel Neep of the Royal United Services Institute.
All right, we just got a picture in that I want to show you. It's a still photograph taken by the Associated Press photographer. It shows a Navy corpsman tending. Do we have the picture up?
Yeah.
There you go. It's a Navy corpsman tending to a captured, surrendered Iraqi soldier. We don't know if it's regular Army, Republican Guard. We're not sure really what. Assuming it's regular Army, because this was taken in southern Iraq. Again, just a picture that's come in. We thought it interesting, thought you'd want to see. Don't have too much information about the exact location where it was taken or the circumstances. A Navy corpsman obviously giving water there to a surrendered Iraqi.
And it is an interesting look because, you know, we've had word that the Iraqi military is not prepared, uniforms in tatters, underfed, ill-equipped, and this picture certainly bears some of that out.
Yeah, certainly the mainstream Iraqi army is sort of well known to be sort of the not taken care of well, as we just heard in that report from Arab television. But interesting picture. Let's take a look. Let's go to Bill Hemmer, who's standing by in Kuwait City. Bill?
Anderson, thanks again. Trying to ascertain exactly what's happening, not only here in Kuwait, but the skies over Iraq. Let's bring in a spokesman for the RAF, the Royal Air Force. John Fines is a group captain. He joins us now here in Kuwait City. Good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon. What can explain right now the fact that the shock and awe theory that we've been talked about now from the Pentagon for the better part of 2 weeks, why and what's to explain why that has not kicked in?
It depends how you look on shock and awe. The way the Royal Air Force look at it is we target legitimate military targets, and a secondary effect of that will be shock and awe. If a big bomb goes off 300 yards away from you, you're going to be pretty shocked and awed. So within the scale of what we're doing will determine how much shock and awe there'll be. At the moment, we're deliberately targeting specific targets because we don't want to overly scare the Iraqi people or even their soldiers. We want them to give up. We don't want to kill them.
The cynical side of me says something else, though. It says that there is a possibility of misinformation given out over the past several weeks or even several days leading up to this conflict. Would you buy that argument?
I don't really want to go into who said what about what. All I can say is that the Royal Air Force's official view has always been that we would target legitimate targets, and a secondary effect of that inevitably will be shock and awe. How much there'll be is how many targets we attack on any given day.
Let's talk about what you can tell us right now then. What is the role of the British Air Force right now in the skies over Baghdad? What indeed are you doing?
We've brought 100 aircraft to the coalition, which is a significant force, and a lot of them are specialised to add value to that coalition. Right now we have all of our aircraft operating in some form or other. Our big AWACS control aircraft, the E-3D, which is the most modern version, is controlling coalition aircraft, American and UK. Our tankers are refueling US Navy aircraft and the Royal Air Force. We've got our fighters escorting your bombers, and we have our bombers roaming around Iraq. Some are attacking command and control installations, some are operating with ours, and I assume your troops right now.
You say roaming over Iraq. Can you say whether or not you're involved in any sort of activity right now over Baghdad?
I'm not willing to talk about exactly where we're going. Suffice it to say, the Royal Air Force is capable of and will roam where it wants to over Iraq.
What about this this Marine helicopter that went down about 3 o'clock local time here? I know you cannot address that specifically. The indication, anyway, earlier is that it was not hostile fire, but rather it was mechanical. Can you address for us in a broad sense the difficulty helicopter pilots experience flying in deserts for long periods of time?
Yes. But before I do, I think I'd like to express the sympathy of our nation to everybody who died in that, both UK and US. It's a great tragedy. Operating in the desert is not easy for any pilot, including those helicopter pilots. They're very well trained, they've had experience of the desert, but unfortunately accidents happen, particularly in a war zone. This one has been very unfortunate with a level of tragedy, and I think it's best to leave it at that.
For a mechanical side, though, in a broad sense, and I don't want to be specific about this incident because we do not have the specifics. I am told, though, that the air filters on board these helicopters can be an issue. The rotors can be an issue as well. They're reinforced with plastic or rubber coating that can cut down the amount of deterioration that happens on a rotor blade that spins so many times over a period of so many hours. Do you believe right now, based on the previous years of training by the British and the American helicopters and their pilots, that they have been able to reinforce and protect themselves against things like this? Deterioration of a rotor blade, air filters, which can cause problems.
I can't talk for what the United States Air Force does, but I'm sure it's the same as us. We're aware of the conditions out here. Both the Americans and the British have been operating out here for over 10 years in defence of Southern Watch. So yes, rotor blades wear out more quickly, so we bring more rotor blades. They're checked more often. The sand filters work, and if sand gets in, we'll change the engine or the filters. So we're not surprised by the experience of being in the desert. We're actually used to it. The effect on the aircraft is taken into account. It shouldn't be, I think, overestimated. The operational effect is negligible.
Let's talk about the oil well fires right now. You can see the skies are darker behind us. It was darker earlier today. It appears to be lifting somewhat right now. Is that any problem for you right now, flying in Iraq?
No, and it's the real shame to me as a person and us as a nation. Saddam is setting fire to his oil wells, and it has no tactical advantage. The modern aircraft that we have and the Americans don't need to see the targets to drop the bombs. We have a new weapon that can go straight through.
The new weapon is what?
It's not only a laser-guided bomb, but it's got a built-in GPS satellite system as well. So all he's doing is causing a great, environmental problem for the whole region and possibly the world. And of course, he's taking away that money that's going to help rebuild the country. Once again, he's hurting his own people, not us.
But if the Iraqis were to have targets shrouded by this smoke, I would think, though, it's a difficult thing to see through.
If it was incredibly thick and you couldn't see a hand in front of your face, then yes, of course, that would cause problems. But equally, it would cause problems for his own forces, either air defence or on the ground. But the weapons we have, the tactics we have, and we've thought about this for a long time, it isn't going to have any serious tactical impact on what we're doing.
Let's talk about specifics. What do you know right now? What can you tell us about command and control centers, our radio relay towers that have indeed been taken out and rendered useless?
Only that really we are attacking his command and control and communication system. If you can cut...
Do you think they've destroyed part of this yet or not?
Well, I know that the coalition is targeting those, and it's an ongoing process. The idea is to break down his capability to control his forces, as you would in any conflict.
Yesterday there was a serious discussion here on CNN throughout the day based on the amount of missiles that were coming into Kuwait City. What can you confirm about the number that came in and where they were targeted?
I can't confirm how many came in. Even the Iraqis have said they have deliberately targeted Kuwait, and some of them have come close to the city areas. Again, he isn't just aiming at military targets, which is what we do. He's aiming at civilians because that's the way he does business.
John Fines, Group Captain, RAF spokesman. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue to watch this as we gauge again the action and activity that will transpire over the next several hours here in Kuwait City. The all clear has been sounded. Just as an update, about 3 hours ago, we were given an air raid siren that rung out through the capital here in Kuwait City. But at this point, again, it is all clear. Anderson, back to you now at the CNN Center.
All right, some good news there. Bill Hemmer live in Kuwait City. Thanks. Let's take this back to the White House right now for some insight into what President Bush was thinking when he ordered the strike on Iraq, especially those cruise missile attacks aimed at taking out Iraqi leadership, aimed at taking out Saddam Hussein. For that, we turn to Chris Burns at the White House. Chris?
Good morning, Anderson. Well, some last-minute decision-making almost worthy of a movie, the way the White House portrays it. Let's take you back to Wednesday morning. The president having a video conference with General Tommy Franks, the head of the Central Command, heading the war effort, speaking also sort of in a round-table video conference with other commanders as they prepared for war. The president asking each one whether they were prepared, whether they were good to go. They all of them saying yes. The president saluting Tommy Franks and vice versa, saying, okay, let's go ahead. Then a few hours later, they have a second War Council meeting in the afternoon, Eastern Time. The president getting the information from the CIA that there was a target of opportunity, Iraqi leadership to strike at. And at that point, the president having to decide whether to continue with the shock and awe plans or whether to turn this entire offensive around on a dime and to change it. Now, Tommy Franks giving the president until 7:15 in the evening to make a decision. Around that time, Tommy Franks having F-117 bombers, stealth bombers in the air, and the cruise missiles poised and ready to attack. At that point, he needed the lag time by 7:15 to turn those things around and to redirect them toward those targets, the Iraqi leadership. And the president making that barely 3 minutes before that 7:15 deadline. Of course, the 8 o'clock deadline passing for Saddam Hussein to leave the country. The attacks happening about an hour and a half after that, and the president giving the speech about 45 minutes or so after the attack began. So very, very split-second timing according to the White House. Now, of course, a big question as to whether the Iraqi leadership, and namely Saddam Hussein, are still dead or alive. That is a big question. The White House being extremely guarded on that. Right now, Ari Fleischer having said in the last, well, yesterday during the press conference that the White House is drawing no conclusions from that videotape that Saddam Hussein had apparently been seen on Iraqi television giving that speech. Still in question whether it was Saddam Hussein himself, whether if it was Saddam Hussein, did he make that tape before or after those attacks. Also, though, on the other hand, Ari Fleischer is saying that if Saddam Hussein is still alive, that he can still leave the country and end or at least save his life if he still has it. Anderson?
That would be interesting to see at this late point. Chris, I wonder, what is the next step? I mean, it seems that the U.S. battle plan, as many were led to believe it was, changed and has sort of changed based on waiting to see what indeed has happened to the Iraqi leadership. Is there a sense of how long one waits? Is there a sense of, I mean, are they going to continue to wait? Do we know at this point whether they continue to wait to just hear information? Do we know what happens next?
Very good question, with the president having tempered the American public at the very beginning of the strike, saying that although some people might be optimistic about a very, very quick denouement in this offensive, that one should be ready for perhaps a longer term and more difficult offensive. So the White House being very guarded about the speed of the advancement. However, the president having said, according to White House officials, that he is heartened by the progress. Anyone's guess, the White House is not really showing its cards about the exact process of this military offensive, but we're seeing that apparently they're being very nimble and adapting to the situation, not launching this shock and awe at the moment, obviously in mind trying to limit the civilian casualties in trying to win hearts and minds both within Iraq and outside the country.
All right, Chris Burns in Washington. Thanks very much, Carol.
Okay, without further ado, we want to go to our Frank Buckley, who is aboard the USS Constellation. Frank, is anything happening there now? It's been rather quiet for the past few hours, hasn't it?
Well, it has been quiet, but there are ongoing flight operations, and we never, of course, reveal exactly when the flights are headed inbound into Iraq. Right now, what we're showing you is part of the island where the radars are going 24 hours a day. We can tell you that during the past 24 hours, there have been more than 50 strike sorties that have gone into Iraq from this one ship. There are, as you know, 3 aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf. So Rear Admiral Barry Costello has described the 50-plus strikes that have come off this ship during the past 24 hours as just the tip of the iceberg. The strikes that came off this ship during the past 24 hours went into western Iraq, where they targeted communications facilities, and they hit fielded troops in the south of Iraq, in the vicinity of Basra. All of the aircraft and their crews returned safely. We can also tell you that we have some new information regarding Tomahawk launches. Some of the Tomahawks used in the second wave of Tomahawks came from British warships. In fact, 2 British submarines. They were the Splendid and the Turbulent. Also, 2 U.S. destroyers and 4 U.S. submarines were used in this second wave of Tomahawk cruise missile launches into Iraq. The destroyers were the Arleigh Burke and the John S. McCain, and the 4 U.S. submarines, the Augusta, the Key West, the Providence, and the Columbia. Carol?
Tell us the mood there, Frank.
Well, the mood is upbeat at times, and during the past 24 hours, we've also heard from air crews who've suggested that they've been a little bit off balance. You know that the so-called shock and awe campaign has been in place for a long time. Each one of the air crews, their specific munitions were accounted for. They all knew what their parts were going to be in this opening first strike of the hostilities with Iraq from the U.S. side. Of course, things changed very suddenly yesterday when intelligence suggested that there should be an immediate strike against leadership positions in Iraq. We talked to one EA-6B Prowler aviator, this is from a radar jamming aircraft, who told us that he was standing watch on one part of the ship when the call came in that they needed a Prowler in the air. They quickly got a crew together and launched the aircraft, and suddenly that aviator and 3 others that were in that aircraft became part of the first strike into Iraq. So some of the aviators that we've talked to, in fact, one even just used the phrase freaked out to me about the first few hours of what happened. Just the extent of how people were suddenly changing plans and sort of running around to get ready for their strikes. They say that the strikes themselves have been controlled and they're receiving targeting information correctly, but you get the sense that what all the plans that had been put in place for weeks suddenly changed. They've had to adapt. They say they're used to that. They fight the way they train, and so they're used to changing their targeting information and turning on a dime, but it wasn't exactly the way they expected it would be.
All right. Frank Buckley, we just lost him. Frank Buckley reporting live from the USS Constellation. It is 5 o'clock Eastern Time. It's time to start our next hour. Coalition casualties in Kuwait tops our war update at this hour. A U.S. Marine CH-46 helicopter crashed early today, killing all aboard. The 4 U.S. crew members and 8 British troops are the first coalition fatalities of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Pentagon officials say there was no indication of hostile fire. Soldiers from the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry are rolling through the southern Iraqi desert towards Baghdad. The 7th met just token opposition as it crossed over the border from Kuwait. Army sources tell CNN the U.S. destroyed a half-dozen Iraqi military vehicles and a number of tanks. British troops have secured the beachhead on Iraq's Fall Peninsula, the nation's only Persian Gulf coast. Some Iraqi troops were taken prisoner. Britain's Ministry of Defense says it's not clear how many, though. Dozens of Iraqi troops also surrendered today in northern Kuwait, apparently crossing the border from Iraq. A British wire service tells CNN that the Stars and Stripes are flying right now over the Iraqi port of Qasr. Reuters reporter Adrian Croft says he saw the U.S. flag go up after Marines took control of the facility. The Marines apparently encountered only light resistance as they and British forces established a beachhead on the Fall Peninsula, as I said, Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf. And most Americans apparently support the war in Iraq. A new CNN USA Today Gallup poll finds more than 3 in 4 respondents favor the U.S. decision to invade Iraq. However, tens of thousands of people have staged anti-war protests across the country. About 10,000 demonstrators took to the streets of Chicago alone. And in San Francisco, police arrested more than 1,000 protesters. More demonstrations are expected today.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Anderson Cooper from the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Carol Costello. Thank you for joining us this morning.
There is so much happening at this hour. 7th Cavalry moving very quickly now, continuing to move very quickly as they have been for the last several hours, moving toward Baghdad. We have U.S. Marines raising the flag, this according to Reuters, raising the flag in Qasr, that port city on the road to Basra in the south. Nick Robertson waiting in Baghdad itself. Word that there is supposed to be some sort of statement made by Iraqi officials there. We have been waiting for that for several hours now. Could happen in this next hour. We will, of course, bring that to you as events warrant. And we're going to check in now with Bill Hemmer, who is standing by in Kuwait. Excuse me, we have the Iraqi news conference. Let's take it now.
Wish to provide you with some photos, and we have also the videotapes of the Iraqis, victims of yesterday barbaric bombardment on civilian targets in Baghdad. These are samples, examples of whom is this villain, George Bush, and all his gang. I present to you my colleague, Minister of Interior. His Excellency also will explain to you some aspects in regard to south of Iraq, north of Iraq, and some questions may you wish to ask His Excellency about the lies they are repeating in the media about Qasr and Basra and Mosul and so on. But first I'll continue. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the people who were targeted by criminal George Bush and his gang and his mercenaries in Kuwait and in the Gulf. They said, we have targeted military places. These are the military places. We will provide you also with the videotapes, as I have mentioned. This is the way they are operating. This is the real targets of those villains in Washington and in London. أخواتي وأخواني هاي الصور للميديا العربية بوسائل الإعلام العربية. هذه ليست كل الصور. السيد وزير الداخلية سيتحدث لكم عن تفاصيل.
The Interior Minister will give you more details. These are some of the pictures which we tried to visit at the hospital. 37 injured yesterday. Here they are.
رئيس عصابة الأوراد الدوليين
the gangster
George Bush
says
وعصابته من الجنرالات الخائنين.
Bill Hemmer is standing by in Kuwait City with where some sirens are also airing at this hour. Bill?
Yeah, hey Anderson, 2 minutes ago they went off again in downtown Kuwait City. This is the signal that says danger is here. A series of air raid sirens over the past 24 hours. It's the second time since the sun has come up today that we've heard this call here. In addition to that, you might be able to hear the hotel fire alarm. We have tried to work some sort of synchronicity within the hotel to allow any of our CNN colleagues and workers here in the hotel to know that when the air raid sirens go off in town, you'll hear this fire alarm in the hotel as well. A number of our colleagues at this point, some of them sleeping right now after very long shifts overnight, take cover in the parking garage downstairs. Oftentimes we make our own decisions based on the information we have to assess what we have and decide for ourselves whether or not we believe now is the time to get off the air and take cover. I want to take you back to yesterday, though, Anderson, though. The information we're getting about these missiles coming in from the north are described to us now as Chinese-made missiles. We'll talk a little more about those silkworm missiles, we're told. It's important information. I'll try and describe a little more for that a little later for you.
Bill, I'm sorry. This is
now to go back to you, Anderson.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to go back to the press conference live in Baghdad.
President Saddam Hussein. They targeted and they, for God had protected them, they targeted the houses of his family. But they are safe. They are safe. This is again, this is the level. This is the real reputation of this gang. This is the real level and reputation of those villains. You consider them superpowers? Well, this is disgrace, really. This is a complete disgrace. They are a superpower of villains, really. They are a superpower of Al Capone. This is the typical American official. Al Capone is really, he is the typical official American in our days. This villain in the White House, this is the level of his attacks in Iraq. Well, we are not going to give him the chance or to other villains around him. We will continue capturing his villains, his mercenaries, and he will face the tragedy. يوم أمس بالنسبة للإعلام العربي نحن أذعنا بيان قلنا فيه أنهم استهدفوا هؤلاء الخاسئون هؤلاء عصابة الأوغاد الدوليين استهدفوا مسكن عائلة السيد الرئيس صدام حسين ويحاولون أن يوحوا بأنه يعني هم يقومون بعمل يعني مثل ما يعلنون تافهين طلعوا يبحثون عن يغتالوا لأنهم يردون أن يغزون العراق فتورطوا.
Assassinate the president so they could invade Iraq. We will not let them get out of the.
عصابة الأوغاد الدوليين سيرون نهايتهم بسبب تجرؤهم.
They will see, they will get there, and by their aggression against Iraq. Those cowards and villains, they declared that they've confiscated Iraqi property and assets. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. This is action of a gang. I think the world now believes and convinced what kind of people we are dealing with. These are outlaws and trying to accuse the others. They're in desperation, they accuse the others, and it shows how desperate they are and how they're losing their nerve, and that explains their behavior. So stealing Iraqi assets in banks, either in the United States or elsewhere, it's either old assets when we were dealing with in dollars. The Iraqi authorities will respond to that the way they know best, but I would like to say that Iraq reserves the legal right to take the necessary measures to deal with this, and you will see, and we will show those villains how their action will backfire on them. My second point that I would like to emphasize, they say that forces have entered Iraq. I will not say much about this because my colleague here will tell you more about it. I will say the point I told you before. I'll repeat it again. We are faced with a big question. How can we deal with these mercenaries? They're not soldiers. They do not come under international law. What are we going to do to them? I think they will be treated as mercenaries and war criminals. The question is, God willing, and it will be clear, will they be tried before Iraqi war criminals? We will decide. We are studying this now, but certainly they don't come under international law. Yesterday, the Attorney General in the American administration tried to suggest that their aggression against Iraq comes under international law, which is not true. He is deluding himself. They don't come under international law, and our study will show how and prove how we are going to treat them and what kind of law do they come under. There are mercenaries and war criminals, and the international law that could be applied to them, it will be clarified very soon. Before I ask my colleague, the Interior Minister, to brief you,
Okay, we're going to break away from that Iraqi news conference. You are hearing from Mohammed al-Sahaf, who is the Iraqi information minister. Perhaps the most important thing he said was Saddam is safe. Of course, we didn't see Saddam in person, so we don't know about that. What you're looking at right now is southern Iraq in the desert from the 7th Cavalry. Our Walter Rogers is traveling with the 7th Cavalry as they head onwards towards Baghdad. Right now, though, we want to go to Martin Savage. Now, this is the first time we've heard from Martin in 4 days. He's with a Marine unit. We can't tell you exactly where he is, but you too, Martin, are somewhere in southern Iraq.
That's right. We crossed the border about an hour ago into southern Iraq. We passed through the first town, which would be of Safwan. As we came into the town, there weren't a lot of people out, but there were people there that you could see on the streets. They were waving at the convoy of military vehicles as they were passing through. Some of them were It's part of the Marine Division inside our own vehicle, and we were trying to move our way to another objective, which we're not going to get into at this point. Last night we were supposed to move in, but due to heavy opposition that was seen along the border, we couldn't push in. Heavy artillery as well as a massive aerial bombardment was brought down on the opposing forces of the Iraqis, and once the situation was deemed clear, we were able to push in, which is what we're doing now. You can see, if you look just over here, security is still extremely tight. It is very tense here. There are still opposition military units in the area, which is of great concern. And of course, they are worried about Iraqi military units that are still operating in this area. But you are looking at the Marines here from the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, as they push their way farther into southern Iraq. Back to you.
Martin, I hope your transmission stays clear because I have a couple of questions for you. You said as the Marines went by, people were waving at them. Can you get into more of that for us?
Well, it was really not clear what the reception was going to be from the population here, especially since last night the fighting that occurred up around the border was very heavy at times, and it was feared that the reaction of the local populace may not be in a positive way. But once the initial forces pushed into Safwan, which is the first town that they would clear, having crossed the Kuwaiti-Iraq border, it became quite evident that the people, if not relieved, were at least not angry at seeing the military forces. There were white flags that were hanging from homes and from buildings. There were people that came out on the streets. Many of them have been warned, though, to stay indoors, not to go outside, not to approach U.S. forces. This is a precautionary measure as much for the U.S. military and coalition forces as it is also for the people themselves.
Another question
now, the convoy is beginning to move. We're going to try and move with them. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, Martin. Another question I had, you said heavy opposition. That brings to mind casualties. Can you talk about that at all?
We have not heard any reports of casualties. Last night, as we moved to the area where we had been holding back with other military units with Marines for about 2 days, as we started moving out, there had been an unconfirmed report of 180, perhaps 100 Iraqi tanks.
We're having technical difficulties, as you can see. We're going to see if the signal clears up. As you might imagine, it's difficult to get a clear signal from so far away from the United States. Martin, can you speak for us again to see if your signal has cleared up?
I was saying that last night, as we began to move into southern Iraq, there was a report of at least 180, maybe 200 Iraqi tanks that were coming from the north, heading south to the border. It looked like it was going to be a major confrontation. That's what forced our convoy to come to a stop and pause for about 5, maybe 8 hours. We had to dig in because there were continued threats of Scud attacks. There were also chemical warnings. We were constantly donning, then taking off the chemical gear, putting back on the gas mask, diving into foxholes, getting out of foxholes. There was a great deal of heavy firing going on. Much of it, though, was outgoing fire coming from U.S. and coalition forces. Heavy artillery, 155-millimeter howitzers, an incredible pounding that was delivered to Safwan Hill, which is a major outpost for the Iraqi military that overlooks all of northern Kuwait. That was devastated last night in air attack after air attack, and any ground forces that were seen on the part of the Iraqi military were attacked and engaged. It was said to be a target-rich environment, and the attacks went on throughout the night. Flashes of light nearly constant, the rolling thunder of heavy artillery as well as bombardment coming from the air, and it continued into the daylight hours today. Once it settled down, that's when our military column began to move, and that's when we finally pushed into southern Iraq. As of right now, we have not met any hostile forces, but we are continuing to push on. Forces remain on a very high alert.
And Martin, one more question for you. This is not a traditional type mission for the Marines. Usually they go into enemy territory by sea. This time they went in by land, and by all accounts, everything went smoothly.
It did indeed. It has gone smoothly. As they always say, the first casualty in any military operation is the plan. Things perhaps did not start initially as was planned, but they have quickly adapted, brought in the heavy firepower, brought in the air wing of the Marines, and were able to suppress whatever Iraqi opposition they met. And now they have regrouped and are pushing on, and things are moving as well to schedule as they can possibly make them. There are other objectives that need to be reached, and time is very critical here. One of the things we did note is that there is such a flood of coalition military armor coming into southern Iraq that at times the highway is jammed like rush hour in downtown Atlanta, bumper to bumper military vehicles moving along the highways of southern Iraq. It is an impressive force to see moving in.
Definitely so. Martin Savage reporting live from somewhere in southern Iraq near the city of Saffron. And the picture you were seeing beside Martin was from the 7th Cavalry in southern Iraq also.
Very
with Walter Rogers. Go ahead.
Quick programming note. 7 a.m. we are expecting statements from French President Jacques Chirac. CNN will attempt to bring that to you live. 7:30 a.m. we expect to hear from Tony Blair, Britain's Prime Minister. We will bring that to you live as well. Let's go to Christian Amanpour now live in northern Kuwait. Christian?
At this stage, we're told Anderson, well, interesting listening to Marty talking about being in Safwan, which is where they took the surrender at the end of the Gulf War from the Iraqis. From our vantage point, we're at the divisional field headquarters of the British forces. They have already launched across the border overnight, and they have already secured the Four Peninsula, which is Iraq's main oil pumping terminal. They are also now going with other forces into Qasr, which is Iraq's biggest commercial point. This is something which the bulk of the force taking Qasr, US, they're the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, and they have encountered some resistance as they try to take Qasr. But we're being told that it is going well, that they are proceeding, but they have taken more resistance than they expected. They have also taken the surrender, we're told, or at least the capture of some 250 Iraqi soldiers. Now, another US operation, US Marines overnight launched in towards the Rumaila oil fields. That, of course, a very important economic objective for all the reasons we've been talking about for so long, to keep those oil fields intact, not just to cause environmental stability, but to protect Iraq's national resources. And that also was one of the reasons why they went to get the Four Peninsula, which is Iraq's main oil pumping terminal. So all in all, we're being told the objectives are being secured. It's going pretty well, and the objective right now that they're trying to secure is Qasr, Iraq's biggest commercial point, and they need it for bringing in all sorts of provisions, humanitarian provisions and civilian provisions as they go along. Back to you, Carol and Anderson.
All right, Christian Amanpour live in northern Kuwait. Thanks very much. We're going to go now to Bill Hemmer, who is in Kuwait City, for some new information. Bill?
Anderson, listen, for the folks just waking up on the U.S. side of this Iraqi war right now, you're going to find some fascinating pictures and images on CNN throughout the day today. Our journalists embedded with these various units, like Marty Savage, that you just heard from with the U.S. Marines. Walter Rogers right now has been traveling for hours now. 3rd Infantry Division, 7th Cavalry, working their way up through the southern portion of Iraq. The images that Walter has given us have just been absolutely incredible. The information we're getting on the inside comes in large part based on our journalists embedded with the military. Walter right now joins us live as they continue to move at what appears to be a pretty firm clip right now. Bradley fighting vehicles, maybe 40 miles an hour through the desert. Walter, what's your situation now?
Bill, imagine for a moment a giant wave of steel sweeping across the southern Iraqi desert, and imagine that almost hourly that wave grows in strength and numbers. As we ride through this desert, we can see that the 3rd Infantry Division's heavy mechanized units have moved up. This giant wave of steel that grows every hour is ever pushing northward, ever pushing toward the Iraqi capital. Its total goal is obviously to intimidate the Iraqis and pressure them, and if that doesn't work, then they can smash the Iraqi regime. So powerful is this force which is building out here in the desert. It is bold, it is audacious, it is fast, and it is traveling far. The policy of these armored units, the 7th Cavalry with whom I'm with now, and the 3rd Infantry Division, a heavy mechanized division, is if there is a demonstrably hostile force out there, then the army is going to kill them. Their goal is to find the enemy, grab him by the nose, they say, and this according to one senior officer. After grabbing him by the nose, we don't let the Iraqis go anywhere. The 7th Cavalry's mission is to find the Iraqis and to persuade them to give up, and if the Iraqis don't give up, then they will be pounded, according to the officers we're traveling with. Bill?
Walter, there was a concern prior to this conflict beginning that the rate of speed would be so fast that you would actually outrun your fuel supply to the rear. Is that still a concern right now where you are?
That's a negative, Bill. We had a ROM about an hour or so back. A ROM is military acronym for Refuel on the Move. There was a massive fleet of tanker trucks that brought up new fuel for the tanks, the armored vehicles, and so forth. Every one of these vehicles has been refueled. They can punch forward for another 8 hours now, non-stop, and that appears to be what they intend on doing. They are looking out, they're reaching out, trying to find Iraqi Iraqi units who might be here in southern Iraq. That is their goal, and now they've been joined very closely by the 3rd Infantry Division, and they have hundreds and hundreds of tanks. So you see this giant wave of steel just rolling across the desert toward Baghdad. Again, it's difficult to show how many tanks are out here because of the clouds of dust that each of these armored vehicles kicks up. And the desert has a horizon of maybe 2 kilometers, a mile and a half. But you drive up to the ridge and there, you look beyond that, and there are even more tanks in almost every direction. So it is, as one officer said to us, a bold, audacious, fast, and far-reaching armored movement, all headed towards Baghdad. Bill?
Walter, also the other concern was you mentioned the dust in the desert there clogging the air filters and actually at some points possibly stopping these vehicles from going forward. How have they dealt with that right now? What's the system they're using, and how much of a problem has that been?
Well, there's regular service and maintenance on these vehicles. It has not been a problem at this point. There has been no, we haven't seen any of the tanks fall out. Indeed, they are all rolling forward as fast as they can. You did raise a good point when you said that it's possible that the armored units of the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry do outrace their fuel tanks, but they are taking territory while they are outracing the fuel tankers, and then when the cavalry stops, the tankers catch up, and then they do the refueling. That has given the 3rd Infantry Division, the heavy mechanized division, an opportunity to move up as well. That's why I use that analogy of a growing giant wave of steel, which, as I say, grows hourly and is coming like a giant wave moving northward towards the Iraqi capital. Bill?
Yeah, Walter, you're traveling with a photographer, Charlie Miller. On a technical side, I'm just fascinated how you're able to give us these images. Can you give us a basic 101 course about how you're able to do it right now, moving the way you are?
Sure, Bill. It's easy. We have 2 means of transmitting images. One on the roll, which is on a video phone, and we were very, very fortunate. We knew we wanted this particular embed, the 7th Cavalry, because we knew they were the tip of the spear, the tip of the spear. And what Charlie is doing is holding a small minicam out the window, bracing it as best he can on the car frame, which accounts for some of the jiggling in the picture. But even those 68-ton, 69-ton Abrams tanks are bouncing along, not as much as we are, but there's not a perfect smooth ride out here. Charlie's riding out the passenger side window in the front. Jeff Barwise, our engineer, is making all the pictures fly through the air. He does magic, and he's out of CNN Atlanta, and between the 2 of them, their pictures are what they're bringing these images to you as we roll through the desert. It's a total CNN team, and these are very exclusive pictures. Bill?
Yeah. Walter, another point here. The British are saying earlier today that they might be in Baghdad within 3 to 4 days. I know logistics and your geography, we cannot be specific, but are you hearing a similar thing, that it may come in 3 or 4 days, or quite possibly sooner than that, given your rate of speed?
That's an excellent question, Bill, and it really depends on whether the regime in Baghdad, Saddam Hussein's government, collapses. If that regime collapses, then it's entirely possible that these armored units could be in Baghdad in 2 to 3 or 4 days. That really all depends on whether the Iraqi units, like the Republican Guard, their better armored units, decide to make a stand south of Baghdad. My guess is the British are coming in from the east-southeast. These units that we're with are approaching more directly from the south, and they will be slamming in. Now, whether the British and the United States coordinate, which you think they would do, but there is a rush to Baghdad underway as we speak. I rather hope it doesn't turn into an Anglo-American race to see who gets there first. because that might be militarily reckless. But it really depends on what sort of resistance the Iraqi army throws up as any army approaches, whether it's the British Army or the U.S. Army. It really depends on what sort of resistance the Iraqis throw up. But the Iraqis have some very fine military units south of Baghdad. The famous Medina division, which earned its stripes very honorably in the last Gulf War, and then to the west of that is the Hammurabi division. These are crack Republican Guard divisions, and inside backing them up are the Special Republican Guard units in the city itself. So no one should have any illusions that this is going to be a cakewalk. The U.S. Army believes, and particularly the commander of the 7th Cavalry, Lieutenant Colonel Terry Farrell, said he is expecting the Iraqis to put up a fight, and a very stiff fight. Everything you read suggests the Iraqis are not likely to roll over and play dead, even in the face of this huge armored force moving in their direction, unless, of course, there's a regime collapse or a regime change in Baghdad. Then it will be a race for Baghdad, and if the regime of Saddam Hussein does collapse, then these units will probably switch to a different contingency plan. Indeed, we believe they're going to switch to a different contingency plan, and it will be a race to Baghdad just to try to stabilize the situation here in Iraq, given the various ethnic rivalries. Bill?
Absolutely phenomenal coverage. Walter Rogers again moving his way through southern Iraq. We are told that Walter, along with his team of Charlie and Jeff, these guys are advancing further with this scouting unit than any other embedded journalist team throughout this conflict. And clearly you can see right now the advantage of having journalists with their units right now moving through Iraq. It is a tremendous source of information for us here at CNN. Couple more important points I want to pass along to you. Kuwaiti government now confirming with CNN the last air raid siren we heard, which went off about 25 minutes ago, 1:04 local time in the afternoon. The first indication we're getting right now that this was a Scud missile fired into Kuwait. We're also told that it was knocked out of the sky by a Patriot missile battery. The reason I mention a Scud for the first time is because prior to this time there's been some confusion, but we're told it's a different type of Iraqi arsenal missile, ones that travel with much less range. The Scud, however, has much greater distance if you go back to the Persian Gulf War of 1991. One other point I want to make quickly now, we're talking about these oil fires in Iraq. I want to read to you the latest information CNN has right now. Quickly, just want to get to it. I know I got to back to Atlanta. We're told now that 4 oil refineries set on fire in southern Iraq earlier today. U.S. Marines have brought 2 of the fires under control right now. They're traveling with these specially trained firefighters groups called oil capping teams. They're responding right now. They're working on putting out a 3rd right now. It's said to be under control but not extinguished yet, so that leaves 1 more of the 4 still remaining. It might explain, Anderson and Carol, why we see the lifting of the darkening skies behind us here in Kuwait City. Quite possibly they're being very effective in extinguishing these fires, which may eliminate and lessen the smoke we're seeing here. More when we get it. Back to you now at the CNN Center.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. And we're going to stay with those pictures of Walter Rogers on the side of our screen. And Walter, if you're still listening, we want you to stand by because we're going to come back to you shortly. Should point out, and we want to put those pictures up from the 7th Cavalry, put them back on the screen. The man commanding those tanks and those Bradley vehicles is Army Captain Clay Lyle. Now, we spoke by phone with his wife as she watched her husband lead the charge across the desert on CNN.
I'm proud of 37 Cav and 3rd Infantry Division, and I just can't believe that we're able to see this on TV. This is great.
This is great. Stephanie Lyle will be on American Morning coming up with Paula Zahn in about an hour and a half at the 7 a.m. hour. We're going to continue to check in with Walter Rogers also as the tanks and the Bradley vehicles continue pushing closer to their target, Baghdad. Carol?
Right now, though, Anderson, we want to check in with Ryan Chilcote, who is with the 101st Airborne Division, 3rd Brigade. He's in the Kuwaiti desert, and you've been in a bunker for an hour now. Are you halfway out?
Well, we're in actually what's called an assembly area. I've been here since yesterday. This is where the 101st up till this point was in, we're in camps. They've moved out, at least some elements of the 101st Airborne have moved out into this assembly area, and they are poised here to move into Iraq should they get the word. With us today, we have PFC Frank Caruso. why don't you describe where we are and why we are where we are right now in these defensive positions?
Well, right now we're just maintaining a defensive posture in case something was to happen, like a Scud attack. We've dug hasties, fighting positions in for cover from any type of attack from a Scud or anything else that would happen.
Can you show me like your hasty here and what sort of goes into making a hasty?
Yep. All we do is grab our E-tool and we
That's all right.
go ahead and get our sectors of fire pretty much. The whole squad lines up and we assign sectors in which you fire, and then you start digging in. It's just a real quick method of getting some extra protection if you had to hurry up and fight somebody just attacking you.
Sure. And we've been under Scud alert here for what, just about 2 hours.
Right.
Describe what your day has been like. It's just 1:45 now here. Since this morning, what's your day been like?
Since today, we just been getting ready, prepared, checking equipment, getting things straight on the trucks, and just doing weapons maintenance and pretty much waiting around, waiting for the word.
The first sounding of the Scud alert about 2 hours ago, what was going through your head? What was that like?
Well, we just do what we usually do, get down and, you know, go ahead and put your pro mask on and get ready and, you know, just wait to see what happens.
It's almost kind of like habit forming at this point, isn't it? We went through this yesterday.
Yep.
I mean, do you feel like this is becoming a habit, or?
It is, and at the same time it's good because the more you practice, the more, you know, the quicker you get with this, so it's only going to save your life eventually.
Let's see, what else? You have changed clothing, changed your gear. Why don't you tell us about what you're in now and why?
Right now we're in MOPP 1, which is MOPP. It's an acronym for Mission-Oriented Protective Posture, and it's just our protective overgarment, which is boots, trousers and a top, and it's just to protect us from like any kind of chemical attack. Yeah. And our pro mask is just worn. We would pop that on later on if we need to.
Just to explain to people, these are basically the chemical suits that we've heard so much about. Very hot, obviously in the dead of summer.
Ryan, may I interrupt you? Ryan, may I interrupt you? Ryan, I want Ryan Chilcote to stand by because we have some important breaking news to tell you about right now. Anderson?
Sorry, we're getting a report from our Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who is also embedded. We're going to go to him live. Not sure exactly where he is. Let's just check in with him. Dr. Gupta, are you there?
Yeah, Anderson, I'm in the northern district of Kuwait, Camp Iwo Jima. The Marines here have just confirmed for me, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has confirmed that a Marine has been killed in action. They do not know they're not telling me at least exactly when it happened, obviously not divulging any further details of identification, but they are confirming now for the first time it appears that the 1st Marine has actually been killed in action. Anderson?
Sanjay, this of course follows the first casualties that we heard about in an accident, which was that chopper going down with 4 crewmen aboard, 8 British troops going aboard. But as you said, this is the first, and you said it's been confirmed to you, this would be the first casualty in action.
That is correct. They are drawing a distinction between the chopper accident that you were referring to and this particular incident, that one being an accident, helicopter accident is how they're referring to it. This one actually being a Marine KIA, killed in action, making a distinction between the two of those things. Again, this being confirmed by the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. They're also telling me right now in my ear that a full release will be expected later on. Obvious steps for the military at this point is to notify next of kin and those sorts of things, but they are releasing these details to me right now.
Well, obviously this is something I suppose inevitable, but which nevertheless hard to hear. Sanjay, as soon as you have any more information for us, please let us know. Obviously we will be following the story very closely in the coming minutes and hours.
Yeah, and we want to go back to Ryan Chilcote now. He's with the 101st, and Ryan, you were talking with one of the soldiers there, and you know, explain to us what the troops will do with the 101st Airborne. They'll be ferried on helicopters and dropped onto the battlefield. Is that right?
Absolutely. The 101st Airborne specializes in air assault. The days when the airborne jump from planes into the battlefield, like, for example, into Normandy during World War II, are over, and ever since Vietnam, pretty much, it's been the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault in Perrins. What air assault means, it means moving helicopters into battle, moving troops into battle on helicopters. It also means using air assault using helicopters to project what they say, project combat power forward. In other words, putting Apache attack helicopters in front of infantry moving on the ground to take out targets in front of those infantry. There are a lot of those Apache attack helicopters in theater that belong to the 101st Aviation, particularly the Longbow variant of them. Very sophisticated gunships. They're piloted by just 2 pilots and cost about $25 million each. What they can do is they fly in groups. One of the helicopters can come up over the horizon, pick up as many as like 100 targets in just a few seconds, and then pass those targets off to the other helicopters. So they share information with one another, and it allows them to shoot on more targets even more quickly. Very lethal, very responsive helicopters. But the airborne, 101st Airborne, really, of course, is about its troops. And if I might continue, we're still here with PFC Frank Caruso in what he has described as a hasty, which is basically a foxhole that you put together quickly. We were talking about your suit. So how toasty is that?
It's pretty warm right now. You get in the shade though, you're okay. But it's pretty thick. It's not like our regular DCUs that we wear. It's a lot thicker to keep away the chemicals from getting onto our body.
Yeah. And you got the word to put this on today. That was...
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yep. This is not your first time in a conflict. You were in Afghanistan.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like that's prepared you for what you might have to do here, and how?
A lot. It's preparing me just by knowing what might go into a mission whenever we get the word to go into one, and it's just helped out mentally also. You feel more prepared after doing it once before. And coming back out in the desert now, you know what to expect with the desert too.
What do you think this is going to be like? You think this is going to be a cakewalk? You think this is going to be difficult? I mean, when you're sitting by yourself, say in one of these hasties, you obviously imagine what's ahead. What do you think it's going to be like?
I really have no idea what it's going to be like. There's just so many things that could happen. They could go through, they can all give up or they can all decide to fight. It just depends. I mean, I have no idea what it's going to be like.
Does it make you nervous, or is it kind of an unknown that you're pretty comfortable with?
It's just kind of an unknown that I'm kind of comfortable with, actually. You just accept it and deal with it when it comes time.
You got relatives back in the States?
Yes, I'm from Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. Want to say hello to them?
Yeah, say hi to my parents back in Nashville, Frank and Diane Caruso. I'll be home soon.
Okay, we've been speaking with Specialist Frank Caruso here in a hasty. It's basically a fighting position, a defensive fighting position that the soldiers of the 101st Airborne have put together hastily here in the assembly area in the Kuwaiti Desert. Carol?
Ryan, I wanted to ask you one more thing. Beside you is a picture in southern Iraq where the 7th Cavalry is making their way towards Baghdad. Of course, they're clearing a way for those ground troops and for the 101st Airborne to be dropped into the battlefield. Can the soldiers see these pictures, and what are their feelings as they watch them?
I'm not sure that I could entirely hear your question. If you were asking if the soldiers know what's going on elsewhere on the battlefield, I have to tell you they know very little. I mean, we're here in this, well, actually, let's ask PFC Caruso. What do you know about what's going on?
I pretty much only know what's going on around me right now. Any information I get is from outside sources, which is still unreliable half the time. So
a lot of rumors, yeah?
A lot of rumors going around. Yeah. That's just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much the vantage point here is from, quite literally, from the foxhole. The soldiers have very little idea of what's going on elsewhere. They do have radios with them. They do get information from their field commanders. A lot of that is, however, deemed by the field commanders to be pretty much unnecessary for the troops to hear about. They need to focus on the mission that's at hand.
Understand.
Wouldn't you say that's pretty much the case? I mean, do you want to know about what's going on everywhere?
It's good to know. Sometimes it's for morale purposes, stuff like that, but a lot of times it just keeps you oriented on what you're supposed to be doing, then it's good not to know also.
Well,
Ryan,
PFC Caruso. Carol?
Ryan, something else. The Iraqi information minister came
Sure.
out and said that that U.S. troops were targeting civilians. When U.S. troops hear things like that, what goes through their minds?
Let me share that with PFC Caruso. There's apparently one of the Iraqi ministers is saying that U.S. troops are targeting civilians. I mean, we're not in, first of all, I should point out that we're not in Iraq. We're in the Kuwaiti desert. We're not
I understand that. I understand
the area
that.
of hostilities. But pretty, let me ask you what you think about that. Sounds pretty far-fetched.
Very far-fetched. We go over our rules of engagement all the time. We have ROE cards on us all the time, and we want to target civilians. I mean,
I've been pretty impressed by actually all the attention you guys and all the thought you guys put into that. I mean, can you explain to people how concerned you are about being in a situation where you could harm a civilian?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't want to make, we're pretty much here. We want to help, We don't want to go in and make them hate America more. I mean, sometimes you get a feeling that's what a lot of Iraqis do is hate America. So, I mean, we want to make sure that they know we're here to help and do what we have to do. We keep our ROE cards on us all the time to make sure, we have positive identification of a target to make sure it's not civilian.
Right. Okay. Carol?
All right, Ryan Chilcote reporting live from the Kuwaiti desert. Many thanks to you and to Frank, too. We appreciate his comments this morning. Of course, we're also taking a look at those pictures from southern Iraq, the 7th Cavalry making their way towards Baghdad. It's some 300 miles from where they began, so it's taking them a while. Those tanks and Humvees don't travel very fast across the desert sand.
And, just going back to Private First Class Caruso, I will in a second, but it's interesting to know. I mean, we pay so much attention to the technology and the machinery, and ultimately the strength of the U.S. fighting forces comes down to men like Private First Class Caruso and women in choppers and flying aircraft, and it is up to them the outcome of all of this, and it is very comforting to hear firsthand from someone like Private First Class Caruso.
And he's so aware of the feelings of the Iraqi people. That really struck me too.
Yeah. Walt Rogers actually standing by in a Humvee, moving fast, moving furiously, as he said earlier. Walt, how's it going?
It's actually going very well. Even though you believe these tanks don't move quickly, they move faster than anything else on land over this desert. This is very rugged and rough terrain. We drove over a Wadi Dry riverbed, which almost shook the bottom out of our Humvee vehicle, but the tanks just rolled right through it. We know what the plan is. That is, the Army showed us the grid and the routes we'd be traveling, and I can tell you we are making good progress. We are more than on schedule. The U.S. 7th Cavalry is now reaching out, traveling in advance of the 3rd Infantry Division, which was around us a while back until we made a left turn, and now they're somewhat behind us. But they are coming on and coming on very, very hard. Again, we used the analogy earlier that what you're looking at is a wave of steel that's sweeping across the desert, and every hour that wave of steel grows in strength and momentum as more and more tanks, particularly from the 3rd Infantry Division, a heavy mechanized division, join this fight. That being the case, there is a huge wave of steel headed towards Baghdad.
Walt, it's Anderson Cooper in Atlanta. I got to ask you, this reminds me of that old Army commercial, we do more before 8 a.m. than most people do in a day. If that were ever true, you guys have been going all night with this. Many Americans are just waking up at this hour. It is 5:50 here on the East Coast. When do the troops, when do the members of the 7th Cavalry sleep? I mean, this has been going on all night long and many hours before the evening began.
You don't sleep. You really don't sleep out here. Of course, you're on an adrenaline high, but racing across the desert, you know that you're traveling toward the jaws of what could be a major military battle as the 7th Cavalry and the 3rd ID move towards Baghdad. That being the case, there's not going to be much sleep. The only nap I saw any of the soldiers get was during the refueling, as other tanks were in line ahead of them. They would lie inside the tank or on a flat portion of the tank. I want you to know that the preferred corner of the tank to sleep in is on the aft turret, because or aft of the turret, on that back part over the engine, because in cool desert nights that stays warm for about 4 hours. Having said that, this is not a time for sleep. These are young men who know how to burn the candle at both ends. And they're burning it at both ends in this race toward Baghdad. Anderson?
And you are doing an excellent job of keeping up with them. Walter, I should just point out to our viewers, the video that you and your crew are shooting is on the right-hand side of our screen. The other video image on the left-hand side of the screen is being shot by Martin Savage's crew, also somewhere in southern Iraq. He is traveling with the U.S. Marine Corps. So just to inform our viewers, we're seeing two different images. The one of the Marine Corps traveling along a road. It does not look at quite as fast a rate of speed. Walter Rogers traveling. How fast do you think you're going, Walter?
We just slowed down now to about 20 miles an hour because we're coming up on what appears to be another wadi. But we have been traveling anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour, sometimes as low as 20 or 25, like when we go through soft sand as we're doing now. Some of the sand is very soft, and when we come to a wadi, which is the Arabic word for dry riverbed or for a riverbed, then there are huge boulders there. We have to travel more slowly. But these tanks move very, very quickly. I've seen them roll at over 54 miles an hour in these deserts full bore. But again, the problem, the difficulty with that is they outrace their supply train, which is following behind them, and they don't want to go too fast. The reason being, they have a set schedule. Everything is charted out on this like a graph, and they move through these grids on these maps. And every refueling point is marked out on the grid, on the map, almost every stop the same. Now the 7th Cavalry is coming up on a ridge which they can't see over. So you can see the tanks out in front of us pausing on top of the ridge because they're not certain what's on the other side at this point. And of course they don't want to go racing into an ambush. Again, not that much resistance from the Iraqi regular army was expected down here in southern Kuwait, but the closer these troops move to Baghdad, the more dangerous it will become. And there's no question, even though this may appear to have been a cakewalk for the first 15 hours or so of this march toward Baghdad, no one in the command structure believes this is going to be a cakewalk unless there's a regime change in Baghdad. If Saddam Hussein's regime were to collapse, then perhaps the Republican Guard units which guard the perimeter of the city might not put up a fight. But if the regime does not collapse, and if those Republican Guard units remain dug in around the perimeter of Baghdad, then the soldiers you're looking at now in their tanks are going to be looking at a very serious fight with some well-trained troops.
Walter, I don't know exactly, Walter, what you can say about this, but whatever you can would be helpful. How exactly does this work? I mean, you are moving fast. We see you're paused right here at this moment because you said unable to see what's over this ridge that you are approaching. Are there aircraft that are sort of clearing the way for you in terms of radar, telling you what is ahead? Are there helicopters moving ahead of you, scouting out locations? And if you do encounter some sort of Iraqi presence, do you immediately come to a halt? How does it all work?
Well, presently we do not see aircraft overhead. The armored units which are out there are sufficient to probe forward. However, they rely on the eyes of the eyes, which are the Kiowa helicopters, which usually are out over the horizon and patrolling about anywhere from 4 to 10 kilometers out. The Kiowa helicopters have been out there all day, although I confess I do not see them now, and I'm looking on about a 180 swing of the horizon. Normally those helicopters are flying a zone reconnaissance around to make sure that no Iraqi units try to outflank this armored force or, as I say, ambush them. I don't see the Kiowas now, although I expect they're probably out there. But we do not have the United States Air Force in the air above the 7th Cavalry at this point. They could be called on at any moment. They're in the area, but there's no need for them because this is still the southern no-fly zone, and the Iraqi Air Force is essentially grounded, and so there's no real air threat. The United States and its allies control the air over Iraq. That is an enormous advantage for the United States and gives these tanks great latitude of movement, which they would not enjoy on a battlefield if indeed there was a competitive air force. Anderson?
The Kiowa, which you referred to, are these scout helicopters moving ahead. How do they get refueled? I mean, they're traveling along with you. They are part of the 7th Cav. Do they get the same kind of fuel as you guys do, and do you carry that and they refuel with you? How does it work?
Well, that's the genius of the general who designed this operation and the modern army of the United States. Every vehicle you see out here on the battlefield, from the Humvee to the Bradley fighting vehicles to the MC-113s, the tanks, and the helicopters, all use the very same fuel. By the way, our camera's focusing over on a PSYOPs vehicle there. These are the psychological warfare folks in that vehicle with the speaker on top. If there were a call to the Iraqi civilian populace, if there was a mass surrender or something like that, those are the people who would be engaged in that. Yes, the Army does use a universal fuel for all its vehicles, which is very economical and very prudent, because it means you carry a limited number of fuel trucks. That is enough to fuel all the vehicles, but no more. You don't have to duplicate anything. Anderson?
Is it a concern when you are moving this fast? As you mentioned, the forces of the 7th Cavalry very spread out, obviously for a very understandable tactical reasons. Is communication a problem? Obviously, you have some sort of communication system between you, but is there a concern over communication security, about talking too much on the wires, on the radios? Tell us what you can.
Well, not every vehicle has a radio out there. Some do, some don't. Some of the ones you look at obviously do, because you can see the aerials out there. But not every vehicle has a radio, and it's very interesting how the embed communication is handled. We are essentially given a tank or a vehicle, for example, the Air Force TAC armored vehicle, to follow or to stay close to. We worked all of this out in the practices before the embed before the operation commenced. The embed gave us plenty of opportunity to know the people we were working with. This was very important, because what we did was build the confidence of the U.S. 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry. They got to know us. They knew we were not reckless. They knew we understood the military culture, where there's a chain of command and a set of rules. And when they understood we understood their culture, their rules, the embed has worked extraordinarily harmoniously, and we really don't need a radio. If there's a change in the maneuver, a change in direction, they may sometimes come over and tell us. Or if we're down, everybody's down, someone will drive up in a Humvee and say we're leaving in 5 minutes. But other than that, we're without radio contact with them, but we are within line of sight.
All right, Walter, we got to end it there. Thanks for joining us. We'll check in with you shortly. Walter Rogers reporting with 2 other members of the CNN team, as he has been really throughout much of the early morning, late night hours.
We've been very selfish with Walter.
Yes.
CNN International wants him now, so we've got to let him go to give his report to the world.
But unprecedented pictures, really never seen something like that before with the technology that we have now. Just extraordinary pictures. The 7th Cavalry moving rapidly through the deserts of Iraq. Their target, quite simply, Baghdad.
And of course, the Marines also on the move somewhere in southern Iraq.
Right, those
with Martin
pictures from Martin Savage.
Yeah.
So just trying to pull all the pieces of the puzzle together and bring you right to the front lines right here on CNN.
It is exactly 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Shall we start our next hour right now? Word within the past few minutes of the first American combat fatality. A U.S. Marine was killed in action. We are still awaiting precise details about where it happened. His identity will be released pending notification of his family. Kuwaiti's defense ministry says one of its Patriot missiles intercepted an incoming Iraqi missile in northwestern Kuwait about an hour ago. This is animation of how a Patriot works. You see it there. Air raid sirens had sounded in Kuwait City, signaling the possibility of an attack. An all-clear signal was given about 10 minutes later. We want to go to the House of Commons now, where Jeffrey Hoon is speaking. Let's listen in.
To the families of those killed. I hope the House will understand why we will not issue further details until next of kin have been informed. That helicopter was engaged in an operation led by 3 Commando Brigade on the Al-Faw Peninsula in southeastern Iraq. This began with an assault on the southern tip of the peninsula